In the sweltering heat of summer, within the bustling cafeteria of a certain unremarkable university, a striking figure scanned her surroundings, ultimately locating her target amidst the cacophony of the crowd. However, what filled her with astonishment and indignation was the individual who usually catered to her every whim, fearing even the slightest displeasure from her, was now brazenly seated at a table with other female classmates, sharing a meal. This? Lin Xie blinked, her delicately made-up face etched with disbelief. To be honest, were it not for her own eyes witnessing this scene, she would find it hard to believe such a reality existed. After all, she was the goddess he had fervently pursued for 5 long years, going so far as to secretly change his university application to match hers, defying his family's expectations. In her perception, he would go to any lengths for her, even if it meant sacrificing his own dignity as a man. Yet, just an hour prior, she had been shocked to discover this ultimate sycophant had blocked all forms of contact with her. Truth be told, at that moment, she even questioned whether her vision had faltered. After all, just last night, he had eagerly ordered a lavish takeout feast for their entire dormitory and informed her that he had purchased the latest smartphone for her online. Yet, who could have anticipated that merely a night later, not only had he blocked her on WeChat, but he had also severed communication via his phone number. Determined to unravel the mystery behind this abrupt change, she rushed to the school cafeteria the moment her class ended. The good news was she found him. The bad news was the sycophant who had pined for her for 5 years was now in the company of another girl. At that moment, Lin Xie felt as though her cherished toy had been snatched away by someone else. A mix of disappointment, resentment, anger, and an unrecognized hint of inexplicable bitterness surged within her. Grinding her teeth, Lin Xie approached him with a frosty demeanor, her face contorted with rage as she demanded, "Lu Fan, what do you mean by this? Why have you blocked me? Give me a reasonable explanation." Despite her deliberate attempt to lower her voice, her delicate tone still drew the attention of nearby classmates. The girl with a ponytail seated opposite Lu Fan was startled by the sudden tension. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly stood and said to Lu Fan, "Well, let's meet again tonight, bye." With that, she hurriedly departed, her unfinished meal in hand. Watching the ponytailed girl flee, Lu Fan's eyes flickered momentarily. He now felt almost certain that he had truly been reborn, back to 2 years prior, before the arrival of the Divine Awakening. If memories serve him correctly, in 10 days, that is to say in early July 2028, with the fall of all satellites from Blue Star's outer space, the world would face an unprecedented cataclysm. Floods, torrential rains, extreme heat, sandstorms, and the terrifying beasts and annihilators that would strike fear into the hearts of all. And tonight, hey, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Seeing him ignore her, Lin Xie's expression darkened further, as if she had been subjected to a grave insult. Lu Fan, upon hearing her, remained silent, merely turning his head to fix her with a chilling gaze, as if he were peering into the very depths of her soul. Who would have imagined that beneath this pure and beautiful facade lay another face entirely, one akin to that of a demon? Oh no! To be precise, the entire family was a coven of demons cloaked in human skin. In his previous life, after the apocalypse erupted, they not only invaded his home, but also exploited his kindness and emotions, treating him like a loyal dog. They drained him of all his worth before callously casting him out, leaving him to wander as a vagrant. The most tragic and unresolved sorrow of his life was his half-sister, paralyzed and bedridden, had secretly taken her own life by cutting her wrists to free him from their control. Everything stemmed from this very woman standing before him. Reflecting on the past, he could only lament how blind he had been for those 5 years, foolishly falling for such a venomous woman. Fortunately, fate had granted him a chance at redemption. In this life, he would rise anew, not only to seize control of his own destiny, but also to become a paramount force among humanity. Those who had wronged him would not escape his reckoning. 2 years of apocalyptic experience had imparted upon him a profound understanding of the darkness and ugliness of human nature. He knew well, in the chaos of the apocalypse, kindness and cowardice would only hasten one's demise. Only the resolute or the ruthless would endure and thrive. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan cast a cold, disdainful glance at Lin Xie. Then, under her astonished and furious gaze, he nonchalantly picked up his tray and departed. He would not easily let this venomous woman, who had caused his familial ruin, slip away, nor her family. But all that would wait until the apocalypse arrived. After all, patience is key to a greater plan. He had no intention of jeopardizing his strategy at such a crucial moment. Hey, stop right there. Seeing Lu Fan's dismissive attitude, Lin Xie exploded with fury. She swiftly stepped forward, grasping his arm, and demanded fiercely, "Lu Fan, what is your attitude? I command you to apologize to me immediately." Though she was unaware of the reasons behind his unusual behavior today, she didn't care. After all, she knew him all too well. Any hint of her displeasure would render him submissive. He would never dare to stray from her wishes, nor would he challenge her authority. To be frank, had it not been for the sizable compensation he received last year, she would have hardly spared him a glance, dismissing him as a mere average guy. Yet Lin Xie remained oblivious. At this moment, the Lu Fan standing before her, in a certain sense, was no longer the ultimate sycophant she had known. "Apologize to you," Lu Fan turned back, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. His lean, clean face was suffused with icy mockery. "Lin Xie, what are you? You should be grateful you're still alive. Don't think for a moment that I don't know what's on your mind. The reason you keep me around is simply to justify your spending my money." As he spoke, he chuckled at himself, unreservedly acknowledging, "Indeed, I admit I was quite foolish before, tirelessly adoring you. The campus bell for 5 years reflecting on it now. It truly is quite pitiful. After all, a woman like you can easily be bought for a mere 3,000. While I invested so much and got at most a handholding." At these words, Lin Xie's face flushed with anger, her eyes nearly ablaze as she glared at Lu Fan. Damn, no wonder this guy was acting so strangely today. He must have heard something. "Fine, Lu Fan, I never expected you to be such a person, wanting to ruin me simply because you can't have me." Despicable, shameless Lin Xie, ever astute, refused to follow his lead, instead turning the tables on him. To solidify her victimhood, she even feigned an expression of deep grievance. Lu Fan, witnessing this, couldn't help but scoff coldly, his eyes gleaming with contempt. This venomous woman truly excelled at playing the victim. The thought that he had been enamored with her for 5 years, only to discover she was of such a character, filled him with self-loathing. "Lu Fan, oh Lu Fan, how blind you were!" With that thought, he abruptly waved his hand, not sparing her a glance, and strode away. With only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, he had no desire to squander precious time on this woman. He vaguely recalled that on this very night in his previous life was when the divine awakening first occurred. At that time, an unknown application named Divine Awakening would appear on every person's phone worldwide. Chapter 002. Preparation in advance. At that time, anyone who opened the software known as Divine Awakening ultimately had the chance to become a chosen one. Without exception, Lu Fan from his previous life was no different. As he was studying software engineering, thus, driven by curiosity, he clicked on this enigmatic application. However, just as he intended to delve deeper, a message from Lin Xie suddenly popped up. As Lin Xie's devoted admirer, he was hardly concerned with this trivial software and, without a second thought, closed it and hurried off to find her. It was only upon returning home that he discovered the mysterious Divine Awakening software had inexplicably vanished. At that moment, he paid it little mind. The next day, upon returning to school, he found everyone discussing it fervently, and he began to realize that the situation was far from ordinary. A quick search on his phone revealed alarming news. This matter had ignited widespread debate across the internet. With reports of similar incidents abroad, prominent gossip streamers began to speculate, suggesting it was a new type of mobile virus, and so on. Due to the rapid escalation of the situation online, the authorities were compelled to clarify, urging citizens to remain vigilant to avoid falling victim to telecom fraud and potential financial loss. It must be said, the recent years had seen the nation intensifying its crackdown on online scams. Thus, the citizens of Longhua had become particularly wary. Many refrained from clicking on the unfamiliar Divine Awakening software altogether. Even those who did open it quickly deleted it upon discovering it required a payment. Little did they know, it was often those daring enough to make the purchase who ultimately emerged as the true winners of life. Given his rebirth, Lu Fan was determined not to miss the opportunity to start ahead of the curve. Moreover, he was intent on altering not only his own fate, but also that of his sister and those who had once lent him a helping hand, especially the classmate with the ponytail who had dined with him at noon. If he had to name the person he trusted most, aside from his sister, it would undoubtedly be her. After all, it was her presence that had saved him during his darkest and most anguished moments in his previous life. His father once said that a person may be wild, wicked, or even shameless, but they must always remember to be grateful. Thus, both his sister and her would be under his protection for life. As for Lin Xia, he wished her as far away as possible. Of course, aside from his sister and this classmate, he doubted he would ever trust anyone else again. The experiences of the past 2 years in the apocalypse had deeply ingrained in him the terrifying and boundless nature of human malice. He had also come to understand an important truth. One can never fully trust another person, regardless of how good or deserving of trust they may seem. For it is always those closest to you who possess the potential to harm you. As Lu Fan departed with an air of indifference, Lin Xia, unable to endure the peculiar gazes and whispers of her classmates, hastily left in frustration. Internally, she vowed that Lu Fan, the insufferable admirer, would pay dearly for his actions. How dare he humiliate her in front of so many people? She was certain that it would not be long before he would be groveling for forgiveness. After all, she was the moonlight in his heart. A flicker of resentment flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. If her intuition was correct, everything must relate to the girl who had shared a meal with Lu Fan. Otherwise, there was no explanation for his sudden shift in attitude. Yes, that wretched woman must have said something to him. As the saying goes, to obstruct someone's financial path is akin to killing their parents. To her, Lu Fan was nothing short of an ATM. Moreover, her parents had already booked tickets to Jiang City, and she was counting on borrowing money from Lu Fan to settle her brother's debts. Humph, that wretched woman thinks she can steal from Lin Xia? How dare she? On the other hand, after exiting the cafeteria, Lu Fan did not rush to seek leave from the school administration, but instead wandered leisurely around the campus under the sun. The azure sky, verdant grass, well-structured buildings, the cicadas chirping in the trees, and the youthful exuberance radiating from his fellow students made everything appear remarkably beautiful at that moment. Honestly, he wished that the harrowing experiences of the past 2 years were merely a dream. Even now, he hesitated to fully believe in his rebirth. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for he would have answers by nightfall. If he truly had been reborn, then at 9 o'clock that evening, an unknown application named Divine Awakening would surely appear on his phone. Conversely, if it did not, that would confirm he had merely dreamt or perhaps suffered a mental breakdown. Yet before that, he needed to prepare adequately. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lu Fan approached the school leadership and promptly submitted his leave request. Given his unique circumstances, having lost his immediate family in a car accident, with only a half-paralyzed sister remaining, the school leadership readily signed and stamped their approval for him to begin summer vacation early. Indeed, according to his memories from the previous life, the school had scheduled the summer break to commence on July 2 ND. However, coincidentally, disaster struck the very day before summer vacation. A catastrophic solar storm swept across the globe. The electromagnetic radiation caused a worldwide network collapse, leading to widespread power outages, while all satellites in outer space suffered devastating blows, resulting in their plummeting to Earth. The halt of the global GPS navigation system triggered a series of calamities: aircraft crashes, vehicular accidents, fires, and more. Within just one day, the world plunged into chaos and panic. Everyone scrambled for essential supplies, creating a scene of utter disorder. Some unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to loot and pillage amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, apocalyptic theories surged across the globe. In response to restore order, the government declared a state of war and dispatched military forces to take over local governance, calming the populace while employing military might to quell the rioters. Under the oppressive control of the Longwa government, the chaos that had erupted nationwide was finally subdued. Yet, no one anticipated that the true disaster was only just beginning. Even more unsettling was the emergence of an unknown evolution among the animals on Blue Star. Thus, should he confirm his rebirth, rather than a bizarre dream, he would undoubtedly need to strategize for the impending future, stockpiling sufficient survival supplies and establishing a relatively secure refuge. The term relatively secure was crucial, as absolute safety did not exist in an apocalyptic world. Fortunately, 2 years prior, he had purchased a fully paid apartment in Jiang City to facilitate caring for his sister's daily needs, conveniently located near the university town. As luck would have it, he had made a fortuitous choice. Initially, he had intended to buy a 3-floor elevator unit in the same complex, reasoning that lower floors would be better suited for his sister. who relied on a wheelchair. If not for safety concerns, he might have even considered a first-floor unit. However, the smaller size of that apartment prompted him and his sister to settle on a larger 10th-floor unit. Little did he realize, he had unwittingly made the right decision. Shortly after the apocalypse began, an unprecedented deluge struck, persisting for an entire month. Water levels rose, severe flooding ensued. While he was unsure of the conditions in other cities, Jiang City suffered greatly. Even the university town where he resided was not spared. Thankfully, due to its elevated terrain, the floodwaters only reached the 5th floor at their peak. Chapter 003, Divine Awakening. It is undeniable that an individual's choices can profoundly shape their destiny. Had Lu Fan opted for the 3-floor apartment, even if he had not perished in the flood, he would likely have faced a life of displacement. Of course, due to Lin Xia's family, he ultimately did not escape a dismal fate. However, such foolish mistakes would never be repeated. At 6:30 in the evening, as planned, Lu Fan patiently awaited at the school gate. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, a figure radiating youthful vibrance appeared. "Sorry, I got held up for a bit. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long," Zui said with an apologetic smile, her demeanor slightly bashful. Lu Fan's eyes brightened as a genuine smile broke across his previously solemn face. "I just arrived. Here, this is for you. It's hot out, so it should quench your thirst." He handed her a cup of fruit tea he had prepared in advance. Zui paused momentarily, glancing at the fruit tea and then up at Lu Fan's clear gaze. After a brief hesitation, she accepted the drink, murmuring a soft thank you. Lu Fan smiled in return. Saying nothing further, he waved over a nearby black car, and they both got in, departing together. 10 minutes later. At the entrance of the Eugen Bay official residence community, Lu Fan scanned his payment and exited the vehicle, leading Zui into the complex. The community he resided in was quite expansive, covering over 3,000 acres. The entire development is divided into 4 phases, all of which consist of uniform high-rise and super high-rise residential buildings. Not only is the greenery abundant, but the community also features an artificial lake. Despite the fact that the entire complex has been constructed for nearly 20 years, its overall condition remains commendable. Lu Fan's apartment belongs to the earliest phase of the project, housed in a modest 17-story building. Although the exterior of the building appears somewhat worn, its structural integrity is still quite impressive. As they journeyed along, neither of them initiated conversation, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Zui stole a glance at Lu Fan from the corner of her eye, her beautiful gaze shimmering with unspoken thoughts. To be frank, she and Lu Fan were not particularly well acquainted. Their introduction was merely a consequence of an unexpected incident. Thus, when Lu Fan approached her this morning, she was taken aback. After all, she had heard whispers about his 5-year infatuation with Lin, the campus belle. However, upon learning that he sought her assistance to tutor his sister while also providing some emotional guidance, she reluctantly agreed. Of course, her willingness stemmed not only from sympathy but also from the generous compensation he offered. The prospect of a daily fee of 500 yuan was indeed hard to decline. Soon, they took the elevator to the 10th floor and proceeded directly to a security door marked 1001. Holding a set of keys, Lu Fan felt his heart race involuntarily. After taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the door. Inside, the spacious and bright living room revealed a sweet-looking young girl with shoulder-length hair, seated in a pink wheelchair, who waved her small hand at him excitedly. "Brother, you're back. By the way," Aunt Zhao said. "Huh?" Lu Mingyao paused, her expression tinged with surprise. "What is going on? My brother has brought home a stranger." Despite Lu Fan's efforts to maintain composure, the moment he laid eyes on his sister, his own eyes betrayed him and began to glisten. The memory of his past life haunted him. A single wrong choice had led to his sister being relentlessly bullied, culminating in her desperate act of self-harm to escape the torment. The weight of guilt bore heavily on him, making it difficult to meet her gaze. Lu Mingyao, oblivious to her brother's turmoil, focused intently on Zui. "Hello, sister. You must be my brother's classmate. Welcome to our home." Surprised yet intrigued by her brother's unprecedented introduction of a female classmate, she waved her little hand in greeting before turning to her still-dazed brother. "Brother, the slippers are in the shoe cabinet. Hurry up." "Oh, right." Lu Fan snapped back to reality and rummaged through the shoe cabinet until he finally retrieved a brand new pair of slippers. "Come in. Make yourself at home." Lu Fan strained to control his emotions. Striving to keep his voice steady to ensure the continuity of his plans, he had called the housekeeping agency this morning to inform them that the nanny would no longer be needed from tomorrow onward. Coincidentally, the agency had been considering granting her leave, leading to a seamless agreement. He then approached Zhuai, employing a benevolent fib and enticing remuneration to persuade her successfully. As the nanny had prepared dinner in advance, and Zhuai had not yet eaten, she finally accepted their warm invitation and shyly began to eat. Throughout the meal, Zhuai's anxious heart gradually settled. At least for now, Lu Fan's sister did not exhibit the emotional sensitivity, insecurity, or fragility that had been described. Rather, she appeared quite cheerful and polite, her demeanor unexpectedly stable. After dinner, Lu Fan declined Zhuai's kind offer to assist in cleaning, choosing instead to tidy up the kitchen alone. Observing his actions, Zhuai felt an increased fondness for him, then wheeled the chair into Lu Mengyao's bedroom. Since there was no need for psychological guidance, they could focus solely on tutoring. Otherwise, she would feel guilty about accepting the generous payment. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan was indifferent to the notion of tutoring, as the impending apocalypse loomed just 10 days away. His only wish was for the two most important people in his life to remain safe until that time. As for everything else, he intended to shoulder the burden himself. If he were to squander this second chance, it would be a shameful failure, rendering his existence unworthy of continuation. Time slipped away unnoticed. As the hour drew closer, Lu Fan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. To be candid, he was in a state of inner turmoil, both hoping that his harrowing experiences over the past 2 years had been nothing but a dream and yearning for the assurance that he had indeed been reborn. As the clock in the living room struck 9, Lu Fan took a deep breath and, with a slightly trembling hand, awakened his phone screen. After a few gentle swipes, he felt a complex mix of emotions wash over him, his dark, luminous eyes betraying a glimmer of despondency. Could it be that he was truly losing his mind? Or had he merely miscalculated the timeline? Just as Lu Fan spiraled into deep self-doubt, he instinctively swiped the phone screen once more. Suddenly, a pure black icon appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. Lu Fan's pupils constricted violently, and a tremor coursed through his body. He was not insane. This was indeed no mere illusion. It had finally arrived. Gazing at the black software icon on his phone screen, Lu Fan's gaze flickered intensely. After a significant pause, he forced himself to regain composure. He gently knocked on his sister's bedroom door and, maintaining a steady tone, addressed both of them. I just discovered an unknown application on my phone. Could you check if it appears on yours as well? If it does, please refrain from clicking or deleting it until I understand more. Understood? Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao and Zhuai both picked up their phones to investigate. To their astonishment, just as Lu Fan had described, an unfamiliar black icon had indeed materialized on their screens. Beneath the icon were 2 system messages. Divine Revelation, Chapter 00 for the Fated Ones. To ensure absolute caution, Lu Fan reiterated his warning to them, stressing the importance of not clicking or deleting the application. Once he received their affirmative responses, he slowly closed the bedroom door and returned to the living room couch. The stakes were high, and he had to proceed with utmost prudence. It would be no exaggeration to say that this seemingly trivial choice would profoundly affect the trajectory of each individual's future. In the forthcoming apocalypse, there would only be 2 types of people: ordinary individuals and those known as the Fated Ones. Steadying his emotions, a determined glint shone in Lu Fan's eyes. Without further hesitation, he picked up his phone and gently tapped the application named Divine Revelation. As his finger made contact, the screen transformed, revealing a brand new black interface. Almost immediately, luminous white text began to materialize. Like ethereal sprites, the era of order has concluded, the era of chaos is about to commence. Divine radiance shines forth, spiritual energy awakens, and all living beings are about to embark on the path of life evolution. Seconds later, the screen flickered again, displaying another line of text. Congratulations, you have received the divine blessing of revelation. Would you like to accept the heavenly mandate and become a Fated One player? Lu Fan held his breath, unwaveringly clicking on the words, accept. The screen suddenly shifted. Congratulations, you have become a Fated One player. Would you like to recharge 99 yuan to unlock the Fated One exclusive system in advance? As this line appeared, Lu Fan's eyes brightened, his heartbeat quickening and warmth flooding through him in his previous life. Just as he pondered whether to proceed, Lin Xia had sent him a message. inquiring if he wanted to join her and her friends for barbecue. Although he recognized her intent to have him foot the bill, as the ultimate devoted admirer, he had eagerly agreed, only to miss a life-altering opportunity. From that moment on, his fate had spiraled downwards, marked by relentless misfortune. However, none of that mattered now. He had endured far too much suffering in his past life. This time, it was his turn for fortune to shine. As his thoughts raced, Lu Fan extended his finger and decisively tapped, "Recharge." Congratulations, player. You have unlocked the Fated One exclusive system in advance. The system has been successfully bound. Would you like to recharge 999 yuan to unlock the exclusive cultivation technique Spirit Breathing Technique? Ding! Huaxia Bank. Your account 2373 transferred 99 yuan at 2105 on June 20. Balance 1,851,201.80 yuan. Online payment. As the page flickered, Lu Fan received a bank notification on his phone. Had he not been reborn, he would have been startled to the core. After all, he had merely tapped casually, yet the payment had been processed without requiring a password. It was utterly shocking, however, at this moment. Lu Fan felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked agree. Ding! Huaxia Bank. Your account 2373 transferred 999 yuan at 2106 on June 20. Balance 1,850,301.80 yuan. Online payment. Lu Fan didn't spare a glance at the bank notification, instead directing all his attention to the phone screen. Congratulations to the player for receiving the exclusive cultivation technique Ling Gathering Breath technique for Destined One in advance. Would you like to recharge 9,999 yuan to randomly draw one of the innate talents? As the four characters representing innate talent gradually emerged, a startling brilliance erupted in Lu Fan's dark, luminous eyes, igniting an exhilarating fervor within him. If one were to categorize Destined Ones by levels, there would be no doubt that those endowed with innate talents existed at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Moreover, this disparity became increasingly pronounced as one ascended the ranks. It is no exaggeration to assert that as long as one possesses an innate talent and is not utterly foolish, they could thrive in the apocalypse, attaining a status unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Initially, he was skeptical until he bore witness to a deranged powerhouse who, with bare hands, conjured a ball of flame that incinerated a living person before his eyes. It was then he realized the vast chasm that lay between Destined Ones. From that day forth, his heart, yearning for the extraordinary, dimmed into resignation, and he finally comprehended the significance of making the right choice above all else. Whether it be regret or resentment, he had missed an opportunity that could have altered his destiny. Reflecting on the myriad experiences of his previous life, Lu Fan could not help but chuckle in disbelief. At that moment, he understood why many formidable Destined Ones exhibited somewhat eccentric personalities, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as perverse. After all, it turned out that these elites had been rather unconventional even before the apocalypse. Who in their right mind would casually open a strange application and, like a fool, follow prompts to recharge repeatedly? For most ordinary people, 99.99 yuan is not a trifling sum. Had he not been reborn? Even if curiosity had compelled him to click the recharge button, the moment he discovered the deduction had actually occurred, he would likely have hastily uninstalled the application. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, in a vast forest, every kind of bird exists. Moreover, with a global population of 8 billion, it is truly normal to encounter individuals with peculiar thought processes. Often, it is these seemingly odd or unorthodox individuals who, during extraordinary times, become figures that ordinary people must look up to. While musing over this, Lu Fan promptly clicked the agree to recharge. His gaze fixed intently on the phone screen, his expression a mix of tension and apprehension. Since it was stated that the innate talent was randomly drawn, it implied that innate talents must be diverse, even possessing distinctions of good and bad. Thus, he could not help but feel anxious. After all, the opportunity was singular, and who would not desire to acquire a particularly impressive ability? Just like that powerhouse capable of conjuring flames with mere hands. Indeed, in Lu Fan's mind, to draw the ability to manifest a ball of flame would suffice for his contentment. Ding! Huaxia Bank. Your account 2373 has. Congratulations, Destined One player, for acquiring the innate talent perfect copy. Would you like to recharge 99,999 yuan to randomly draw an item from the Divine Enlightenment Mall? Gazing at the newly refreshed text interface on his phone, Lu Fan was taken aback, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. From a superficial perspective, the perfect copy talent he had received did not seem to belong to a formidable offensive skill. Instead, it resembled more of a life assistance ability, such as transforming one item into two identical pieces. Although it sounded quite advantageous, especially in an apocalypse rife with scarcity of resources, he could not muster any joy. Alas, it is better to possess a talent than to lack one entirely. Despite his disappointment, he had no choice but to accept the reality. After all, with the experiences and knowledge from his past life, combined with the support of the Destined One system, even if he could not become the pinnacle of humanity, mingling among the second echelon of elites would likely not pose a problem. Of course, this was contingent upon his survival, in the face of various calamities. Both ordinary individuals and destined ones endowed with extraordinary abilities are as vulnerable as ants. However, on the other hand, a recharge of 100,000 yuan could randomly yield an item from the Divine Enlightenment Mall. This genuinely astonished Lu Fan.it. Is worth noting that the Divine Enlightenment Mall is a feature unlocked by the Destined One system after the resurgence of spiritual energy, as long as one possesses sufficient slaughter points. They can purchase the special items they require at any time from the Divine Enlightenment Mall. In his previous life, he had wished to acquire healing elixirs, yet he was unable to amass enough slaughter points before his demise. This was not due to a lack of effort, but rather because he had been excessively weak at that time. Having endured prolonged hunger, he suffered from severe malnutrition, appearing skeletal. More critically, he had lost an eye. Coupled with the absence of decent weaponry, he ultimately met a tragic end amidst a beast tide. The mere recollection of that horrific and brutal scene sent shivers down Lu Fan's spine. In truth, the instantaneous nature of death is not terrifying. The most dreadful aspect is, Chapter 005 Hidden Rewards. The most terrifying aspect is, when faced with the approach of death, one finds themselves utterly powerless, forced to helplessly witness countless bloody, toothy maws tearing oneself apart. The despair of the soul and the agony of the body are truly etched into memory, never to be forgotten. Thus, having been reborn, he would never relinquish any opportunity to grow stronger. After all, a good death is not as preferable as a lingering life. As long as one is alive, there remains hope. Heaven bless, I am not greedy. A healing elixir would suffice, Lu Fan muttered softly, then pressed his thumb to agree. Although the healing elixir is among the cheapest items in the Divine Enlightenment Mall, it is undoubtedly the most precious and urgent for him at this moment. Not for any other reason, but because the healing elixir possesses the ability to cure all ailments and injuries. With just one healing elixir, his sister would have the chance to rise from her wheelchair, and perhaps even fully recover is not beyond possibility. Ding, Huaxia Bank. Your account ending in 3273 has. Congratulations, player Destined One, for acquiring the item Divine Enlightenment Medal.as. You are the first Destined One player globally to complete all recharges. You will receive an additional hidden reward. Congratulations, player Destined One, for receiving a blessing from Divine Enlightenment. The innate talent perfect copy has been upgraded to its maximum level. The Destined One system panel will unlock in 12 hours and can be viewed using your mind. Good luck. Divine Enlightenment Medal? Hidden rewards? Max level talent? Lu Fan was initially stunned, but then his face broke into a jubilant expression. Although the items he desired did not materialize, and he was unaware of what the Divine Enlightenment Medal was or what it entailed, he was acutely aware of the significance of max level talent. There was, however, one aspect that left him somewhat apprehensive. What exactly was the ability of this perfect copy talent? After a while, Lu Fan gradually calmed his emotions and tossed his phone aside, sinking into a contemplative state. Next, he needed to devise a way to persuade his sister and Zhua's siblings. Lu Mingyao would undoubtedly trust her brother completely. However, Zhui might not be so easily convinced, especially since they were not well acquainted in this life. Therefore, he needed to craft a plausible explanation. As for the secret of being a reborn individual, he would keep it tightly locked within. Of course, even if he revealed it, she might not believe him. After all, it is a common trait of humanity to only trust what they can witness with their own eyes. Just as Lu Fan leaned back on the sofa, lost in thought, Zhui emerged from the bedroom, pushing Lu Mingyao ahead. Before Zhui could say a word, Lu Mingyao hastily interjected, "Brother, Yi said she wants to go home, but it's too late outside. Why not let Yi stay for the night?" As she spoke, Lu Mingyao observed Lu Fan's reaction. Seeing that her brother did not immediately refuse, she quickly added, I haven't bathed in days. I want you to help me with that. Is that okay? While saying this, Lu Mingyao put on a pitiful expression, tilting her chin to look at Zhua Yi. Her sparkling eyes brimmed with anticipation. The reason she wanted her brother's female classmate to stay was, in fact, to play matchmaker between the two. This way, her brother might not continue to be infatuated with that scheming Lin Xia. Despite her young age, she understood the situation well, or rather, women know women best. No matter how she viewed it, Lin Xia was a quintessential green tea type. Yet her brother was utterly captivated, as if under a spell. Being toyed with by her siblings, she could not bear to watch her brother fall deeper into this pit. Thus, she often pondered what methods could awaken him. By fortunate coincidence, her brother had brought home a female classmate. Upon interaction, she found that Zhua Yi's character and worldview surpassed that of her brother's infatuation by leaps and bounds. Moreover, she was also quite attractive. With a bit of careful dressing, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. Zhua Yi instinctively prepared to decline. After all, she was also a girl. How could she possibly stay overnight at a male classmate's home? What would people think if that got out? However, Lu Mengyao's last remark made her swallow her words. There was no way around it. As the saying goes, a borrower must yield to the lender. Furthermore, Lu Mengyao's reasoning was indeed difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan was troubled about how to keep Zhua Yi around. At this critical moment, his sister had unexpectedly provided a perfect assist. With that thought, he quickly nodded in agreement. Apologies escaped her lips as she smiled shyly, glancing at the somewhat hesitant Zhua Yi, and tentatively suggested, how about you stay the night? There's a spare room available, and the bedding is all new. Upon hearing her brother's agreement, Lu Mengyao immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly turned to Zhua Yi, adopting a playful tone. Please stay. Okay. I'm begging you. I love being with you. After a moment's hesitation, Zhua Yi could only nod in agreement. Yay, you are the best. From now on, we'll be the best of friends. With the confirmation, Lu Mengyao burst into a joyful dance, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Moments later, Lu Fan, under the pretense of paying for services rendered, successfully acquired Zhua Yi's bank account number. Then, as if casually, he inquired, by the way, have you activated the SMS notification service for your bank card? Zhua Yi gently shook her head and replied honestly, no. Internally, she wrestled with the dilemma of whether to be polite and request less, considering she hadn't really done much and had even mooched a meal. Asking for 500 yuan for a day felt a bit awkward. As for why the transaction was being made through the bank rather than WeChat, she hadn't given it a thought. However, upon hearing her response, Lu Fan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Without further ado, he directly transferred 116,100 yuan into Zhua Yi's bank account via his mobile banking app. This amount was precisely calculated, 5,000 for the next 10 days of labor, and the remainder allocated for future purchases in the Divine Awakening game. As for his sister, there was no need for him to transfer any money. After the car accident, coupled with their parents' previous assets and compensation, they had nearly 7 million in total. The house they bought cost 1,100,000, leaving him with 2 million, while the rest was securely placed in his sister's bank account. Once everything was settled, Lu Fan began his performance by casually mentioning that he had tried clicking on an unfamiliar app out of curiosity and found the content quite interesting. It seemed to be an internal survey from a major gaming company, and he assured that it was safe to try. After his persuasive eloquence, the two unsuspectingly took out their phones and, under Lu Fan's guidance, began the operation. Chapter 006, Purchasing Survival Supplies. Before long, under Lu Fan's direction, both had experienced everything he had just gone through. Unsurprisingly, their unique cultivation methods were both the breath of spirit. The only differences lay in their innate talents and the randomly drawn items from the Divine Awakening Mall. Lu Mingyao's innate talent was called Eye of Insight, and her randomly drawn item was a charm named Talisman. Zhua Yi's innate talent was Light Power, and her randomly drawn item was similar to the Divine Awakening Medal, known as the Order Medal. Unfortunately, neither of them triggered any hidden rewards, indicating that not everyone could activate such bonuses. This left Lu Fan with a fleeting thought. Could it be possible that he was the only one in the world to receive a hidden reward? Of course, he doubted he would ever find an answer to that question. The next day, Zhua Yi rose early, tidied up a bit, and set off for school. As she was leaving, Lu Mingyao wore a reluctant expression, repeatedly urging her to come over that night to help with her studies. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was alone in the kitchen, cleaning up while secretly planning his next steps. Since the divine awakening had emerged, it indicated that the apocalyptic disaster would inevitably descend in 9 days. Thus, his task was to utilize this precious time to complete all necessary preparations. Though time was somewhat tight, he possessed the knowledge and memories from his past life, allowing him to swiftly devise a plan in his mind. Adhering to the principle that a good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen, he hurried back to his bedroom after washing the dishes, rummaged through his drawer for paper and pen, and began to jot down notes. To survive in the apocalypse, a secure and sturdy refuge was of utmost importance. Following that were various survival supplies, and then weapons. Once the disaster struck, the government's control would drastically weaken, and the so-called legal order would crumble. Initially, things might be manageable due to the military presence, with most people hesitant to act out. However, as the survival environment deteriorated, the darker sides of human nature would be fully unleashed. In the struggle for survival, no one would care about laws or order. A mere bottle of water or a piece of food could spark violent confrontations, even leading to murder. In the ruthless reality of the apocalypse, being weak was a sin. No one would pity or sympathize with you. Instead, all that awaited was cold indifference and even glee at your misfortune. Thus, merely having enough survival supplies was insufficient. One must possess the strength to protect them as well. At present, the issue of a refuge was not a concern. Although this apartment was not his ideal safe haven, a simple renovation could make it passable. Moreover, the height of his floor was just right. It wouldn't be submerged by floods and would eliminate ground-level hazards. Even if the power went out later, navigating the stairs wouldn't be too burdensome. Most importantly, this 130-square-meter apartment was entirely his personal property. One must not underestimate this fact. In his past life, during the torrential rains, all elevated areas were forcibly requisitioned by the government for relocation, managed under a unified arrangement. The only exception was if one could prove that the property belonged entirely to them. It was widely known that houses bought with loans typically had the property deeds mortgaged to banks or third-party financial institutions. If one could not produce the property deed, the government had the right to seize it. Thus, using this apartment as a safe haven posed no problem. With the refuge issue temporarily settled, only the matters of survival supplies and weapons remained. For him, acquiring survival supplies was relatively straightforward, as the combined savings with his sister amounted to nearly 5 million, sufficient for purchasing necessary provisions. The only concern was the storage of these supplies, given that the usable area of the apartment was just over 130 square meters. After accounting for essential living space, there was limited room for storage. Lastly, the issue of weapons was paramount. In Lu Fan's view, this was the most critical aspect. There was a saying online: while others hoard food, I hoard guns, they are my granary. Although this statement is not entirely accurate, it holds some truth. Regrettably, Long Country is the most gun-restrictive nation globally, making it a pipe dream to acquire firearms quickly. After all, there wasn't even enough time to travel abroad, let alone procure weapons. Thus, he had to settle for alternatives, deciding to gather as many compound bows and crossbows as possible for ranged weaponry. In addition, he would also need some bladed cold weapons. The dilemma was that most cold weapons available online were not sharpened. And even if they were, the materials were subpar. While they might suffice for practice, they would be ineffective in real combat. With a mindset of trying his luck, Lu Fan purchased 3 sets of compound bows along with 1,000 carbon steel-tipped arrows from a vendor on a certain platform. Upon discovering that they also sold cold weapons, he seized the opportunity to buy several tang knives and cleavers. He then sought out a reputable brand of pre-packaged meals online and ordered a total of 100,000 yuan worth of meals that could be stored at room temperature. Dishes such as Yangzhou fried rice, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork, mei kai ko ro, yellow braised chicken, kung pao chicken, stir-fried ribs, and beef stew were all ordered in 300 portions, with a repeated emphasis on wanting the freshest dates. As for the potential health risks posed by these pre-packaged meals, who would care? In a resource-scarce apocalypse, having enough to fill one's stomach was already a rare blessing. No one would concern themselves with trivial health matters. Besides these, he also purchased a large quantity of branded compressed biscuits, vacuum-packed beef jerky, and canned meats. These vacuum-sealed foods could last at least 2 to 3 years, especially the compressed biscuits. Although the labeled shelf life was 4 years. Under proper storage conditions, they could last 8 to 10 years. It is essential to note that compressed biscuits would become a crucial and scarce resource in the apocalypse. In a sense, such items could even acquire a form of currency-like value. Considering nutritional balance, he also bought some dehydrated vegetables and dried fruits. Following that were various assorted items: powerful flashlights, solar chargers, water purification tablets, water filters, insect repellents, sand masks, radios, candles, and so forth. Whatever he could think of, he purchased, including a variety of commonly used medical supplies, such as cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, antidiarrheals, and iodine solutions, acquiring substantial amounts of each. After the apocalypse, these items would become non-renewable resources. Every little bit counted. If it weren't for the limited space in the apartment, he would have doubled the quantities of everything. 2 hours later, Lu Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. He tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. The food issue had been partially resolved. Now, the focus shifted to water resources. If anyone were to ask what was most important in the apocalypse, the answer would undoubtedly be water. Indeed, water, pure water. Chapter 007. Max Talent? Terrifying indeed. Scientific research indicates that a person can survive for approximately a month by consuming only water in the absence of food. However, without water, one is unlikely to last more than 7 days. Highlighting the paramount importance of water over food in certain respects, this notion was validated in my previous life. Prolonged extreme heat has led to a continuous decline in global groundwater levels. Gradually, clean water has become the most precious and scarce resource. It is no exaggeration to say that 2 years into the apocalypse, the average person has nearly lost the concept of bathing. Only those in high positions, such as base leaders, or those endowed with formidable abilities, known as destined ones, can indulge in such extravagance. Therefore, it is imperative to store an adequate supply of water. Currently, purchasing bottled water is the most convenient method, facilitating ease of storage. However, one crucial consideration remains: how to transport a large quantity of bottled water back to one's residence without drawing attention. After all, it is wise to keep wealth concealed. If others in the community observe someone hauling a significant amount of supplies home, it could sow the seeds of disaster. Generally, people may merely express curiosity, but when calamity strikes and resources are scarce, those same neighbors are likely to band together and demand supplies. Should one fail to meet their demands, the consequences could be dire. Of course, even if supplies are provided, it may lead to endless troubles. Human nature tends to be greedy and selfish. Providing once sets a precedent for countless future requests. If one ever fails to satisfy their demands, a collective backlash is inevitable. To avert such scenarios, he has been contemplating how to discreetly transfer supplies into his home. Thus, he has refrained from using his real address for any online purchases. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, a sudden scream of "Brother!" echoed from the living room. He swiftly dashed out, only to find his sister safely seated in her wheelchair. Relieved, he inquired with a hint of suspicion about what had transpired. "Brother, I'm fine. I think I just had a hallucination. It startled me," Lu Mingyao replied, her uncertain tone tinged with trepidation, her clear eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. Just moments ago, she felt a strange flash before her eyes, which was soon followed by a vivid yet ethereal image appearing, even bearing her name. This unexpected occurrence prompted her to exclaim in panic. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's gaze flickered momentarily as he glanced at the time. Instantly grasping the situation, "Oh, as long as you're okay," he said with a comforting smile before returning to his bedroom. He plopped back into his computer chair and silently invoked the system panel. In the next instant, a pale blue virtual screen materialized before him. Lu Fan Destined 1. No rank. Exclusive technique, Spirit Breath Technique, LV1. Tao Rhythm Point 0. Slaughter Point 0. Physical Strength 18. Spiritual Strength 30. Innate Talent Perfect Copy. Max Level. Inventory. Divine Initiation Medal. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign Destined 1 system panel, Lu Fan felt an exhilarating mix of excitement and anxiety. Compared to his previous life, this time his Destined 1 system panel appeared significantly more appealing. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he eagerly began to examine each detail. Perfect Copy. Max Level allows for the copying of innate talents from other Destined Ones upon contact, with a success rate of 99. Reading the description, Lu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? I can copy the innate talents of other Destined Ones, and the success rate is a staggering 99%. This revelation made his breath quicken, and a tremor of excitement coursed through him. In that instant, he could only think, Mac's talent is indeed terrifying. While other destined ones could possess only one innate talent, he had the potential for countless ones. The thought alone sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. Were it not for the fear of alarming his sister, he would have shouted at the top of his lungs. After taking several deep breaths, Lu Fan, filled with anticipation, began to inspect the Divine Initiation Medal in his inventory. Divine Initiation Medal, virtual item. This medal grants 10 cubic meters of storage space. Possessing this medal allows the destined one to receive protection from the Tao, adding an extra 10 Tao rhythm points each natural day. Clang! Lu Fan abruptly rose from his chair, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. His deep, luminous eyes sparkled, seemingly brighter than the stars in the night sky. Overwhelmed with excitement, his hands began to tremble slightly. Oh my! Storage space. It's actually storage space, and it measures 10 cubic meters. As a reincarnator, he understood better than anyone what it meant to possess storage space in the apocalypse. Tio put it bluntly, if this ability were utilized effectively, one would be virtually immune to starvation in the post-apocalyptic world. Moreover, it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Imagine battling an enemy, and at a crucial juncture, suddenly producing a weapon from thin air. What would their expression be? Furthermore, envision facing dire circumstances where others are desperately lacking food and water, while you thrive effortlessly thanks to your stored supplies. Just contemplating it filled him with exhilaration and joy. Moreover, and of even greater significance, in addition to the storage space, each natural day also grants an extra 10 Tao rhythm points. This is akin to a small cow soaring through the skies. It is important to note that a destined one with spirit breath technique typically earns only 1 Tao rhythm point every 24 hours unless they level up their cultivation technique. Tao rhythm points can be used to enhance personal attributes, or, to put it simply, to increase strength. Based on his understanding, the physical and spiritual attributes of an average person should hover around the range of 20. Though this varies by individual, he vaguely recalled that in his previous life, due to more than a year of starvation compounded by illness, his attributes were considerably poor. His physical strength was merely 13, while his spiritual strength was somewhat better at 19. To put it bluntly, in his condition back then, he could barely defeat the lowest-tier beasts. Were it not for the presence of Zhuai, he would likely have perished long ago. Just as Lu Fan reveled in his inner elation, Lu Mingyao wheeled herself slowly to the bedroom door, hesitatingly stating, "Brother, I want to say, I can see some unknown and wondrous things. You wouldn't think I'm crazy, would you?" Her demeanor was cautious, her small hands nervously fidgeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile gently, deciding it was time to reassure his startled sister. However, to keep his reincarnation a secret, he resorted to a bit of playful deception. It must be said that his new mindset proved exceptionally effective, and his capacity to embrace fresh ideas was remarkable. Under Lu Fan's guidance, Lu Mingyao quickly accepted the situation. Through their conversation, he gained a detailed understanding of his sister's eye of insight talent and that amulet. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan reached out to gently pat his sister's head before activating his innate talent to copy her ability. Almost instantaneously, the system panel in his view transformed. Chapter 008. Second innate talent, Lu Fan Destined 1, no rank, exclusive technique, Spirit Breath Technique, LV1, Tao Rhythm Points 0. Slaughter Points 0, Physical Strength 18, Spiritual Strength 30. Innate Talent Perfect Copy, Max Level, Eye of Insight, LV1, Inventory, Divine Initiation Medal. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an additional talent alongside his innate abilities. Eye of Insight, LV1 can detect all living beings within a 5-meter radius, with a cooldown period of 24 hours for each use. Observing the system description, Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. Although his sister's talent seemed modest, it was, in fact, incredibly formidable. After all, there is a saying, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle," when one can clearly discern all of another's secrets. The scales of victory begin to tip in their favor. Moreover, this talent perfectly complemented his perfect copy ability. He had previously pondered that while his innate talent allowed for infinite copying of other destined one's abilities, if the other party did not disclose or showcase their talent, he would have to rely on chance encounters to test blindly. This would not only significantly reduce efficiency but also necessitate physical contact. Now, however, As long as he suspected someone possessed an innate talent, he could simply take the opportunity to investigate. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan turned his gaze toward his sister and activated the Eye of Insight ability. Lu Mingyao Destined 1, No Rank, Exclusive Technique Spirit Breath Technique, LV1, Dao Rhythm Points 0, Slaughter Points 0, Physical Strength 13, Spiritual Strength 19, Innate Talent Eye of Insight, LV1, Item Amulet. As expected, under the talent of Insightful Eye, the Destined 1 system panel of the younger sister immediately became apparent. Simultaneously, Lu Mingyao employed her talent skill on her brother. However, she found herself perplexed, for she could not glean any information regarding her brother. Could it be that her method of activation was flawed? Lu Mingyao tilted her head, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Unfortunately, her talent had entered a cool-down period, and any further attempts would have to wait until 24 hours had elapsed. TSK. What a useless talent, Lu Mingyao muttered under her breath, mentally labeling her ability as unreliable. Little did she know, the reason her talent was ineffective on her brother was not due to its inadequacy, but rather because of the Divine Awakening medal that Lu Fan had obtained. Nevertheless, Lu Mingyao did not dwell on this. Instead, she pondered another matter. Since both she and her brother were experiencing such bizarre phenomena, did it not imply that everything was indeed real, and her mind was not playing tricks on her? This raised the question. What force was orchestrating all of this, and what was its ultimate purpose? In an instant, a multitude of questions flooded Lu Mingyao's mind. With no classes to attend, she often indulged in novels and films, science fiction, fantasy, and supernatural tales alike. So she was not averse to these outlandish occurrences. Rather, she felt an indescribable sense of anticipation. Indeed, it was anticipation, brother. If all of this is true, then the chaos mentioned at the beginning of the Divine Awakening software last night must mean. A foreboding feeling began to rise within Lu Mingyao, as if she sensed that something significant was about to occur in this world. Noticing his sister's unease, Lu Fan smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry. No matter how the world changes, I will take good care of you. However, to be on the safe side, I believe it is prudent to make some preparations in advance." As he spoke, Lu Fan expressed his concerns and then took out a piece of paper and pen, swiftly compiling a list of supplies to hand over to his sister. Upon receiving the list, Lu Mingyao blinked her bright eyes, contemplating whether her brother was perhaps overreacting. It was merely a speculation. After all, did he really need to purchase so many items? Yet, it mattered little. After all, her brother had requested only necessities related to food, which, even if not consumed immediately, would not spoil in the short term. As long as it made her brother happy, none of it seemed significant. As noon approached, Lu Fan ordered an array of delicacies online. To test the storage attribute of the Divine Awakening medal, he even placed a creamy ice cream cone and a warm hamburger into the space. After enjoying a meal with his sister, he set out alone. After wandering for a while, he finally rented a small garage nearby for 5,000 yuan. The reason for this seemingly unnecessary rental was, of course, to facilitate his forthcoming plans, as he had numerous items to acquire during this period and did not wish to openly carry them home. After thoroughly inspecting the garage and confirming the absence of surveillance equipment, he left with satisfaction. 40 minutes later, in the reception area of a specialized door and window company named Weidun, Lu Fan prepaid 150,000 yuan after an hour of discussion and assessment, then led 3 technicians back home to take measurements. Indeed, to enhance security, he decided to install a steel explosion-proof door in addition to the anti-theft door. Furthermore, all windows in the house would be replaced with explosion-proof ones. He had seen these explosion-proof doors and windows on site, and they were remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding blows from a hammer. If not for the time constraints, he would have reinforced the walls as well. The good news was that the door dimensions were satisfactory, and the company should have stock available for installation the following morning. However, 2 of the windows were slightly off in size and would need to be custom-made, which would take about 5 to 6 days to complete. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan furrowed his brow and promptly stated that he would be willing to pay an additional 20,000 yuan on top of the original price if everything could be completed within 3 days. Ensuring quality was maintained. To his surprise, the other party readily agreed without hesitation. This made Lu Fan reflect, thinking to himself how true it is that money can indeed move mountains. By the time the workers departed, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He seized the opportunity to send a WeChat message to Zhuo Yi, inquiring about what time she could come over and whether he needed to pick her up. She responded almost instantly, stating that she only had 2 classes that afternoon and would be taking a taxi over shortly. Lu Fan then noticed that the message box above displayed that she was typing. Yet after a long wait, no further messages arrived. Lu Fan surmised that she must have discovered the existence of the Destined One system panel and was contemplating how to inquire about it. His assumption proved correct. Upon arriving at school, Zui found that her classmates were abuzz with discussions about the peculiar software named Divine Awakening. Moreover, the topic had rapidly gained traction online, shooting straight to the top of the trending list within just a few hours. It dawned on everyone that this was, in fact, a global event. Suddenly, issues of cybersecurity became a hot topic once more. The official response to this global incident was rather vague, essentially stating that they would conduct investigations promptly and urging the public to remain vigilant against online scams to safeguard personal assets. And so on. In addition to this, there were some absurd statements circulating online, with individuals claiming they had awakened the Destined One system and that the world was on the brink of upheaval, heralding a new era. Most people scoffed at such claims, thinking how lacking in integrity humanity had become. In pursuit of clout, they would say anything. Anything from having seen dragons to encountering ghosts in the middle of the night, or even having boarded UFOs. Now, they were touting the Destined One system as well. It was clear that these individuals had likely been influenced by novels to the point of delusion. Chapter 009. Zui's extraordinary ability. Only Zui understood that those online proclaiming to have acquired the Destined One system were likely telling the truth, for she too had experienced this strange phenomenon. Initially, she was genuinely frightened, as humans inherently harbor a fear of the unknown, and she was no exception. Yet gradually, she began to calm down and observe her classmates closely. When she realized that it seemed she was the only one who was different, the astute girl wisely chose to remain silent. After class, she hurriedly exited the school gates, bag in tow, and took a taxi to find Lu Fan. At the Eugenian residence, Unit 1001, Building A9, the moment the door opened, Zui was immediately greeted by the rich and savory aroma of hot pot. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I just made your favorite spicy hot pot," Lu Fan said with a smile, only to realize too late that he had misspoken. Fortunately, Zui was too preoccupied with her own thoughts to notice the inconsistency. At that moment, Lu Mingyao wheeled herself out of the bedroom, her face alight with joy as she greeted Zui. "Sister E, my brother made hot pot tonight, just waiting for you. Hurry, I'm so hungry." Upon hearing this, Zui adjusted her glasses, hesitating for a moment before gently nodding in response. After a brief interaction, she noticed that Lu Fan seemed somewhat different from the portrayal her classmates had painted, especially considering what had transpired in the cafeteria the previous afternoon. He certainly did not appear to be a foolish sycophant. Rather, he seemed to harbor a disdain for Lin Xia. "Today, there's plenty of meat, and I've even steamed 8 large crabs in another pot. Come on, let us toast with juice instead of wine." Lu Fan plopped down into a chair, pouring each of them a glass of juice before cheerfully raising his glass. Lu Mingyao was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she sweetly exclaimed, "I wish my brother and sister E eternal happiness and long life." Without caring about the heat, she immediately grabbed a slice of lamb from the bubbling pot of spicy red oil and popped it into her mouth. Clearly, she was quite hungry. Zui found herself growing increasingly fond of Lu Mingyao, thinking what a wonderful girl she was and lamenting why she had to be in a wheelchair. "It truly seemed unfair. Thank you. I also wish for you to recover soon," she replied, lifting her glass to take a sip of juice. Discovering it was her favorite flavor, and finished it in one go. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but Zui noticed that all the ingredients today were precisely to her liking, which delighted her. After all, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a sumptuous hot pot. Watching his sister and Zui eat joyfully, Lu Fan's smile grew even broader, and he silently vowed never to allow his sister to experience harm again. Including this silly girl, Zui. As they dined and chatted, the atmosphere gradually became warm and inviting. Given her young age, Lu Mingyao could not keep secrets and eagerly recounted the events of the day. Lu Fan chimed in naturally, showing no signs of pretense, as the two spoke. The weight of concern that had been resting on Zui's heart finally lifted. She, too, did not hold back, sharing everything she knew. By the end of the conversation, the three reached a consensus. The authenticity of this matter was no longer up for debate, as they were all witnesses, and the truth was undeniable. As for the unknown force orchestrating all of this and its ultimate purpose, such matters are beyond their contemplation. What they must focus on now is what will transpire next and how to respond. Lu Fan is undoubtedly aware of what is about to happen and knows precisely how to act. Yet he chooses to remain silent, listening intently to the discussion between the two, only intervening at pivotal moments to guide them in the right direction. Ultimately, Zhuo Yi also senses that the world is likely on the brink of change and concurs with the notion of preparing in advance. However, the dilemma is that she is currently attending school and lacks sufficient funds. Even if she wishes to prepare, she feels powerless. With less than 10 days until summer break, it would be unreasonable to request an early leave to return home. Oh, but on a certain level, she has already lost her home. Observing Zhuo Yi's troubled expression, Lu Fan surmises her thoughts. He carefully organizes his words and speaks slowly. You are aware of my sister's situation. It is indeed untenable for her to be without care, and as a man. Lu Fan pauses slightly, noticing no signs of displeasure on Zhuo Yi's face before continuing. Thus, I have an unusual request. I hope that, considering our bond as classmates, you can temporarily assist in looking after Meng Yao. Rest assured, I will expedite the search for a nanny. Zhuo Yi visibly hesitates at Lu Fan's earnest plea. Noticing her uncertainty, Lu Fan's lips curve into a subtle smile as he raises the stakes. Additionally, I will provide an extra 500 yuan each day, and that includes meals and accommodation. This, Lu Fan discreetly exchanges a glance with his sister. Lu Mengyao immediately understands, clinging to Zhuo Yi's arm and playfully imploring, yeah, please agree. I love being with you. And I'm very well behaved. If you don't believe me, just ask my brother. Lying is for puppies. Under the relentless charm of Lu Mengyao, Zhuo Yi finally relents. All right. But as for the money, let that be. What you've offered is already generous enough. Just cover my meals and lodging. After a brief contemplation, Zhuo Yi finds the prospect of staying quite appealing. After all, she has nowhere else to go during the summer break, and she has saved over 6,000 yuan. With frugality, it should suffice for the latter half of the semester. Yay! I knew you were the best, Jia. With Zhuo Yi's nod of agreement, Lu Mengyao dances with joy, thinking to herself that her brother has finally come to his senses. Lu Fan, watching silently, can't help but smile, having anticipated this outcome. Moments later, Zhuo Yi suddenly recalls something and, with a curious expression, inquires, by the way, Lu Fan, my innate talent is light power. What are yours and Meng Yao's? In response, Lu Fan reveals his and his sister's innate talents without hesitation. Zhuo Yi's astonishment grows with each revelation, her face reflecting disbelief. Good heavens! Lu Fan's innate talent is extraordinarily powerful. It can actually replicate others' innate talents. I thought my light power was impressive, but in comparison, my talent seems utterly trivial. Could it be that Lu Fan saved the galaxy in his past life? Otherwise, how could he possess such extraordinary fortune? In that moment, Zhuo Yi feels completely overwhelmed, her inner world tumultuous with shock, envy, astonishment, and a tinge of inexplicable emotion. If she were in possession of such a divine talent, she would most likely keep it a secret. For human nature is inherently selfish. No one wishes to reveal their trump cards. She would feel the same, and Lu Fan undoubtedly would too. Yet, he reveals everything to her without reservation, stirring feelings of gratitude and a hint of shame within her. To be honest, she had been wrestling with the moral dilemma of whether to share her secret with him on the way here. Now, it seems she need not struggle any longer. Moreover, in a certain sense, without Lu Fan, she would not have attained any of this. Contemplating this, a resolute glimmer flashes in Zhuo Yi's eyes as she speaks slowly. You see, yesterday I drew something called order metal. The description states, never mind. I might as well demonstrate it. Feeling that mere words lack persuasive power, Zhuo Yi decides to remove her glasses and holds them in her palm in the next moment. The glasses that had been resting in her hand seem to vanish into thin air. Following that, the very glasses that had just disappeared reappear in Lu Fan's palm. Zhuo Yi bites her lip, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of their reactions. However, her anticipation is met with disappointment, as the scene she envisioned fails to unfold. Fortunately, Lu Mengyao provides her with some emotional support. Pouting in envy and murmuring, this is so unfair. Why do you both have such abilities while I only have a worthless talisman? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yi is momentarily stunned, her gaze towards Lu Fan filled with astonishment. Could it be that you, Before she can finish her thought, Lu Fan's face breaks into a mischievous grin as he mimics her gesture, extending his hand. To her utter disbelief, a creamy ice cream cone emitting frosty mist materializes in Lu Fan's grasp. He takes a delightful bite, sporting a smug expression, while Zhuo Yi stands frozen in shock, her mind racing. Her ears flush red with embarrassment. Frankly, in that moment, she feels like a clown, especially recalling her earlier smug demeanor. She wishes she could vanish into a crevice of the earth. How humiliating. Please, just let this moment be erased. Noticing Zhuo Yi's awkwardness, Lu Fan stifles his laughter and hastily shifts the topic. By the way, Yi, how large is the storage space that comes with your order medal? Hearing him call her by her nickname makes Zhuo Yi lower her head to adjust her glasses, her ears growing even redder. Approximately 1 cubic meter, and what about yours? She asks softly in return. Mine? Lu Fan licks his ice cream and casually replies, not too large, just about 10 times yours. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yi's heart sinks completely. How infuriating. I've been outdone again. She shoots Lu Fan an annoyed glance, her expression adorably exasperated. Observing her reaction, Lu Fan chuckles even more. However, to prevent unnecessary complications, he cautions her not to disclose their secrets to anyone, especially regarding the storage space. Zhuo Yi, not being Navi, understands Lu Fan's intent and nods in acknowledgement. Liu Mingyao shares the same sentiment, perhaps feeling that a mouthful of food makes for a short tongue. Or for other reasons, Zhuo Yi begins to help tidy up. Liu Fan does not refuse her assistance and allows her to wash the dishes. Liu Mingyao, small yet clever, contributes to the lively atmosphere between the two. Zhuo Yi even begins to suspect that Lu Mingyao possesses some sort of social charm. As night falls around 8. Lu Mingyao leans back on the sofa, enjoying her brother's massage while fervently shopping on her phone. Zhuo Yi is equally busy, reviewing a supply list with utmost seriousness. Oh, right. Let's purchase 5 more sets of foldable solar panels, 10 high-capacity portable outdoor power supplies, a few induction cookers. And some high-powered binoculars. Outdoor backpacks, stab-proof vests, military summer boots, high-calorie energy bars, and tactical walkie-talkies. As for the rest, just buy as many high-calorie, long-shelf-life foods as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yi glances at Lu Fan, contemplating whether to persuade him, but ultimately swallows her words. She thinks to herself that it's probably pointless. After all, it's not her money, so let him spend freely. Soon, through their combined efforts, the three of them spend nearly $1 million yuan on various e-commerce platforms within just half an evening, purchasing a wide array of items. Moreover, adhering to Lu Fan's request, they select the most expensive options for identical products, prioritizing price over quality. There's no choice, with less than 8 days remaining before the impending disaster. He must quickly expend all the funds. Otherwise, they would become merely cold, meaningless numbers. Those with cash or gold bars fare better. Despite severe currency devaluation, they still possess some purchasing power. The unfortunate ones are those who have deposited all their savings in banks. With the global network signal severed, withdrawing money becomes a Herculean task, let alone making purchases. As time progresses, prices soar uncontrollably. Rice, which typically costs 5 yuan per pound, skyrockets to hundreds of yuan per pound, and fresh produce and meat are even pricier. High-calorie, long-lasting items have nearly reached astronomical prices. Among the most valuable commodities are cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, medicine, canned goods, and compressed biscuits. Following the depletion of water resources, water itself becomes a precious item, and anything capable of purifying water also skyrockets in value. Therefore, before the disaster strikes, it is crucial to convert savings into supplies. Once the house renovations are complete, it is expected that the various items ordered online will have arrived. At that point, using the storage space, he can transport everything back discreetly, ensuring a flawless operation. The next morning, Zhuo Yi is the first to descend the stairs. Liu Fan initially believed that the other party had returned to school, only to discover that they had gone downstairs to buy breakfast. This gesture touched Lu Fan deeply. Although a single meal may not cost much, at most just a few dozen yuan, he understood that these seemingly insignificant coins could very well represent a week's worth of meals for Zhuo Yi. It is often said that some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be mere pack animals. Unfortunately, Zhuo Yi was not favored by fate. She could be considered a fallen angel, cast down from heaven. Abandoned by her biological parents at birth, She was taken in by an elderly scavenger who raised her until she was 5, after the old man passed away due to illness. She found herself in an orphanage. At the age of 7, she was finally adopted by a couple, only to gradually realize that they had taken her in because their son was mentally challenged, with the intention of raising her as a child bride. The unfairness of fate robbed Zwa of the childhood she deserved. She cried, begged, and even attempted to escape. But how could a child ever break free from the grasp of adults? To placate her adoptive parents, she began to behave obediently, as if she had accepted her circumstances. Gradually, due to her seemingly good behavior, the couple relaxed their supervision and even arranged for her to attend school. As 9 years of compulsory education was a mandate of the state that they could not openly refuse, Zwa was exceptionally bright, fully aware that education was her only avenue for escape. Thus she dedicated herself to her studies, albeit without revealing her true intentions. She consistently ranked at the bottom of her class, which led to frequent discrimination and criticism. Observing this, her adoptive parents became increasingly satisfied and at ease. Believing that such poor grades would prevent her from ever attending university, upon her graduation from middle school, Zwa's fears were finally realized. Her adoptive parents did not wish for her to continue her education. Refusing to give up, she pleaded with them, promising that she would only complete high school and would certainly support their son afterward. Perhaps due to her poor academic performance, they ultimately relented. After the college entrance examination, Zwa spent her days at home caring for her mentally challenged younger brother, behaving impeccably and never mentioning university in secret. However, she calculated her scores and began planning her application to colleges. She discovered that some third-rate universities, in an effort to attract students with excellent grades, implemented various financial aid policies. Without hesitation, she chose a university that offered the best support. For her, the specific institution mattered little. Her only desire was to escape the clutches of her adoptive parents. Fortune smiled upon her, and through her meticulous planning, she successfully obtained an acceptance letter from the university. As the school year approached, she departed for Jiang City with a mere 500 yuan in her pocket. At last, she seized control of her own life. During her 3 years at university, she worked diligently and lived frugally. Though her circumstances were modest, she relished her newfound freedom. Thus, when Lu Fan approached her, she did not hesitate to agree, for the terms he offered were far superior to any job available outside. Chapter 011. Upgrading the safe house on June 24, 2028, at 9:30 a.m. After much anticipation, the staff from the specialized door and window company finally arrived, albeit somewhat late. A total of over 30 workers, accompanied by a crane and 2 trucks, were present. To mitigate the noise during construction, Lu Fan had arranged for Lu Mingyao to use an electric wheelchair and take a stroll downstairs while he remained behind to supervise. Given the importance of their safety, he could not afford to be careless. It must be said that professional tasks are best left to professionals. Within 2 hours, every single door and window was removed. To preserve the original security door, the steel blast door had to be hoisted into the living room through the window using the crane. The neighborhood bustled with activity. Most passers-by merely glanced up before continuing on their way, indifferent to the commotion. However, a few elderly men and women taking a leisurely walk in the sun watched with keen interest, occasionally offering their commentary. I tell you, today's youth truly do not know how to live. Just getting married and they're already replacing windows. Such wastefulness, remarked a bald old man adorned with a large gold watch. Despite nearing 70, he stood with an upright posture. Hearing this, another elderly gentleman walking a curly-haired poodle scoffed and teased. Old Zhang, why does it concern you if they're replacing a window? Don't you think your own child is more wasteful, with that villa of theirs decorated as if it were made of golden silkwood? Isn't that a greater extravagance? Upon hearing this retort, the bald man's expression soured. He shot a sidelong glance at the other man, sneering, my son may be wasteful, but at least he's not running off with someone else's wife. Chased out of the neighborhood in disgrace. The old man was struck by the remark and grew agitated. At that moment, a white poodle approached, causing the curly-haired poodle to become agitated, sniffing at the newcomer before mounting it and beginning to frolic. Observing this, the bald man laughed, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and continued to mock, look at that. It's no wonder your son has such a dog. It defecates everywhere. The surrounding elders erupted in laughter. Lu Fan, listening intently, recalled all the sorrows of his past life, but managed to suppress his laughter. He thought to himself that the bald man had quite the sharp tongue, showing no mercy. However, to his credit, the old man maintained his composure, despite his flushed face and heavy breathing, refraining from resorting to violence. Yet, his pent-up frustration had to be released somehow. Ironically, as he was distracted, his own poodle continued to misbehave, provoking him further until he kicked it in exasperation. The yelps of both the poodle and the old man echoed simultaneously. "Help! My dog just bit me," called out a nearby woman. The others, witnessing the chaos, clumsily rushed to assist. The scene grew tumultuous and lively. Lu Fan, no longer interested in the spectacle, turned and hummed a tune as he entered the building's elevator. Around 3 in the afternoon, after 5 hours of diligent work from the 30-odd workers, the project was finally completed. Lu Fan meticulously checked everything several times, ensuring there were no issues before settling the final payment. Just as he was about to tidy up, his phone rang unexpectedly. Recognizing the number, he surmised that the first batch of supplies had arrived. Indeed, upon confirming the address, Lu Fan asked his sister to keep watch over the house and then calmly made his way downstairs. The garage he rented was located outside the community, just a 10-minute walk around the side entrance. As he approached, he spotted a delivery truck parked at the garage entrance, beside which stood a young delivery man. The young man was engrossed in his phone, puffing on a cigarette. When Lu Fan approached, he put his phone away and eyed Lu Fan curiously, saying, "You're Mr. Zhao with the last digits 3184. Right? Here, please sign for it." Lu Fan glanced at the delivery slip, merely skimming it before scribbling a name and handing it back. The delivery man looked around, then, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Hey buddy, why are you handling all this cargo alone? You should have brought more help. It's a waste of time." Lu Fan smiled and casually pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket, offering it to him. "Thanks for your hard work. Could you help me carry this?" The delivery man hesitated for a moment, then, seeing Lu Fan nod, reluctantly accepted the money. Glancing at the cash, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Well, it's not really about the money. It's all about serving the people," he said, flicking the remnants of his cigarette aside and energetically opening the truck door to begin unloading. Lu Fan watched with a faint smile, then took out his keys to unlock the garage door. Starting to help as well. 20 minutes later, the majority of the cargo had been completely unloaded, leaving the delivery man panting heavily. Lu Fan was faring much better. The hot weather combined with the stifling garage had soaked him in sweat. I have to ask, why did you buy so many ready-made meals? You're not planning to open a restaurant, are you?" The delivery man finally couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired. Lu Fan chuckled, seemingly confirming the delivery man's assumption. The delivery man wiped the sweat from his forehead, rolling his eyes. "Man, you've got a good head on your shoulders. I order takeout to avoid cooking. Who would thought you business types would avoid cooking too?" Listening to the delivery man's complaints, Lu Fan could only smile in silence. Once the delivery man drove away, Lu Fan returned to the garage and lowered the shutter door, beginning to touch each cardboard box one by one. He had previously tested this. Only by touching an object could he transfer items into his storage space. It is noteworthy that the storage space had no concept of time, meaning that whatever was placed inside would remain unchanged upon retrieval. One unfortunate limitation, however, was that the storage space could not accommodate living beings. Once everything was settled, Lu Fan securely locked the roller shutter of the garage before returning home to commence his cleaning duties. Meanwhile, Lu Mengyao exhibited a keen interest in the blast-proof windows and doors, incessantly surveying her surroundings. Once Lu Fan had tidied up the room to a satisfactory degree, he collapsed onto the sofa, his visage a portrait of exhaustion. Since his rebirth, he had scarcely found a moment's respite, particularly his mind, which was perpetually in overdrive, nerves taut and frayed. Fortunately, all his plans were unfolding smoothly, and the issues surrounding the shelter seemed to have reached a temporary resolution, allowing him to finally exhale with a modicum of relief. With the safe house completed, the next order of business was to stockpile supplies. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze to survey the layout of the living room, eventually directing his attention towards the dimly lit secondary bedroom, whereupon he furrowed his brow in deep thought. This residence was configured as a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen layout, encompassing a total area of 170 square meters, with an actual usable area of just over 130. While this space was not excessively large, It was also not insubstantial. After initial calculations, he estimated that with judicious planning, it should suffice to store the necessary supplies for the next 5 years, provided there were only the 3 of them. Otherwise, the situation could prove precarious. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that his memories only extended a little over 2 years into the apocalyptic timeline, rendering the future a complete enigma. Thus, he pondered how to maximize the utilization of this 130 square meters. Chapter 012. Stockpiling supplies. It was clear that the living room could not be cluttered excessively. The concrete floor had weight-bearing limitations, and his sister required space to move about. Conversely, other areas could be exploited, such as the kitchen, bathroom, and various cabinets and nooks. In essence, every conceivable space available for storage must be thoroughly utilized. To be candid, had it not been for the acquisition of storage space, he would have considered converting the kitchen into a warehouse. After all, for him, as long as there was a pot present, any place could serve as a kitchen. Moreover, under the forthcoming circumstances, casually cooking would be nearly impractical. Even if one had the means, it would be wise to refrain from attempting it. After all, no matter how well sealed the house, it would be challenging to ensure that the aromas did not escape. Imagine, for a moment, when others are already famished, their eyes gleaming with hunger, only to discover that their neighbors are stewing meat. What might ensue? Indeed, in the throes of survival instincts, the vast majority would likely follow the scent right to your doorstep. What happens next is entirely contingent upon one's strength, if one is powerful. The problem may be trivial. One could even turn the tables and make an example of others. However, should one be weak, then trouble looms. At best, all supplies could be voraciously pillaged, leaving one to furnish others with provisions. At worst, one's very life could be at stake, perhaps even meeting a gruesome end. Do not dismiss this as mere hyperbole. Remember, the depths of human malice know no bounds. This is precisely why he refrained from purchasing various fresh meats and instead opted for pre-packaged meals. Truth be told, those who have tried pre-packaged meals know that they are not only simple and convenient, but also palatable. The quick boil in hot water renders them ready to eat without emitting excessive aromas. Some room-temperature pre-packaged meals require no preparation at all and can be consumed straight from the bag. However, considering the quantity of supplies he had procured, it was evident that these spaces would not suffice. After careful deliberation, he resolved to utilize both secondary bedrooms for storage. As for Zwa, she would simply have to share a room with his sister. After all, his sister's master bedroom was spacious enough. With a double bed that could easily accommodate 2. As for himself, he could comfortably sleep on the sofa in the living room or even on the floor, as he had grown accustomed to such arrangements in his previous life. With this notion in mind, Lu Fan promptly fetched a measuring tape to begin his calculations. Once the data was verified, he hurriedly dashed out the door. Lu Mingyao had long since acclimated to her brother's extravagant spending habits, which occasionally sparked her concerns. Yet, upon recalling the inexplicable destined one system that had emerged, she could only stow her worries deep within and, following her brother's instructions, continued to shop online relentlessly. Naturally, as a young woman, her purchases were more comprehensive and detailed. In addition to the essential survival supplies her brother had specified, she acquired various everyday items, including a range of clothing for both genders, undergarments, and socks. She also procured a significant quantity of sanitary napkins, toilet paper, disinfectant wipes, shampoo, body wash, body lotion, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Beyond these, the remainder of her purchases consisted of her favorite snacks, such as an assortment of flavored chips, spicy strips, beef jerky, pork jerky, dried fruits, jellies, milk tea powder, and candies. Particularly, upon learning that her brother's storage space would not spoil the items, she increased her ordering fervor. Nevertheless, she remained prudent, setting aside 100,000 yuan as a contingency fund, ensuring she would not be left without a cent should her brother's predictions not come to fruition. It must be said that Lu Mingyao was indeed a clever little schemer. 3 days swiftly passed. During these 3 days, Zwa arrived punctually each evening, only to depart for school the following day. Due to her frequent overnight stays, her dorm mates began to speculate about her, whispering that perhaps she was secretly dating someone or engaging in some unsavory activities. After all, they were well aware of Zwa's circumstances and the possibility that she might resort to compromising her integrity for financial gain. Unbeknownst to her, Zwa remained oblivious to these rumors. Her sole desire was to complete her studies and secure stable employment post-graduation. As for Lu Fan's apocalyptic conjectures, She was not entirely disbelieving, but she found it difficult to accept in the immediate term. After all, how could the world possibly come to an end so abruptly? In stark contrast, Lu Fan was nearly driven to madness by his incessant busyness. The myriad of items he had purchased online had begun to inundate him. Each day was consumed by either collecting packages or dismantling them to organize supplies. Life had become exceedingly fulfilling. Imbued with an inexplicable sense of security, as the inventory within the rooms expanded, so too did this feeling of safety. It was undeniable. He had truly suffered the pangs of hunger in his previous life. Yet, as supplies amassed, the rooms began to feel cramped and chaotic. Theo maximized the efficacy of the space. He commissioned a set of high-strength alloy shelves, transforming the 2 bedrooms into thorough storerooms. Theo, alleviate the pressure on the concrete floor. He stacked various cases of water and assorted beverages along the edges and corners adjacent to load-bearing walls. Except for a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person, every other available space was thoroughly utilized. To put it plainly, the supplies contained within just one storeroom would suffice for their trio to survive for 2 years, with 3 hearty meals each day. Aside from these 2 storerooms, every corner brimmed with supplies. The cabinets were stocked with cigarettes, alcohol, candy, tea, and medications. Even beneath Lu Mengyao's bed lay a treasure trove of various goods. Additionally, considering the extreme heat expected in the future, he ordered a batch of insulating materials online and upgraded the entire electrical system of the house. This way, even in the event of a power outage, he could rely on solar-powered devices for electricity. Notably, the weapons he had purchased online had also arrived, and their quality appeared satisfactory. However, he was aware that such weapons would only be effective against ordinary people or low-level mutated beasts. When faced with formidable mutated creatures or annihilation beasts, they would likely prove ineffective. In all honesty, the most practical and powerful weapon in an apocalyptic scenario would be a military-grade semi-automatic crossbow. He had encountered one in his previous life, and its power was formidable and silent, making it an ideal tool for stealth. Unfortunately, this type of weapon was prohibited in the country, akin to firearms. It seemed that only the military or select shooting clubs with connections could access them. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside gradually darkened. Just as Lu Fan pondered why Zui Yi had yet to arrive that day, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zui Yi, stating that her roommate was celebrating a birthday and she might not make it. She concluded with a cute emoji. Lu Fan chuckled softly and quickly typed a reply, acknowledging her message and urging her to stay safe. Subsequently, he tucked his phone away and resumed organizing the plethora of supplies filling the room. If an outsider were present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded by Lu Fan's subsequent actions. Chapter 013. Malicious Intent. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Fan effortlessly hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of rice as if it were a feather, raising it above his head with minimal effort before neatly stacking it atop the shelves. He repeated this action numerous times, each movement fluid and seamless. It was worth noting that such high-intensity exertion would have left even the strongest of men gasping for breath. Yet Lu Fan appeared no different from his usual self, aside from a slight pant and a thin sheen of sweat on his brow. What a relief! Lu Fan raised his head and took a large gulp of the ice-cold carbonated beverage. A subtle yet distinct aura radiated from him, one that was strikingly different from his former self. Indeed, this was one of the transformations brought about by becoming a destined one, with the enhancement of both the physical and spiritual attributes of a destined one. A person's demeanor inevitably undergoes a metamorphosis, and of course, the reason for his rapid ascendance in strength was largely attributable to the divine enlightenment metal. After all, acquiring an additional 10 Dao rhythm points each day placed him ahead from the very start. It is essential not to underestimate these 10 Dao rhythm points, as they signify a growth rate tenfold that of other destined ones. It is no exaggeration to assert that, barring any unforeseen setbacks, he is destined to join the ranks of the most formidable destined ones, potentially even ascending to the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Indeed, the future is promising. Feeling revitalized in his transformed body, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with delight that he could hardly conceal. With a mere thought, the next moment, a translucent virtual panel of the Destined One system appeared before his eyes. Lu Fan Destined One, unranked, exclusive technique spirit breathing technique, LV1, Dao rhythm value 0 kill points 0, physical strength 60, spiritual strength 54, innate talents perfect replication, LV1, Eye of Insight, LV1. Light Power, LV1. Inventory, Divine Enlightenment Medal. Compared to before, his attributes had undeniably transformed. Not only had his physical strength surged from 18 to an impressive 60, but his spiritual strength had also risen from 30 to 54. Furthermore, he had acquired an additional innate talent, Light Power. Indeed, he had replicated Zhua Yi's innate talent as well. To be honest, this talent is remarkably advantageous, as it enhances physical attributes during the day. Since the talent is currently at level 1, it only provides a 5 increase. This means that with this talent, Lu Fan boasts 5 more combat power during the day compared to others. Moreover, as the level of the talent increases, so too will the enhancement. Contemplating this, the brilliance in Lu Fan's eyes shone even brighter. If all goes as anticipated, his life is truly on the verge of taking flight. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Jiang City University Town, at a bar named Miami, vibrant lights pulsated with energy and dynamic music filled the air. At the center of the stage, numerous handsome men and beautiful women began to sway excitedly, moving their bodies to the rhythm. In a corner of the bar on the first floor, 3 men and 5 women sat facing each other at a glass table laden with various drinks, snacks, and fruit platters. Come on, don't be shy. We're all young people here. It's just a matter of getting to know each other better, right? Ye's friends are our friends, and today, all expenses are on Brother Tian. The speaker, a young man wearing a baseball cap and trendy attire, had a somewhat charming appearance. The Brother Tian he referred to was another handsome youth sitting nearby. This young man exuded an air of aloofness, his confident smile perpetually gracing his lips, and his gaze often wandered over the chests of the girls across from him. Zhua Yi was visiting a bar for the first time, and the cacophony of sounds made her furrow her brow slightly. Feeling as if she were out of place, to her astonishment, Lin Xia had also arrived. However, she didn't dwell on it. After all, they were classmates from the same school and the same year. So mutual recognition was natural. Classmates, allow me to introduce you to Brother Tian. Lin Xia suddenly stood up, her face beaming as she addressed the girls. I must tell you, Brother Tian is a genuine second-generation rich kid. His family is in the shipbuilding business and is quite a notable figure in Jiang City. Following this, she playfully tossed her hair and struck a pose, adding, Today is Lily's birthday, and Brother Tian has offered to cover all expenses. So don't miss out on this opportunity. After saying this, she quickly glanced at the girl in the JK skirt and urged, Lily, hurry up and raise a toast to Brother Tian. The girl named Lily immediately stood up, slightly nervous, and said, Thank you, Brother Tian. I raise a glass to you. Without waiting for a response, she closed her eyes and tilted her head back, downing the drink in one go. Good, just like Ye's friend. Straightforward, Lily's boldness drew applause from the 3 young men, who cheered her on. Come on, let us all take one together. We must enjoy ourselves tonight. Zhua Yi hesitated as she looked at the drink in her hand. She didn't drink and had no fondness for alcohol. Had it not been for her roommate's enthusiastic invitation, she would never have set foot in a bar. Noticing Zhua Yi's reluctance, Lin Xia immediately reassured her. Don't worry, this fruit beer has a low alcohol content. It's similar to a soft drink. As she spoke, she subtly signaled to Lily, who understood the cue and joined in persuading Zhua Yi. Reluctantly, Zhua Yi decided not to dampen the mood and took a small sip. To her surprise, the drink was sweet with a rich fruit flavor. As the rounds of drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Gradually, under the influence of alcohol, all the girls except Zhua Yi began to loosen up. Particularly, Lily seemed to have unknowingly snuggled into the embrace of the young man in the baseball cap, their intimacy suggesting they were a couple in love. After a while, just as Zhua Yi stood to head to the restroom, she suddenly felt dizzy and nearly stumbled into another boy's arms. The young man reached out to assist her, but she instinctively dodged. Are you okay, Yi? Are you going to the restroom? Let us go together. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled as she spoke and stood up to leave. The young man in the baseball cap glanced at the other 2 young men and brazenly declared, It's no fun just drinking here. Let us go to the dance floor with that. He embraced the girl and strode toward the center of the dance floor, prompting the other 2 girls to eagerly follow suit. Once everyone had left, Qin Shaotian lit a cigarette and, exhaling smoke toward another young man, inquired, Old wolf, I say, your stuff isn't any fake, is it? It's been ages, and there's still no effect? The youth referred to as Old Wolf frowned, uncertainty creeping into his tone. It shouldn't be. This stuff used to work like a charm. Could it have expired? Hurry up. Add more to the drinks. It's a rare chance, and we can't let it slip. Without hesitation, Old Wolf pulled out a small vial the size of eye drops from his pocket. Casting furtive glances around, he quickly poured the contents into Zhua Yi's drink. Moments later, Zhua Yi and Lin Xia returned together. You're Zhua Yi, right? I heard Yaya say you're about to have summer vacation. If you're looking for an internship, I can arrange something, Qian Xiaotian said, narrowing his eyes. As the son of the wealthy Qian Guijiang, he was not exaggerating. If he gave the nod, it would be a cinch to place several university students in his family's company. Lin Xia, feigning enthusiasm, quickly chimed in, "Oh, I'd like to thank Brother Tian on behalf of Yi." She then turned to Zhua Yi, her expression smug. You've heard of Guijiang Group, right? It's the business owned by Brother Tian's family. And the salary and benefits are among the best in Jiang City. Chapter 014. Enemies on the narrow road. Upon hearing this, Zhua Yi's face reflected surprise. She had indeed heard of Guijiang Group, one of the most prominent enterprises in Jiang City. However, she was keenly aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, so she cautiously replied, "No, thank you." Qian Xiaotian narrowed his eyes but said nothing, merely lifting his glass in a toast before downing it in one gulp. Lin Xia's beautiful eyes glimmered as she raised her glass, urging, "Come on, let us toast together." Lacking social experience, Zhua Yi was unaware of the treachery that lurked beneath the surface. Thus, under the harmonious banter, she unwittingly finished her drink in one go. As the alcohol coursed through her, she suddenly felt intensely dizzy, and the taste of the drink seemed off. There lingered an unexpected bitterness alongside an indescribable flavor. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xia's gaze directed at her. It seemed off, almost taunting, with a hint of satisfaction dancing at the corners of her mouth. That expression it felt as if she were gloating or mocking her. Coupled with her increasingly disoriented state, Zhua Yi quickly realized something amiss. Oh no! Someone may have drugged her drink. A wave of intense fear and anxiety washed over her. She had come across news stories about university students being drugged in bars, leading to dire consequences which made her deeply averse to such venues. Yet, she never expected that on her first visit to a bar, she would encounter such a situation. Moreover, it appeared that everything was meticulously planned in advance. Even her roommates might very well be complicit in this scheme. But why would they do this? Could it be that Lin Xia mistook her for a rival and sought to ruin her? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After all, in terms of looks, she couldn't compete with Lin Xia, and her figure was also lacking. Having concluded this, Zhua Yi's heart was consumed not only by anger but also by an overwhelming sense of fear and unease. Given her current predicament, it seemed escape was no longer an option. As for calling for help, Zhua Yi fought against the dizziness that threatened to overtake her and glanced around, her heart sinking. Setting aside whether her consciousness could sustain her departure from this place, in a chaotic environment like a bar, even if she screamed at the top of her lungs, no one would hear her. They might even think she was simply enjoying herself. No. She must remain calm. There must be a way out. Zhua Yi bit down hard on her tongue, attempting to sharpen her focus. Simultaneously, her mind raced, searching for any opportunity to escape. Just then, her roommates returned, chatting and laughing. Zhua Yi quickly scanned the group, relieved to find that no one was paying her any mind. She hurriedly sent a discreet WeChat message to Lu Fan, including her location. Once that was done, Zhua Yi felt her eyelids grow heavier and her body weaken. Ugh, I feel like I'm going to be sick. Just a moment, I need to use the restroom. Zhua Yi bit her tongue again, summoning the last of her strength to stagger toward the bathroom. Lin Xia, noticing this, scoffed internally. Fearing that Zhua Yi might seize the chance to escape, she hurriedly followed behind. Meanwhile, in the Yujin Bay residential complex, Unit 1011 of Building N9, Lu Fan sat at his computer, furtively typing away, his expression growing increasingly fierce. What the hell? How could this website be blocked too? Lu Fan cursed under his breath, pondering for a moment before awkwardly typing another URL from memory. With the end of the world looming just days away, he was determined to preserve some historical audiovisual materials for humanity's civilization. After his sister fell asleep, he had eagerly logged into his old cloud storage account, intending to transfer all the files onto a USB drive. Little did he expect. After attempting more than 10 times, he vaguely realized that he had forgotten the cloud storage password. Damn it. That could be an entire terabyte of valuable resources. Left with no choice, he decided to take a different approach, recalling various URLs from the depths of his memory. To his dismay, every single one resulted in a 404 error. The thought of a cultural treasure from a certain island nation vanishing into the annals of history filled him with regret. Life in the apocalypse was already dreary. Losing these educational materials was akin to the West losing Jerusalem. Fine, then I'll just download some movies and TV shows. Oh, and novels too. Just as Lu Fan selected a batch of movie torrent files to download, his phone vibrated several times. He picked it up to take a glance, and the next second Lu Fan shot upright in his chair, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his phone, slipped on his shoes, and rushed out the door. Fortunately, a black car was waiting at the entrance of the complex. "Driver, to Miami Bar. As fast as you can," Lu Fan said, handing over 200 yuan. The driver, who had been drowsy, instantly perked up upon seeing the money. In a split second, he pressed the gas pedal, and the car shot forward. Since it was night, the roads were relatively clear. Thanks to the driver's incredible skills, the originally 15-minute journey was cut in half. Throughout the ride, Lu Fan sent several messages, but the recipient remained unresponsive, increasing his anxiety. At the entrance of Miami Bar, before the black car had fully stopped, Lu Fan quickly pushed the door open and dashed inside. The scene was chaotic and loud, with a sea of dark figures illuminated by flashing lights. He could only rely on his phone's GPS to locate Sui. After searching for a considerable time without catching sight of her, Lu Fan contemplated triggering a fire alarm to create a commotion when, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the shadows. It was none other than the young man in a baseball cap, one of Qin Xiaotian's henchmen, who had left a deep impression on Lu Fan in his previous life. He had been bullied by this individual, even forced to drink urine once. If this person was here, then Qin Xiaotian must also be present. Could it be? Lu Fan's mind raced as he pieced it together, his already cold gaze turning even icier. "Very well. I want to be the first to settle the score, but you two have willingly walked into a trap." At this moment, Lu Fan's murderous intent intensified. In a corner of the bar, the young man in the baseball cap was shamelessly groping a girl in his arms, who appeared dazed and blissful, clearly enjoying the attention. "No, Gu. There are too many people here. My classmates are still around." The girl instinctively grasped the large hand that had slipped into her collar, murmuring her pleas. Hearing this, the young man smirked, his eyes gleaming with eager lust. "All right then, let us go upstairs. Hey, who the hell are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, a cold face suddenly intruded upon his space, startling him. The newcomer, however, wore a devilish smile and spoke in a familiar teasing tone. "Oh, Gu, having fun, are we?" The young man in the baseball cap paused, looking the stranger up and down, puzzled. "Who are you?" "Hey, I'm a friend of Gu. He called me earlier, asking me to find him. By the way, where is he?" Lu Fan feigned a nonchalant demeanor, deliberately muttering, "This guy is even considerate. We agreed to play together." Not daring to dismiss him, the young man in the baseball cap hurriedly chuckled. "Ah, so you're Gu's friend. He's in the private room on the second floor. Come on, I'll take you there." "Great." Lu Fan's eyes glinted with cold light as he followed the duo up the stairs. The dim lighting and the alcohol he had consumed prevented Wu Lily from recognizing Lu Fan's identity. Meanwhile, in a lavish private room on the second floor, the dim lights flickered as Sui lay sprawled on a soft couch in an indecorous manner, completely unconscious. "Hurry up and set up the equipment for me. And remember to adjust the clarity to the highest setting." Qin Xiaotian panted slightly, turning to a young man with a scruffy beard. "And quickly switch out that crappy drug. What a piece of garbage. It almost ruined my fun." The bearded young man nodded vigorously, not daring to retort. "Understood, Gu." He hastily pulled out a set of professional recording equipment from a black bag. Lin Xia cast a cold glance at the unconscious Sui on the couch, her expression filled with malicious glee. "Humph! Dare to steal from me, Lin Xia. You have only yourself to blame for my ruthlessness." Just as she turned to leave, Qin Xiaotian suddenly called out to her. "Hey, you stay too. I want a double tonight." As he spoke, he pulled out a blister pack of blue pills from his pocket and, without any hesitation, popped one into his mouth, tossing the rest carelessly onto a nearby glass table. This was a prized item he had procured from abroad. Even monks would break their vows after consuming it. The effects were fantastic, with minimal side effects. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie visibly trembled. Though reluctant, she dared not offend him, so she nodded, saying, "All right then." With a hint of hesitation, she added, "Tian Gu, my parents are coming to Jiang City for medical treatment the day after tomorrow, and I don't have enough money. Could you?" Qian Shaotian waved his hand dismissively. "Stop dragging it out. Just say how much you need." "Perhaps 15 to 20,000, Lin Xie replied cautiously. Upon hearing this figure, Qian Shaotian raised an eyebrow. "Heh, I see your appetite has grown quite a bit." Lin Xie's expression changed slightly, her hands nervously gripping her clothing, unable to meet his gaze. "Fine. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll indulge you." Once those words left his lips, Lin Xie's tense demeanor finally relaxed. "Tian Gu, I knew you cared for me. I love you to death," she exclaimed, disregarding the still-present bearded young man, and began to unbutton her clothing. Qian Shaotian laughed heartily, his gaze igniting with desire. Compared to Zhuai Yi, he favored women like Lin Xie, beautiful, well-endowed, and willing to please men for money, utterly shameless. Such women were perfect for him. Whenever he grew tired of them, he could simply pay them off, leaving no strings attached. Had it not been for Lin Xie mentioning that her classmate was still a virgin, he wouldn't have been interested at all. The bearded young man was evidently used to such scenes and stole a glance at Lin Xie, who was nearly disrobed, before hastily returning to adjust the equipment. Qian Shaotian had a peculiar habit of recording his escapades, for which he had prepared specialized equipment. "All set, Tian Gu, good, now get out." Qian Shaotian ran his hand along Lin Xie's smooth back, practically burying his head in her bosom. Lin Xie, in a state of feigned innocence, complied eagerly. "Go change into some clothes and stockings. I'll take her first. You're so naughty." The young man with a scruffy beard dared not linger. Hastily turning to stride towards the door, just as he pushed it open, he was taken aback to find 3 individuals standing right outside. "Xuanzi, what are you doing here? And who is he?" Without wasting words, Lu Fan raised his leg and forcefully kicked the other man in the groin. Then, with a swift motion, he seized another youth by the collar and violently yanked him into the private room. With a quick motion, he slammed the door shut behind him, all in one fluid motion. "Ah, you lunatic! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The young man with the scruffy beard clutched his groin. Collapsing to the floor in agony, his face contorted in pain, Lu Fan remained silent, his gaze coldly scanning the room until it settled on the unconscious Zhuai Yi. Noticing her clothes were intact, the weight in his heart finally lifted. He then turned his attention to the couple on the couch. "Lu Fan, how could you be here?" Lin Xie's expression was one of disbelief, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Qian Shaotian furrowed his brow and shoved Lin Xie aside, sizing up Lu Fan with disdain. "So, you're the one who's been pining after Yue for 5 years, huh? Ha! You dare lay a hand on my people? Do you even know who I am?" Qian Shaotian sprawled arrogantly on the sofa, his attitude one of utter scorn. As the son of the chairman of the Guojiang group in Jiang City, he had never known fear in his territory. This wasn't mere bravado. Aside from murder, he had no qualms about anything else. Just recently, he had raped a girl, and when she reported it, what happened? He merely paid a few $100,000 in compensation, settling the matter without further ado. Some might wonder, can wealth truly allow one to act with impunity? The answer is certainly not, unless one is extraordinarily wealthy. As the son of Qin Guojiang, he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, possessing wealth beyond measure. At that moment, the youth who had escorted Lu Fan upstairs finally realized he had been duped, and in his fury, he began to curse. "You little brat, you tricked me. I'll make you pay for this." With that, he stepped forward, brandishing a bottle, as if to strike Lu Fan in response to the impending attack. Lu Fan let out a cold snort, elegantly dodging to the side. He then grabbed an unopened bottle of beer and swung it forcefully at the back of the assailant's head, with a splatter of frothy liquid mixed with crimson blood. The young man collapsed, howling in agony, clutching the back of his head. Lin Xie and another girl were startled by Lu Fan's brutality, unable to suppress their screams. Lu Fan, unperturbed, dug into his ear and shot a glare at the two. His face twisted in displeasure. "Shut up." He then turned his gaze towards the brooding Qian Shaotian, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Brother Tian, you still possess your old charm, I see." Casting a glance at the recording devices, He leisurely remarked, "Tsk, tsk, tsk." A toad seeking a frog, ugly yet flamboyant. Before he could finish, Lu Fan abruptly turned his head, noticing that the scruffy-bearded young man was attempting to sneak away or call for help. "Don't you dare. Brother Tion's father is the chairman of the Guijiang group, I warn you. Best not." Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? Enough with the chatter." Lu Fan flicked the beer foam off his hand, his demeanor icy yet composed, sending shivers through everyone present. Lin Xia quickly grabbed her clothing to cover herself, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Lu Fan, let me explain, T.S. not what you think. I know you like me, but I'm also helpless in this situation." I silence. Lu Fan shot her a look of utter disdain, his tone frigid. Qian Xiaotian, feeling the effects of the drugs begin to take hold, had a face reddened with anger, resembling a boiled lobster. "Let us talk this out, brother. If you really do anything to us, I bet your end will be far worse than mine." Truly, Qian Xiaotian was no fool. He understood the necessity of submission when needed, especially when facing a madman. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, appearing non-committal. Chapter 016. A tense standoff. Let us play something thrilling. Since Brother Tian enjoys playing games, why not indulge in something thrilling? Lu Fan's deep voice, laced with mockery, sounded like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, causing chills to race down the spines of those listening. Qian Xiaotian nervously swallowed, his bravado faltering as he stammered. What are you planning to do? I warn you, if you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll make your entire family suffer." Lu Fan merely smiled, casually picking up a small blue pill from the glass table and walking towards the two disheveled youths. "Open your mouths, be obedient." The scruffy bearded youth was on the verge of panic, shaking his head furiously while pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. Don't do this." Although he had no idea what Lu Fan intended, the ruthless methods displayed were enough to convince him that nothing good awaited him. He was all too aware of the effects of that small pill. Taking 3 would surely overwhelm his frail physique. Smack! When the youth refused to cooperate, Lu Fan's patience wore thin, and he delivered 3 stinging slaps across the young man's face. He then picked up a shard of glass from the floor and thrust it sharply into the young man's calf. "I'll give you one last chance. Don't force me to feed you myself, you bastard." I'll take it. All right." The scruffy bearded youth gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously, the intense pain causing his entire body to tremble. Once he confirmed that the 3 pills had been swallowed, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's better. It's much easier to comply than to provoke me." Turning his attention to the other youth, who had learned from the previous example, he hastily tossed the small pill into his mouth without prompting. Lu Fan's eyes glinted as he approached, the shard of glass still in hand. "Don T, try to play smart with me. Don't make me stab you." The other youth's complexion shifted, his lips quivering as he quickly swallowed the pill hidden beneath his tongue. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, in a fluster, hurriedly redressed herself, then turned to Lu Fan, urging, "Lu Fan, please calm down. Whatever issues we have, let us discuss them back home. Just let Brother Tian and the others go, all right? Even if you don't consider yourself? You must think of your sister." Seeing Lu Fan remain silent, Lin Xia felt a surge of hope, thinking she had managed to manipulate him. "Rest assured, Brother Tian is petty. If you release them, I guarantee they won't trouble you again." Lin Xia had no desire for a messy confrontation. One was her financial backer, and the other was a steady source of support who provided her with emotional value. What she never anticipated was that Lu Fan's response would be a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed within the room, lingering in the air. Lin Xia instinctively covered her face, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "Why you actually dared to hit me?" Seeing Lu Fan's icy, unwavering gaze, Lin Xia's embarrassment turned to anger, but recollecting his earlier brutality, her lips quivered as she fought back tears. Lu Fan ignored her, instead producing the last 5 blue pills and, before the watchful eyes of all, he seized Qian Xiaotian's chin, forcing him to swallow them. Qian Xiaotian, a figure of toughness, didn't he plead for mercy. Instead, he fixed an intense glare on Lu Fan, his eyes brimming with rage and resentment. He had contemplated making a run for it, but the risk was too great. After all, this seemingly unassuming individual possessed astonishing strength. To avoid provoking him, he had to swallow his pride. One thing he was certain of, however, was that Lu Fan would not dare to harm him. unless he was prepared to forfeit his standing in Jiang City. But as far as he knew, this fellow was not only in his third year of college but had also purchased property in Jiang City. This knowledge bolstered his confidence. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of Qian Xiaotian. Lu Fan, I believe you have some awareness of my status. Do you think it's worth it to offend me over a woman? Qian Xiaotian's eyes darted as he attempted to reason with Lu Fan. I know you've liked Lin Xie for 5 years, pouring in quite a bit of money. How about this? I'll repay you tenfold for your losses. How does that sound? Noticing Lu Fan's silence, Qian Xiaotian licked his dry lips and continued, Listen, brother, we're all men here. Let us put this behind us. Honestly, I admire your persistence. Such devoted men are rare in this day and age. But modern women are pragmatic. Without power or wealth, who would choose to be with you? Just ask them. I've never forced Lin Xie to this. The other two youths quickly chimed in. Yes, that woman was the one who seduced our brother Tian. I swear. Indeed. Oh, I believe you'd, Lu Fan nodded, casually plucking a grape from the fruit platter on the table and popping it into his mouth. Lin Xie, hearing this, panicked, ready to interject, but was immediately silenced by a fierce glare from Qian Xiaotian. Upon witnessing the scene, Qian Xiaotian finally turned to Lu Fan and, feigning nonchalance, said, Fear not, my brother. Although I, Qian Xiaotian, have a penchant for women, I am a man of my word and never resort to deceit. How about this? Let us exchange WeChat contacts, or you may simply provide me with your card number, and I shall promptly transfer the funds. Let this matter end here, shall we? His breathing grew increasingly labored, and his complexion appeared more flushed. Whether it was the suffocating anger within or the effects of the drug, his eyes began to redden ominously, resembling someone under the influence of narcotics. Lu Fan continued to indulge in the fruits from the platter, a bemused expression lingering on his face. The room fell into a palpable silence, as if the very air had thickened. Just as Lin Xie contemplated whether to discreetly call the police, Lu Fan finally spoke. The time has come for the next act, and I kindly ask the three of you to cooperate fully. By the way, for the sake of the performance, please hand over your phones to me for safekeeping. With these words, Lu Fan cast a chilling gaze over everyone present. Ultimately, under the weight of Lu Fan's formidable presence, everyone, including Lin Xie, complied obediently and produced their phones. Once everything was in order, Lu Fan approached the recording equipment, adjusted the angle, and then reminded Lin Xie and Wu Lili, if I were you, I would certainly make haste to the restroom. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged through Qian Xiaotian and the other two youths. I warn you not to act recklessly. My father is the head of the Public Security Bureau, and if you provoke me, you shall face the consequences. Why waste breath on him? Let us attack together. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower one man. With a sense of foreboding, the trio braced themselves and charged at Lu Fan. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Fan's eyes as he observed the three rushing towards him. Had this been a few days prior, he might have hesitated or even retreated in the face of their combined assault. However, that was not the case now. To put it boldly, these three were simply no match for him. Chapter 17. Terrifying methods in an instant, as if thunder had struck, the once menacing trio was swiftly subdued by Lu Fan, who pressed them to the ground with merciless force. His fists rained down upon them like a torrential storm, eliciting cries and pleas for mercy from the three, who were soon reduced to whimpering children. Yet, the soundproofing of the bar's private room was exceptionally effective. No matter how they yelled, the outside remained eerily silent. Before long, Lu Fan had stripped the three of their clothing entirely. To facilitate their performance, he even tossed them a bar of soap from the restroom. He then lifted the unconscious Wei and placed her beside him, leisurely enjoying the unfolding spectacle. Truth be told, such opportunities for live production were rare, especially when the protagonists were three males. Initially, the trio attempted to maintain control, but the potency of the little blue pill proved overpowering. Gradually, Qian Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and lunged at the two, eyes ablazed. No, brother Tian. My hemorrhoids are severe. The piercing cry of anguish reverberated through the room. I in the restroom. Lin Xie and Wu Lili were horrified. Their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. No one could have anticipated that the seemingly harmless Lu Fan could unleash such terror. Indeed, in Lin Xie's eyes, Lu Fan's rage stemmed from jealousy over her closeness with another man, thus directing his wrath towards Qian Xiaotian. This clearly illustrated her significance in his heart, a fact she recognized when he urged her to seek refuge in the restroom. In truth, she found his behavior somewhat understandable. After all, the deeper one loves, the more one desires the other. Unfortunately, Lu Fan was as ordinary as his name suggested, utterly devoid of romance, not particularly handsome, and perpetually wallowing in self-pity like a mangy dog. Such a person hardly deserved her beauty. Were it not for his modest wealth, she would have dismissed him entirely. One must understand that once accustomed to fine dining, returning to plain fare becomes exceedingly difficult. For the latter is devoid of nutrition and flavor. Little did she know, if Lu Fan were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly spit in her face and give her a taste of his disdain. An hour and a half later, following a low growl from Qian Xiaotian, his futile resistance finally came to an end. His body collapsed, panting as if he were a lifeless creature, drenched in an unidentifiable mixture of fluids that was both yellow and red. Sickening to behold. The other two youths fared even worse, their throats hoarse from screaming, their dignity shattered. Lu Fan, wearing a look of disgust, covered his mouth and nose with his hand, then removed the storage card from the recording device. It must be said, the footage captured was sure to cause a stir if it ever made its way online. After securely pocketing the card, he approached Qian Xiaotian with an expression of distaste and remarked, "To be frank, had I not witnessed even more repugnant scenes, I might have been sickened. Very well. I shall temporarily safeguard your exquisite footage. And just so you know, I'm rather timid, so please do not frighten me. Or I might feel compelled to share the video online." With that, a sinister smile crept across Lu Fan's face as he gently lifted the still unconscious Sua Yi and strode out of the room. Once Lu Fan had completely departed, 3 anguished roars erupted in unison. "Lu Fan, if I don't make you pay, I swear I will call you father. Woo woo. We must take him down. That scoundrel is beyond redemption." "Ah, Brother Tian, I can no longer endure this." Upon uttering these words, Qian Xiaotian clenched tightly, then slapped his companion soundly, gritting his teeth. "What the hell? Do you still wish to go after me?" He gestured towards the restroom. "Bring those two out to vent some anger. That lily is all yours." "All right, Brother Tian." Meanwhile, Lu Fan cradled Sua Yi and hailed a waiting taxi. "Driver, to Yujinwen Guandian Phase 1. Understood." The driver cast a meaningful glance at Lu Fan before guiding the vehicle away. Such occurrences as picking up corpses at bars had long ceased to astonish him. He had indulged in such benefits himself on several occasions. Of course, such actions were profoundly unethical, yet the allure of willing female companionship made it hard to resist. This was one reason he favored working in bars. A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Fan scanned his payment and exited the vehicle, carrying Sua Yi straight into his home. Due to the 2-layered door, he struggled for a while before finally pushing open the heavy steel blast door. To his surprise, he was greeted by the sight of his sister, Lu Mingyao. "Brother, where have you been so late?" "Oh, what happened to Sister Yi?" Seeing Sua Yi limp in her brother's arms, Lu Mingyao rushed to inquire. Lu Fan refrained from revealing the truth, instead fabricating a story about a classmate's birthday party where she had overindulged in alcohol. "Oh, how about we take Sister Yi into my room?" Lu Mingyao suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan shook his head. "Never mind. Let her sleep on the sofa for the night." Gently, he laid Sua Yi on the sofa and covered her with a summer blanket, then retrieved a folding bed from the storeroom. After ensuring everything was in place, Lu Fan affectionately reminded his sister, "In the future, if you ever get out of bed, be sure to take care and be safe." "Understood?" Lu Mingyao obediently nodded. Got it, brother. By the way, brother, my physique has reached 20 points. I feel much stronger than before," Lu Mingyao exclaimed, playfully swinging her arms, a radiant smile illuminating her delicate face. Lu Fan, upon witnessing this, smiled warmly and nodded, his heart swelling with anticipation. With his strength, acquiring the necessary points for slaughter would be a mere formality. Thus, he only needed to await the opening of the system's shop to procure healing elixirs for his sister. If one were insufficient, then 10, or even 100. Regardless of the circumstances, he would ensure his sister stood once more. He must. In the early hours of the following morning, as a soft, cat-like murmur escaped her lips, Sua Yi finally awoke after 7 hours of slumber. Stretching languidly, she rubbed her eyes, only to freeze mid-dash motion. In an instant, the memories of the previous day surged back like a tidal wave. Could it be? Zhua Yi trembled, her fair complexion paling instantly. Confusion, anxiety, panic, fury, and an inescapable sense of regret danced in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Undoubtedly, the innocent and kind-hearted girl had once again underestimated the darkness of human nature. What should she do next? Preserve the evidence. Call the police. As Zhua Yi's thoughts spiraled, she suddenly recognized the surroundings as somewhat familiar. Rubbing her eyes, she propped herself up from the sofa. Although the room was dim and silent, obscuring her vision, she instantly recognized her location. Had she been saved? In that moment, a rush of indescribable emotion flooded her heart. It was then she realized that aside from feeling a bit fatigued, her body seemed otherwise unscathed. Moreover, her clothing was intact. Phew, that was close. She vowed never to drink again, especially with strangers. Chapter 018. Your uncle will always be your uncle. As her heart finally relaxed, Zhua Yi began to feel a severe dizziness, accompanied by a dryness and bitterness in her mouth. While searching for her phone, her hand inadvertently brushed against a bottle of electrolyte water. Zhua Yi paused momentarily, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Without a doubt, this thoughtful gesture was prepared by that considerate fellow, Lu Fan. The wave of unprecedented emotion surged within her, causing her heart to skip a beat. To be honest, this was the first time she felt a sense of security emanating from a man, especially after the events of last night. Just the thought of Lu Fan risking his own safety to rescue her filled her with a sense of dread and guilt. She couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to bring her back, whether he had sustained any injuries in the process. With that thought, she hurriedly glanced around, but there was no sign of Lu Fan. It was evident that he had likely gone downstairs for his morning exercise, and indeed, by 4 a.m., Lu Fan was already awake. To avoid disturbing Zhua Yi's sleep, he had decided to wash his face and take a stroll downstairs. No, rather than a leisurely walk, it was more about clearing his mind. After all, he had been exceedingly busy lately, and he needed to sort through his thoughts to ensure nothing had been overlooked. Much to his surprise, the community was bustling with activity in the early morning, filled with delightful scenery that lifted his spirits. He noticed numerous young and beautiful women, each dressed in refreshing attire. Some were walking their dogs, others running with Bluetooth headphones, and some ambitious young ladies were live-streaming their dance routines. The sight of their fair thighs and graceful figures instantly captivated the attention of all the elderly gentlemen present. Adhering to the notion of not missing out on a good view, Lu Fan found a spot with the best vantage point, savoring a freshly bought soup dumpling while indulging in the visual feast. Although most of these lovely ladies were not entirely natural, their alluring figures were undeniably real. In that moment, he finally understood why the elderly in the neighborhood enjoyed their early morning strolls. It turned out it was not merely for exercise, but for ulterior motives. One must admit, your uncle will always be your uncle. How cunning they are. Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, a faint scent of jasmine suddenly wafted into his nostrils. Instinctively turning his head, he noticed a woman with a graceful figure, exuding an air of maturity, standing 2 meters away from him. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling that this fair and beautiful woman looked somewhat familiar. What a coincidence, Lu Fan. This is the first time I've seen you out for a morning jog. Just as Lu Fan was trying to recall her identity, she spoke first, her voice gentle and refined. He quickly racked his brain and then, somewhat uncertainly, replied, "Are you Teacher Ding?" Upon hearing this, she chuckled lightly, teasingly saying, "What? Do I look that different from usual? Or have you been skipping my classes and failed to recognize your foreign language teacher?" Only then did Lu Fan dare to confirm her identity, sheepishly smiling and mumbling, "Sorry, Teacher Ding. You look far more beautiful today than usual. I thought you were a senior." The moment those words left his lips, her gaze flickered slightly, a hint of surprise crossing her features. In her memory, Lu Fan was the introverted and solitary type, never one to socialize much. He would typically greet her with a simple good morning, "Teacher," before quickly averting his gaze. Little did she expect that this usually reticent student would just say such a thing to her. "Thank you for the compliment. The teacher also thinks you seem particularly different today. You're not just chatty, but also quite cheerful. Oh, by the way, I heard from Director Lee that you took a leave of absence, right? Our school might host a graduation banquet at the end of the month, so you and your sister should come and experience the atmosphere of graduation season." As she spoke, she glanced at the sports watch on her wrist, then smiled at Lu Fan, saying, "You can continue watching the beautiful ladies dance. I need to head back now. Goodbye." Lu Fan promptly responded with a smile. "Got it, Teacher Ding. See you." As he watched her graceful figure gradually disappear around the corner of the building, a complex expression flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. He held a deep fondness for this beautiful teacher, not merely because of her appearance or figure, but due to the admirable ethics and humanity she embodied. Shortly after the calamity began in his previous life, due to severe flooding from torrential rains, nearly 10,000 teachers and students from their school were relocated to the community he resided in for refuge. However, as they were not the only university involved, a problem arose. There simply wasn't enough housing available. Consequently, the authorities conducted a thorough registration and inventory of all households in the area. Ultimately, a public announcement was issued stating that any properties for which ownership could not be proven would be requisitioned, with compensation provided post-disaster. TO clarify, unless one could present proof of ownership and demonstrate complete payment, all properties would be forcibly requisitioned. Naturally, the authorities also began to persuade the confirmed property owners, urging them to broaden their perspectives and to unite in the face of national calamity, emphasizing the notion of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. Surprisingly, under official urging, many homeowners agreed, with Teacher Ding being one of them. As for the specific events that transpired, he was unaware, only knowing that Teacher Ding ultimately met a tragic end. It was said she was brutally raped and tortured to death. When he learned of this news, he mourned for several days, especially considering how she remembered his name among so many students, which deeply touched him. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it was likely that Teacher Ding would once again suffer a similar fate as in her previous life. The thought of such a good teacher facing such a tragic end filled him with sorrow. As for whether to warn her, honestly, he felt it would be of little significance. This was not to say he was ungrateful or heartless, but rather that he had come to understand human nature. Given Teacher Ding's inherently kind disposition, even if he warned her or offered assistance, it was unlikely the outcome would change significantly. After all, he could help her for a moment, but not for a lifetime. In times of peace, kindness is indeed a virtue that cannot be denied. However, with the onset of an apocalypse, the darker aspects of human nature would be fully unleashed. Kindness would only hasten one's demise and endanger those around them. Therefore, to survive in such dire circumstances, one must be sufficiently cautious, ruthless, resilient, and intelligent. Clearly, Teacher Ding did not possess these qualities. People are like that. When they have not personally experienced certain events, it is difficult for them to change their perspectives. Recollecting his thoughts, Lu Fan glanced at the time. He quickly popped the last soup dumpling into his mouth and strolled towards the nearby breakfast shop. After purchasing 2 breakfast portions, he sauntered back home. At this point, he estimated that Zwa Yi should be waking up soon. Sure enough, as he opened the door, he saw Zwa Yi using a damp towel to wipe her sister's face. Their eyes met for a moment, and Zwa Yi quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, her eyes darting away. "Here, I bought breakfast. You two should eat it while it's hot." Observing Zwa Yi's adorable demeanor, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curving into an attractive arc as he placed the items on the dining table. Lu Mingyao yawned, appearing completely groggy. With sleepy eyes, she caught sight of the breakfast on the table, and upon recognizing her favorite soup dumplings, her eyes instantly lit up. "Wow, soup dumplings, my favorite. Thank you, brother." Lu Mingyao licked her lips, her clear eyes sparkling with love and longing for the delicious food. Chapter 019. Brazen extortion. Before Zwa Yi could finish wiping her face, Lu Mingyao eagerly wheeled herself to the table. With deft hands, she opened the packaging and promptly stuffed a steaming soup dumpling into her mouth. "So good. You must try this. This place makes the best soup dumplings." Watching his sister's carefree and joyous expression, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For vulnerable groups like his sister, the onset of an apocalypse was akin to opening the gates of hell. If there were a hierarchy of death during such a catastrophe, the first to perish would undoubtedly be those unable to care for themselves, disabled individuals and bedridden elderly, followed closely by the elderly who had become physically incapacitated and infants in need of constant care. Even though he had witnessed death countless times, the mere thought of what was to come still unsettled his heart. Fortunately, he had not only been reborn but had also gained an advantage over everyone else, becoming a person of destiny with infinite possibilities. Moreover, The two most important women in his life had also qualified for this survival game. The experiences of his previous life would not be repeated at, "Oh, brother, the items you asked me to buy should arrive today. There are quite a few." Lu Mingyao suddenly remembered something and looked up at Lu Fan, pouting. "All right." Lu Fan's chaotic thoughts were pulled back, and he casually responded before turning his attention to the quietly observant Zui. He tentatively asked, "I've been quite busy these past few days. Could you request a leave from school and help me look after Mingyao at home for a few days?" With only 3 days left until the disaster struck, he believed it was prudent to have her stay at home just in case. Moreover, given the events that transpired last night, it is even more imperative that the other party does not go to school. Zui fell silent for a moment, lost in her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally nodded, clearly in agreement. Seeing her acquiescence, Lu Fan felt a profound sense of relief. At 8 in the morning, Lu Fan assigned tasks to the two, instructing them to remain at home and organize supplies while he descended to the garage to await the arrival of the final batches of goods. Shortly thereafter, 2 logistics trucks sped towards him. Since they were all acquaintances, they exchanged a few pleasantries before commencing the unloading. By the time everything was settled, an hour had elapsed. Once he confirmed that there were no issues, Lu Fan began to methodically store the abundant supplies into his storage space. It must be said, this storage space was exceedingly convenient. Without it, managing such a large quantity of items without drawing attention would have been nearly impossible. Upon returning home, he extracted all the items from the storage space in one go. In the next instant, the once empty living room was filled to the brim with large cardboard boxes. Zui had grown numb to this sight. Shaking her slightly sore right hand, she sighed and resumed her task of opening the boxes with a small knife. Meanwhile, Lu Fan leisurely retrieved an ice cream from the fridge and made his way downstairs. In the pavilion beneath the apartment complex, Lu Fan savored his ice cream while retrieving his phone. He scrolled through his contacts until he found a number ending with 58 and dialed it casually. He expected the call would be terminated, but to his surprise, after just a few rings, the other end was answered. "Hello. Who is this?" The voice on the other end was neither warm nor cold. Tinged with a slight rasp, Lu Fan's lips curled into a charming smile as he replied languidly, "Oh, it seems Brother Tian is not in the best of moods." Upon hearing this, the other party fell into a stunned silence. After a moment, the voice on the line finally spoke again. "I had a feeling you would contact me. Speak. How much do you want?" The words were almost spat out through clenched teeth. Despite the distance of the phone call, Lu Fan could still sense the simmering anger beneath. Brother Tian is indeed a clever man. However, let's put the money aside. I wouldn't want you to later accuse me of extortion and send me off to the sewing machine. Would I, Brother Tian? Lu Fan jested with a smile. Taken aback by Lu Fan's caution, the other party hesitated before inquiring, "What do you mean?" Lu Fan, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied, "Listen, Lu Fan, don't push your luck. If you really provoke me, do you believe I won't find someone to take you out?" Listening to the increasingly furious voice on the line, Lu Fan merely scoffed. Once the other party ceased their tirade, he responded in a disinterested tone, "All right, Brother Tian. No one is easily intimidated, rest assured. I merely need you to assist me with one task. If you complete it, I will return everything to you without hesitation. How does that sound? Are you certain it's just one task? How can I trust you?" It was evident that the other party was skeptical of Lu Fan's words. In response, Lu Fan smiled, appearing noncommittal. "What's the matter, Brother Tian? Are you afraid I might trick you? Don't worry. I'm not done with life yet. I have no desire to go down with you." Upon hearing this, the other party seemed to find some rationale in his words and immediately asked Lu Fan for his intentions. Repeatedly cautioning him not to be too greedy, Lu Fan's eyes glimmered with interest as he slowly stated without hesitation, "I want 3 handguns, plus 500 rounds of ammunition, 3 enhanced military-grade semi-automatic crossbows, along with 1,000 crossbow bolts." As soon as he finished speaking, the other party fell silent for a moment, then his voice abruptly escalated. "Are you kidding me? You want me to get you handguns? 3 of them? Why not just ask me for a tank or a plane while you're at it?" Lu Fan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, casually moving the phone away from his ear. Once the other party's outburst subsided, he continued, "Do you think I'm joking? The opportunity is yours. It's up to you whether to seize it. You have 3 days, by 9 p.m. on the 30th. I expect to see these items, or else dumb." Lu Fan's tone turned icy, laden with threat. The other party seemed to be contemplating, remaining silent for quite some time. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and quietly replied, "Fine. I'll trust you this once, but 3 handguns is too much. I can only manage to get one. Deal." Lu Fan's eyes flickered with triumph, silently acknowledging that his assumption was correct. As the saying goes, one must start high to negotiate down. He only knew that the other party could procure handguns, but how many remained uncertain as for the military crossbows, since the other party had not denied it. It indicated that they could indeed be acquired. No wonder this individual had risen swiftly in his past life. It was likely that his family had access to such resources. Meanwhile, in the East Lake Bay Villa district, in the living room of a 3-story villa, Qian Xiaotian, clad in expensive eye-silk pajamas, suddenly leapt up from the sofa, hurling his foldable flagship phone onto the carpet with force. "Lu Fan, damn you. How dare you threaten me? I swear I will make you pay for this." As the second son of the affluent Qian Guojiang in Jiang City, he had never endured such humiliation. A mere orphan dared to blackmail him, leveraging the secrets he held against him. How utterly infuriating. He was determined to ensure that his adversary would pay dearly for this affront. Just as Qian Xiaotian was fuming, the phone he had just smashed against the carpet buzzed to life once more. "Damn it! Is this never-ending?" Qian Xiaotian cursed through gritted teeth as he bent down to retrieve the phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw the name Lin Xie glaring back at him. The thought that everything had spiraled due to this woman filled him with rage. That wretched woman, she truly is a harbinger of misfortune. He cursed vehemently before abruptly hanging up. Yet, moments later, the phone rang again. "Hello? Are you out of your mind? Why do you keep calling, you shameless woman?" Qian Xiaotian pressed the answer button, launching into a tirade of insults. The voice on the other end remained silent for quite some time, seemingly taken aback. "Hello? Are you mute? Speak up." Seeing that the other party remained quiet, Qian Xiaotian shouted angrily once more. Finally, the trembling voice on the line spoke. "Brother Tian, about the 150,000 yuan you promised me yesterday. Is there any chance?" Upon hearing the request for money, Qian Xiaotian scoffed, his anger morphing into sarcasm. "Lin Xie, do you even have the audacity to ask me for money? Because of you, I've lost all face. Get lost. Don't come bothering me again with that." He hung up without hesitation. After taking a few deep puffs from a cigarette, his anger began to subside slightly. Once his rationality was restored, he contemplated another pressing question. Why had Lu Fan refused money and instead requested firearms and military crossbows? It was illegal to possess firearms privately in Longhua. Was he planning to use them against him, or was it merely a fascination? Something felt off, very off. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Qian Xiaotian. Perhaps this individual, like him, had clicked on the Divine Awakening software out of curiosity and, by chance, obtained the Destined One system. He must have believed the opening line of Divine Awakening, or else there was no reason for him to reject money in favor of such an outrageous request for firearms. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This also elucidated why Lu Fan had dared to provoke him, even after discovering his identity. With these thoughts clarified, Qian Xiaotian's disdain for Lin Xie grew even stronger. It was all that wretched woman's fault. If it weren't for her insistence on a moment of intimacy, he wouldn't have given up halfway through his recharge, thus missing the opportunity to acquire his innate talent. Damn that harbinger of misfortune. Once more, Qian Xiaotian cursed vehemently. Taking another deep drag from his cigarette, he picked up his phone and dialed. "Hello, Uncle Ming. It's me, Xiaotian. I've arranged a hunting trip with some friends, and I need your assistance in procuring a few military crossbows." On the other side, in a female dormitory of a university, Lin Xie stared blankly at her phone screen after the call had ended. Being taken advantage of was one thing, but the promised 150,000 yuan had vanished as well. With her parents arriving in Jiang City the following day, how could she possibly explain her lack of funds? It was all Lu Fan's fault. Had he not caused such a scene yesterday, Brother Tian would undoubtedly have paid her without issue. Now, it was clear that Brother Tian was visibly upset, and he might not even spend money on her in the future. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Lu Fan. At that moment, the dormitory doors swung open suddenly, and in walked Wu Lily, appearing weak and pale, her gait awkward. Casting a cold glance at Lin Xie, Wu Lily spoke with a face full of resentment. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't incited me to deal with Zhuai, I wouldn't have been tormented by those two guys all night. I am telling you, Lin Xia, you must give me half of that 150,000 yuan Brother Tian promised you, or I will expose everything you've done. Lin Xia, already on edge, erupted in anger upon hearing this. Shouting frantically, Wu Lily, what do you mean? Are you trying to pull the rug out from under me? Do not forget, I too was a victim yesterday. The instigator was Lu Fan. If you wish to assign blame, direct it towards him, for it has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Wu Lily rolled her eyes, a cold smile creeping into her heart. She thought to herself, how absurd to consider yourself a victim when you were the one who cooperated so eagerly last night. Your provocative demeanor, she found it difficult to articulate. I do not wish to engage in a debate with you. Instead, let us settle this. Give me 50,000 yuan, and we shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Wu Lily now regarded Lin Xia with disdain, wishing to avoid further conversation, eager only to take her money and leave. However, Lin Xia's subsequent words instantly ignited her fury. With a nonchalant expression, Lin Xia stated, let me be frank with you. I just finished a call with Brother Tian. Not only did he refuse to give me any money, but he also berated me. She added, oh, by the way, let me remind you. In a certain sense, we are both in the same boat. If I get caught, you will not escape either. Wu Lily was momentarily speechless, as she had indeed accepted 3,000 yuan in benefits from the other party. Thus, in a certain sense, she and Lin Xia were indeed accomplices. Perhaps it was a mix of unwillingness and regret that caused her eyes to redden, and she began to cry. Although she had once been vain and spoken ill of others behind their backs, she had never engaged in betrayal, and now, it seemed, one misstep had led to a lifetime of regret. Observing Wu Lily's display of emotion, Lin Xia snorted coldly in her heart, thinking, you're a cunning fox. What are you pretending for? You were quite pleased with yourself yesterday, weren't you? You were practically throwing yourself into someone's arms, and now you wish to play the innocent. Nevertheless, she consoled Wu Lily. All right, Lily, regardless of how things unfolded yesterday. I bear some responsibility as well. However, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Brother Tian truly did not give me any money. But rest assured, once I manage to appease him and secure the funds, you will certainly receive your share. Upon hearing this, Wu Lily's crocodile tears finally ceased. Lin Xia noticed this and, with a flicker of her gaze, took the initiative to wipe Wu Lily's tears. Then she inquired, by the way, Lily, my parents are coming to Jiang City for medical treatment tomorrow. Could you possibly lend me some money? Wu Lily was taken aback, her guard up as she asked, how much do you need to borrow? Not much, just 5,000 will suffice. On June 30, 2028, around noon, as July approached, the weather in Jiang City grew increasingly oppressive. From a distance, the air above the ground appeared distorted, as if it had been scorched. In a fruit wholesale market in Jiang City, Lu Fan leisurely waved a fan that had been given to him for free. Meandering about, dressed in colorful, cool attire, he resembled a wealthy heir returning from a vacation in Sanya. He sniffed apples and tapped on watermelons, prompting the vendor to roll her eyes in exasperation. Rest assured, young man, our fruits are all fresh. They just arrived this morning. Lu Fan glanced at the wilted cherries, a smile playing on his lips, and after a moment, he finally chose a wholesaler with a wide variety of seemingly fresh fruits. He purchased nearly 1,000 pounds of assorted fresh fruits, including strawberries, bananas, apples, cherries, pineapples, lychees, mangoes, lemons, blueberries, pomelos, and grapes, among others. Chapter 021. The True Weapon. Now, only a day remained until the impending apocalypse. The various supplies ordered online had all arrived. Thus, Lu Fan planned to stockpile some fruits for his sister and Zhuai. Little brother, the total comes to 51,200 yuan. Let's settle on 51,000. The vendor happily calculated the total, her expression gleeful, as a bill of over 50,000 yuan was indeed substantial. Lu Fan wasted no time. After transferring the money, he left the address for the garage and departed. Besides fruits, he still needed to purchase other items. After all, he had over 100,000 yuan left in his account. And if he didn't spend it today, it would be wasted tomorrow. By the time he finished all his shopping, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The clouds above darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Just as Lu Fan prepared to hail a taxi to return home, Qian Shaotian finally called him. After hanging up, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile brightly. While other items were acceptable, his primary concern was weapons. Fortunately, Qian Shaotian cared greatly about his reputation. which gave Lu Fan the upper hand. He flagged down a taxi and eagerly settled into the back seat. Driver. To Changjiang Road Automobile Trade City. Understood. Half an hour later, the taxi driver followed Lu Fan's instructions and gradually stopped beside a black Land Rover. A young man wearing a mask stood next to the vehicle. Even with the mask obscuring his face, Lu Fan recognized him immediately. Indeed, this was one of the main characters from that night's thrilling battle, the bearded youth. Hello, brother. Long time no see, Lu Fan grinned and waved at him, appearing as if they shared a deeply friendly relationship. Fan. Brother Fan, hello? The bearded youth felt uncomfortable under Lu Fan's gaze and stammered a response. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Fan's face had haunted his dreams on more than one occasion, causing him to wake up in a panic each time. The items you requested are in the trunk. Do you want to check them? The bearded youth adopted a sycophantic demeanor, his gaze unable to meet Lu Fan's. After all, Lu Fan held their lives in his hands. Even Xiandasha had submitted to him. He was nothing in comparison. Seeing this, Lu Fan waved dismissively, stating casually, no need for that. Given our relationship, do you really think I would doubt Brother Tian? He added, by the way, could you please load it into the trunk for me? Upon hearing this, the bearded youth's lips twitched in frustration, his heart seething with hatred. Even now, his discomfort lingered. Brother. Who the hell considers you my brother? Though he thought this, he dared not show any sign of it. He hurriedly lifted 2 black canvas bags and scurried to the taxi's trunk. After completing the task, the bearded youth approached the taxi, cautiously saying, Brother Fan. You see, Lu Fan, fully aware of what the other party meant, feigned ignorance and asked, What is it? Do you need something? The bearded youth found himself in an awkward position and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, nothing, Brother Fan. Take care, Neto. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, then turned to the driver, instructing, Let's go to Yujin Bay Guandian Community. All right. The driver asked no further questions and drove away, leaving the bearded youth standing alone in the wind. Feeling quite miserable, perhaps genuinely curious, the driver couldn't help but ask as they neared their destination, Little brother, what do you have? It seems so secretive, like a transaction with the mafia. Lu Fan smiled lightly, pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and nonchalantly replying, Oh, it's nothing much, just a local specialty from a friend. He was not lying, as in certain regions, firearms could indeed be considered local specialties. After getting out of the car, Lu Fan did not head home but instead carried the items into the garage. Ensuring no one was around, he eagerly opened the 2 black canvas bags. The first thing that caught his eye was 3 tightly wrapped items. Judging by their shape, they were undoubtedly military crossbows. After much effort, Lu Fan finally unwrapped the fabric, and in the dim light, he saw 3 crossbows gleaming with a metallic sheen. Their bizarre black appearance was enhanced by the presence of a mounted scope. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with uncontainable admiration. Excellent. This is exactly what I wanted. The enhanced military semi-automatic crossbow boasted a maximum range of 200 meters and an effective killing range of 70 meters, with no recoil and complete silence. In some respects, this weapon was even more practical than a handgun. The only drawback was that it could not fire continuously and required some effort to load. However, Lu Fan did not find these shortcomings to be much of an issue. After all, this weapon was intended for self-defense, capable of delivering a fatal blow to an enemy in critical moments. As for everyday use, cold weapons would suffice. After fondling the crossbow for a while, Lu Fan shifted his gaze to the other bag. This bag likely contained crossbow bolts and ammunition, along with a plastic box adorned with foreign labels. Upon gently opening it, he discovered a black standard pistol lying inside, appearing quite exquisite. Although Lu Fan was not well versed in firearms, he recognized that this pistol belonged to the Glock series, though he was unsure of the specific model. Nonetheless, it looked promising, and when he checked the magazine, he found it had a capacity of 17 rounds. Undoubtedly, with this pistol, his sister's safety would be further ensured. Indeed, the reason he had gone to such lengths to acquire a handgun was to provide for his sister's self-defense. Despite having replaced all doors and windows with blast-resistant ones, this did not guarantee complete safety. While he and Zhua Yi could manage well, his sister was different. After much contemplation, he concluded that a handgun was the best means of protection for her. Unfortunately, with no available channels, he had nearly given up hope. Serendipitously, he had managed to gain leverage over Qin Xiaotian, and having witnessed the latter's proficiency with firearms in his previous life, he decided to test the waters. To his surprise, it had indeed worked out. Glancing at the time, he estimated that the delivery should be arriving soon. He then proceeded to stow all his belongings into the storage space before stepping out of the garage. Patiently awaiting. With nothing much to do, Lu Fan took a moment to inspect his attribute panel. Lu Fan Destined Individual, Unranked, Exclusive Skill Spirit Absorption Breathing Technique, LV1, Tao Rhythm Points 44 Kill Points 0, Physical Strength 60 Soul Strength 54, Innate Talents Perfect Replication, Max Level, Eye of Insight, LV1, Light of Radiance, LV1. Items, Divine Metal, glancing at the 44 Tao Rhythm Points. Lu Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. It is worth noting that as the level of his skills increased, the daily acquisition of Tao Rhythm Points would also double. Therefore, he resolved to elevate the level of the Spirit Absorption Breathing Technique to LV2. With this enhancement, he would gain an additional Tao Rhythm Point each day. Combined with the extra 10 points awarded by the Divine Metal, he would be able to accumulate a total of 12 Tao Rhythm Points daily. What does this signify? It would mean that his rate of strengthening would be 12 times that of other destined individuals. This is based on the skill level of LV2. Should his skills reach even higher levels, the disparity would likely widen. Over time, the gap between him and other destined individuals would grow increasingly vast, leading to an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 022 Countdown to Catastrophe. Just as Lu Fan was examining his attribute panel, a small delivery truck finally came to a steady halt before him. After verifying the details, Lu Fan once again showcased his generous nature. Seeing Lu Fan's lavishness, the driver wasted no time in completing all the work alone before departing with a cheerful demeanor. To be honest, Lu Fan was not a miserly person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so open-handed each time. Not only did he offer a substantial amount, but he also paid in cash every time. His reasoning was simple. With the impending apocalypse on the horizon, everyone was facing hardships, and he wanted to lend a helping hand, albeit a small one. While the amount he provided may not make a significant difference, it could at least buy some food. After all, in this era of electronic payments, many individuals might not even have 100 yuan in cash on hand. He was no saint, and this was all he could do. Once he had stowed all the fruits in his storage space, Lu Fan turned and left without even bothering to pull down the garage door. After all, tomorrow the world would descend into chaos, and whether that rickety door was closed or not was of little consequence. At around 10 o'clock at night, the three of them had been busy for a solid 7 or 8 hours, finally organizing most of the supplies. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously, and heavy raindrops pelted against the bulletproof glass. Creating a cacophony of noise in the cluttered living room, Zua Yi lay exhausted on the sofa. Feeling her arms ache and swell, Liu Mingyao was no better off, tirelessly using a small knife to open packages. Lu Fan was busy gathering various cardboard and other refuse, simply binding them together before stowing them away. He then donned a raincoat and ventured out again. There was no other option. At this moment, his storage space was nearly filled with junk and debris, and he needed to find a deserted location to dispose of it. Fortunately, it was dark and raining outside, so he didn't have to worry about being seen. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lu Fan returned, drenched in his raincoat. After the three had meticulously sorted through everything, Lu Fan began to transfer the mountain of items piled in the center of the living room into the storage space one by one. As the mobile, fresh-keeping human refrigerator for the trio, Lu Fan had accumulated an overwhelming amount. His sister adored all kinds of snacks, so he had made a point to purchase a variety. These included stinky tofu, hot dry noodles, flavorful fried chicken, seared steak, roasted duck, spicy hot pot, grilled squid, lamb skewers, soup dumplings, ice cream, cold drinks, and birthday cakes, along with several containers of packaged Chinese stir-fry dishes. Each item was in quantities ranging from dozens to hundreds. In addition to these, there were various fruits that had already been washed and even prepped. Altogether, these items occupied nearly half of his storage space. The remaining space was allocated for essential supplies, such as bottled mineral water, electrolyte drinks, compressed biscuits, chocolate, energy bars, purification tablets, various medications, and some outdoor gear. Lastly, there were a few weapons, machetes, tang swords, Molotov cocktails, and 2 ready-to-fire enhanced military crossbows. Another military crossbow was in Zua Yi's possession. Though her storage space was only 1 cubic meter, it could still hold quite a bit. After persuading her, they managed to stow a few necessary supplies in addition to some weapons. Liu Mingyao was utterly envious of their actions. her mind filled with fantasies of how splendid it would be if she too had a storage space. Unfortunately, the medal was a special item bound to the destined individuals, and she couldn't hope to receive one as a gift. However, Lu Fan secretly gifted her a handgun, which filled Lu Mingyao with secret delight. "Brother, do you think will this world really go to war? What if nuclear weapons explode? Wouldn't we be for naught?" Lu Mingyao mumbled, munching on strawberries while gazing out at the pitch-black window, a hint of unease flickering in her clear eyes. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled faintly, his teasing words imbued with an inexplicable resolve. "If a nuclear explosion were to happen, brother would feed you a lollipop beforehand and hold you in his embrace as we welcome the sun together." Upon hearing these words, Lu Mingyao burst into laughter, her fears dissipating entirely. Zhuai, however, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She sensed an inexplicable strength in those words, a calmness in the face of death. Unbeknownst to her, her gaze towards Lu Fan subtly shifted, her perception of him deepening. Over the days they had spent together, she increasingly found Lu Fan to be an intriguing individual. Not only was he upright and kind, but he was also humorous and witty. More importantly, he maintained a distinct sense of boundaries. It was no exaggeration to say that during her nearly 10 days here, he had never once behaved inappropriately, not even casting a frivolous glance. This made her question herself at times. Although she may not possess the exquisite beauty of Lin Xia, she certainly could not be considered ugly. Indeed, her figure was ordinary, and certain areas might even show signs of underdevelopment. Yet, she had her own merits. Her skin was fair, a delicate and rosy shade of pale. If Lu Fan were aware of Zhuai's thoughts, he would undoubtedly wear a triumphant smile. Indeed, all of this was merely part of Lu Fan's strategy. As the saying goes, in the face of schemes, sincerity appears worthless. This wisdom was a precious lesson he had gleaned from 5 years of unrequited devotion. For most women, genuine love only led to feelings of monotony, boredom, and even suffocation. What they truly desired was the ambiguous tug-of-war, the unclear provocations, the passionate collisions of souls. This is why pure-hearted warriors often met with complete defeat, while scoundrels remained etched in women's memories. Thus, loving someone is permissible, but one must be careful not to be foolishly wholehearted. For directness can be fatal. What one perceives as sincerity may be utterly meaningless in the eyes of others. Therefore, to win over Zhuai, one must not be overly hasty. After all, he still bore the label of the ultimate devoted admirer. If he were to recklessly launch an offensive of love towards Zhuai, he might very well scare her away. Besides, after tomorrow, the apocalypse would unfold, leaving Zhuai with nowhere to flee but to stay with him. Over time, feelings would naturally develop. Currently, everything seemed to be progressing in the direction he had envisioned. July 1, 2028 at 8 in the morning. The city, having remained quiet for a night, began to regain its usual vibrancy. The streets were once again bustling with traffic, the dense and noisy vehicles jamming the roads. The working populace embarked on a new day of toil. Some complained their salaries were too meager to suffice, while others lamented the overwhelming work pressure, dreaming of quitting and embarking on a journey. Some chuckled at their soaring stocks, while others were left green with envy, wishing they could slap themselves in regret. Wealthy bosses casually booked flights, planning leisurely getaways to the Maldives. Couples who had indulged in each other the night before exchanged sweet nothings in bed, unable to resist embracing once more. Just when everyone believed this would be the most ordinary day of their lives. Little did they know that a global catastrophe was silently approaching. Chapter 023. The patient with mental illness Su Nuo, 23 years old, was a graduate student in medicine at a prestigious university. He hailed from a well-off family and was clean-cut and handsome, often regarded as a paragon among his peers. From childhood, Su Nuo had been the pride of his parents. However, this outstanding young man had recently been diagnosed with mild delusional disorder, commonly referred to as a mental illness. Dad, Mom, can you believe me just this once? What I say is true. I'm not delusional. I really have acquired a system, and the chaotic era is about to begin. In the psychiatric consultation room of Jiang City First Hospital, Su Nuo scrunched his hair in frustration as he desperately tried to explain to his parents. He couldn't comprehend why they would rather trust a so-called doctor than their own flesh and blood. Was it truly because what he said was too far-fetched? But everything he spoke was the truth. The male doctor sighed and turned to Su Nuo's parents, his tone gravely serious, compared to last time. Your son's condition has evidently worsened. He has even begun to exhibit somatization. If this continues, perhaps we should consider admitting him to a psychiatric hospital." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged couple was left utterly dumbfounded. "What? Send their son to a psychiatric hospital? Dr. Pooh, you are an esteemed expert in this field. You must help save our son. We're willing to pay any amount." Su Nua's father hurriedly chimed in. "Indeed, Dr. Park, you ought to devise a solution. My son has been somewhat agitated lately, but he is far from the point of physically assaulting anyone or self-harming. Surely, he does not warrant being sent to a psychiatric hospital." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a shadow surged forward, propelled by a fierce wind, charging at the male doctor. "You charlatan, old baldy. You are the one who is insane. Your entire family is deranged." Su Nua seemed genuinely incensed, hurling curses as he seized a chair and smashed it down with great force. The male doctor, caught off guard by the patient's sudden eruption of rage, was struck on the head by the chair. Collapsing instantly to the floor, he lay there, his body rigid and convulsing, froth bubbling from his mouth. Su Nua, witnessing this, felt no fear. Instead, he became even more frenzied, relentlessly bringing his large foot down upon the doctor's head. This spectacle left the other female doctor in a state of shock. She hesitated to intervene, and in her desperation, remembered to pull out her phone to call for help. To her astonishment, she found there was no signal, not even a trace of 5G connectivity. Just as she stood there trembling and at a loss, Su Nua's parents finally reacted. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward to restrain their frenzied son. "Su Nu, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. Oh dear son, you must regain your composure. You must never strike a doctor." The middle-aged couple was filled with shock, anger, and despair. They could hardly fathom that their usually obedient son could erupt in violence. At that moment, the consultation room door burst open, and two middle-aged doctors clad in white coats entered. The trembling female doctor immediately cried out for assistance. "Director Gua, Dr. Park has been attacked by the patient. He's bleeding from his head. He may not survive." The moment her words escaped her lips, not only did the two middle-aged doctors freeze in astonishment, but Su Nua's parents shared a look of shock. "What? He may not survive?" The middle-aged couple exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes. If a life were lost, would their son not become a murderer? "Old Lu, hurry and call for help, and notify security to come as well." One of the male doctors, his expression changing drastically, quickly instructed his colleague to fetch assistance while he hurried to the side of the bald doctor. After inspecting the wound on his head and shining a pinlight into his eyes, the male doctor's face fell in an instant. Su Nua's parents felt a chill creep into their hearts, sensing an ominous premonition. "Doctor, is Dr. Park all right?" Su Nua's mother stammered, her voice trembling, her eyes brimming with fear. Upon hearing this, the male doctor shot them a fierce glance, struggling to contain his anger. As his pupils dilated, "Do you think there is nothing wrong? Let me tell you, you have gotten yourselves into serious trouble." At this revelation, the hearts of Su Nua's parents plummeted, their faces ashen and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Thud. Su Nua's mother, weakened by shock, crumpled to the ground, her spirit seemingly lost. Though not a doctor, she had been exposed to enough medical knowledge to understand what dilated pupils signified. How could this happen? My son merely struck him lightly. How could it result in a fatality? Su Nua's mother mumbled, utterly dazed. His father, stunned for a prolonged moment, trembled slightly, his gaze towards his son filled with a complex array of emotions. Without warning, he swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Su Nua's face. "I sacrificed everything to support your education, and this is how you repay me? Ah, you wretched child." The slap was forceful, jolting Su Nua awake from his frenzied state. Witnessing her son being struck, the middle-aged woman instantly spiraled into a frenzy, instinctively preparing to defend him. Yet before she could voice her outrage, she received a sharp slap from her husband. You dare strike me?" The middle-aged woman cradled her stinging right cheek, disbelief etched across her features. Su Nua's father gritted his teeth, pointing an accusatory finger at his wife. "How did I end up marrying such a foolish woman? Look at what you have turned our son into." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman exploded, her voice rising in anger. "I am foolish. Su Decheng, you ungrateful wretch. Without me, you'd still be hauling bricks at a construction site." As the couple bickered, the earlier doctor returned, flanked by 4 or 5 individuals, 2 of whom were pushing a stretcher. Quickly, get Dr. Park to the emergency room. Old who? Restrain these individuals. Do not let them escape. As the crowd surged into the already cramped consultation room, it drew a throng of onlookers outside, who whispered amongst themselves. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmur. Hey, why is my phone getting no signal at all? Could it be broken? It can't just be your phone. Mine has no signal either, and not just that, even the 5G network is gone. Hey, don't say that my phone is also offline? What the heck? Huh. Did anyone notice that the hospital seems to have lost power? Stop joking. This is a hospital. How could it lose power? Oh my gosh, it really seems to be dark. Almost simultaneously, the entire hospital erupted into chaos. Various discussions and exclamations filled the air, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market during the new year. Especially outside the operating room, the anxious family members of patients erupted into a frenzy upon realizing the sudden blackout. If not for the numerous nurses blocking their way and explaining that the hospital had backup power, they likely would have stormed into the operating room. Little did they know, the same situation was unfolding in the ICU. Chapter 024. Catastrophe unleashed. The sudden blackout caused all the machines in the hospital to cease functioning in an instant. Within mere minutes, all the patients in the ICU succumbed. This left the doctors and nurses in a state of panic, their faces pale as ghosts, akin to having lost a dearly beloved. Upon hearing this dreadful news, the family members of the patients became exceedingly agitated. Not only did they raise a ruckus, but several of them physically assaulted the doctors, who found themselves severely beaten and in a wretched state. In an instant, the entire hospital was thrown into utter disarray. However, Su Nua remained blissfully unaware, for he had been isolated in a separate room. To prevent his escape, 2 security guards were stationed at the door. Truth be told, Su Nua was uncertain why he had acted so impulsively, nearly killing someone in the process. Perhaps it was due to years of pent-up frustration. With this thought, Su Nua glanced down at his expensive white sneakers. The vivid splatters of crimson blood stark against the canvas. Throughout his life, he had always been the obedient child. Intelligent, studious, polite, and cheerful, he complied with his parents' wishes without ever rebelling. Yet no one knew that this was merely a fade, a deliberate act of deception. The truth was, he had recognized from a young age that he was different. While other children were engrossed in cartoons and video games, he found himself captivated by gory horror films, particularly those with age restrictions, which exhilarated him. Later, when he discovered a stray kitten, he cruelly dismembered it with a small knife, and from that moment on, he spiraled deeper into darkness. Over the years, he had lost count of how many small animals he had slaughtered: kittens, puppies, rabbits, lizards, snakes, parrots, and more. He had experimented on them all, each method of torture more varied than the last. As he matured, however, the juvenile thrill of such acts could no longer satisfy his twisted psyche. Yet, to conceal his true nature, he buried this perverse persona deep within himself, choosing to pursue a degree in clinical anatomy. If all went according to plan, he might one day become a surgeon or even a forensic pathologist. But now, everything was uncertain. If the bald doctor were to die, his future would be irrevocably altered. Yet the crux of the matter was he was utterly unwilling to accept such a fate. At the tender age of 23, he was in the prime of his life, with a vibrant youth awaiting his exploration. Sighing deeply, Su Nua felt the brightness in his eyes. In that moment, he genuinely regretted his actions, of course. He did not regret the impulsive violence, rather, he lamented his failure to keep his mouth shut and his naive belief that his parents would unconditionally trust him. Thus, at its core, all of this stemmed from his parents' stubbornness and ignorance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Nua, through self-brainwashing, had successfully shifted the blame onto his parents and planted a seed of resentment in his heart. Just as Su Nua was lost in this tumultuous train of thought, he suddenly jolted upright, swiftly reaching into his pocket. The next moment, he pulled out a phone, emitting wisps of white smoke. Without the slightest hesitation, he flung the smoke-emitting phone away. It took scarcely 3 seconds. In his astonished gaze, the expensive brand phone, purchased for over $10,000, exploded with a resounding bang. This unexpected turn of events startled Su Nua, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. Glancing at the wrecked phone lying on the ground, his lips involuntarily twitched several times. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. The moment he sensed something was amiss, he had discarded the phone. Otherwise, had he been even a moment slower, he could have been severely injured, perhaps even losing several fingers. The thought sent a shiver of dread through him, and he silently cursed the phone brand, vowing never to purchase any electronic products from them again. Of course, this was contingent upon the bald doctor not being dead. Otherwise, he might not have the opportunity to make such purchases again. Seemingly to validate his suspicions, the door burst open without warning. Su Nua looked up sharply to see two uniformed security guards standing at the entrance. Each held an object resembling an electric baton, and one of them also clutched a bundle of rope. Their expressions cold and serious. Through the gap, he could make out his mother slumped on a chair in the corridor, her face buried in her hands as she wept, while his father wore a deathly pallor. Utterly dejected. Su Nua, you are suspected of intentional homicide. With the approval of the hospital authorities, we have the right to monitor you. Once we receive a response from communications, you will be handed over to the police. Now, come with us to the security room, one of the guards said in a firm tone. As they approached him cautiously, they bound his hands with the rope. Su Nua's face turned pale. His lips trembled incessantly, and he offered no resistance. It was evident. The bald doctor was most likely dead in that instant. His heart sank completely. The thought of spending the rest of his life in prison filled him with an uncontrollable sense of fear and resentment. At one moment, he even entertained the idea of fleeing. But as soon as that thought emerged, he dismissed it. What a joke! With the current state of Longhua's Skynet system, unless it were the apocalypse, escape was impossible. Even if he managed to flee for a time, capture would merely be a matter of time. Su Nua's mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts, entirely oblivious to the strange environment around him. Before long, he found himself being escorted by the two security guards, one on each side, toward the first-floor outpatient hall. It was at this moment that he finally noticed something was amiss. The crowd around him was in disarray, with white-coated figures running about in a panic. The cacophony of chaotic discussions nearly boiled his brain. Moreover, it was evident that the entire hospital seemed to be experiencing a power outage. Besides this, he could even faintly hear the distinct roar of airplane engines. "Hurry up, kid! Stop daydreaming!" One guard shouted, swinging the electric baton to strike Su Nua sharply on the shoulder. Whether intentional or not, the blow was particularly forceful, causing Su Nua to wince in pain as he stepped out of the outpatient building. A sudden wave of heat washed over him, and instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. However, his hands were firmly held by the guards. Su Nua abruptly halted, his expression momentarily blank. The two guards mirrored his reaction, pausing and looking up at the sky with a puzzled expression. A city with a population exceeding 10 million. The skies above Jiang City were accustomed to the constant traffic of planes. Thus, the roar of a passing passenger jet was nothing new. Yet today felt different, as the sound of the engines was overwhelmingly loud. Almost simultaneously, everyone around instinctively looked up into the sky. The sight that met their eyes nearly caused everyone, Su Nua included, to gasp in shock. A certain airline's passenger plane was plummeting rapidly in a spiraling descent. Coincidentally, its trajectory seemed to lead directly toward the First People's Hospital. "Run! The plane is going to crash!" someone shouted, their voice hoarse with panic. In an instant, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle erupted into chaos. Everyone frantically scrambling for safety. In stark contrast, Su Nua stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with terror, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks. The two guards, however, did not perform as expected. One of them uttered an expletive before turning and sprinting back toward the outpatient building with a speed that would leave even a 20-year-old in the dust. Su Nua's heart raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he calculated the angle and height of the aircraft's descent and dashed southwest. That moment, the aircraft above was roughly 1,000 meters from the ground. The deafening roar of the engines was almost unbearable. Due to his hands being bound, Su Nua struggled to maintain his balance and narrowly avoided a collision with an elderly woman. In the face of impending disaster, his ruthless and twisted nature surged forth. He kicked the old woman to the ground and sprinted with all his might toward a nearby building. If his calculations were correct, the aircraft would likely collide with the outpatient building on either side. Thus, blindly running into the outpatient building was an unwise choice. The best course of action was to head toward another inpatient building. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Su Nua dared not look back, racing desperately toward the building that loomed ever closer. As he neared the corner, just 30 meters away, he felt a shadow pass overhead, followed by a thunderous roar erupting from hundreds of meters behind him. The earth trembled, and a wave of heat surged toward him in an instant. Su Nua was enveloped in an indescribable aura of death. The scorching air suffocating him to the very last moment, he accelerated and dove behind a wall just in time. Immediately afterward, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, darkness overtook him as he was knocked unconscious by the shockwave. When he came to, he found himself amidst a scene of devastation, surrounded by acrid smoke. He could faintly hear the heart-wrenching cries for help and the intermittent ringing in his ears. Coughing violently, Su Nua lay curled up on the ground, every part of his body aflame with pain. After a considerable time, he finally managed to unsteadily rise to his feet. Confirming that his arms and legs were relatively unscathed, he painstakingly picked up a shard of glass from the debris. With great effort, and at the cost of cutting his hands, he finally managed to sever the ropes binding him, rubbing his aching wrists. Su Nua coughed as he surveyed the devastation around him. In a single glance, he was struck with disbelief. The once majestic outpatient building now lay in ruins. Smoke and flames engulfed the area, and large chunks of concrete and debris littered the ground. Intermixed with fragments of the aircraft and human remains, it was clear that, at this point, not only the passengers on the plane but also those within the outpatient building would be unlikely to have survived. The realization struck him hard, and Su Nua was momentarily stunned before he charged into the wreckage frantically. He remembered that his parents had been right behind him, and thus, he dared not contemplate further. Despite the suffocating love of his parents, despite the resentment he had felt toward them, they were still his biological parents. No matter what, he wished for their safety. Regrettably, whether he accepted it or not, it seemed that miracles did not occur. The violent explosion caused by the plane's crash had made the outpatient building the epicenter of destruction, leaving a radius of several hundred meters barren. Had he not hidden behind another building, he would have likely met a similar fate. Even if he had not died in the explosion, he would have surely been crushed by the collapsing structure. As despair consumed Su Nua, a sudden, intense burst of light erupted in the sky above Jiang City. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, akin to a dragon's roar sweeping across the horizon. Su Nua's face paled in shock, his mind going blank. If he wasn't mistaken, the explosion in the distant city sky appeared to be the result of two passenger planes colliding. Gasping in realization, Su Nua inhaled sharply, a spark igniting in his eyes. He was not a fool. In fact, he was quite intelligent. Thus, at that moment, an audacious hypothesis took root in his mind. The so-called chaos era mentioned by divine revelation might truly be unfolding. Ha 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 ha! Su Nua suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously, only to break down in tears moments later. Fate had played a cruel joke indeed. Su Nua fell to his knees amidst the ruins, repeatedly muttering that same phrase. It was unclear how much time had passed until the fire brigade arrived. Su Nua extended his bloodied right hand, scooping up a handful of debris and stuffing it into his pocket before silently departing. Meanwhile, in the highest deliberative hall of the capital of Longwa, as a dignified elder with white hair took his seat, the previously noisy conference room fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all heard about the situation outside. Let us first allow Xiao Zhang to elaborate on the details before we discuss further, the elder stated directly, his tone laced with gravity. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in his 40s quickly stood up, first offering a respectful greeting before diving straight into the matter. Upon verification, it was confirmed that at precisely 8:10 this morning, all satellites worldwide, including those of our nation, inexplicably lost contact, resulting in a global disruption of network signals and damage to power systems. This incident has indirectly rendered the aviation, maritime, high-speed rail, new energy electric vehicles, and light rail sectors paralyzed, incurring immense losses and tragic casualties. Currently, multiple research teams have concluded that the preliminary cause of this disaster is attributed to a solar flare explosion. Based on the intensity of this solar flare, there is a possibility of an increased frequency of such explosions in the near term. As the middle-aged man spoke, he abruptly paused, his expression turning grave, and even his hand holding the documents began to tremble. Consequently, the scientific team has postulated that within the next 10 hours, all satellites in outer space, including space stations, are expected to plummet to the Earth's surface. Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone present gasped in shock, their hearts filled with astonishment, dread, and terror. The notion of all satellites falling from the sky was utterly preposterous. Should such a calamity occur, it would signify a regression of human technological civilization by several decades. Academician Zhang, this matter is of utmost importance. Your research team must not err. Indeed, it is merely a solar flare explosion. Such occurrences have transpired before. How could this one be so severe? Some individuals, unable to contain themselves, immediately began to voice their skepticism. This was not a lack of faith in the research team, but rather the incredibility of the situation at hand. It is no exaggeration to assert that this issue directly pertains to the fate of our nation. With a bitter smile, the middle-aged man known as Academician Zhang solemnly explained, "This solar flare is extraordinarily peculiar. The electromagnetic radiation emitted is tens of thousands of times greater than before." As for the final conclusion, in a few hours, everyone shall witness it firsthand. Hearing such unwavering certainty from the respondent, all present fell into a heavy silence, their faces paling to an extreme degree, just as the atmosphere thickened with stillness. An elderly gentleman with white hair broke the silence. "I believe in the conclusions of the research team, and furthermore, if there is even a 1% chance, we must prepare for the worst." The elderly man evidently wished to avoid further delays on this pressing matter, thus he decisively rendered his judgment. Chapter 026. Panic Point. 5 hours later, this emergency meeting concerning the future fate of our nation finally reached its conclusion. In response to this global disaster, our country not only promptly formulated a detailed emergency response plan, but also announced through radio broadcasts the cause of this calamity. They deceitfully claimed that in the coming days, due to electromagnetic radiation and other reasons, a few outdated satellites in outer space would fall into the atmosphere, urging the populace not to panic. Subsequently, it was declared that from this day forth, our nation would enter a state of full combat readiness. Local governments across provinces and cities were instructed to cooperate fully with military deployments to ensure public stability and harmony. A curfew was instituted, and all enterprises were mandated to unconditionally comply with local government directives. All retired military personnel were also placed on standby. The populace was called upon to refrain from excessive panic and fear, actively responding to local government arrangements, i.e. in non-essential situations. They were advised to stay home and limit outdoor activities to ensure the safety of themselves and their families. In addition, the authorities vaguely mentioned that due to the effects of electromagnetic radiation, global network signals would experience severe disruptions, including the power systems. Thus, it was suggested that households stockpile essential supplies, such as candles, flashlights, old-fashioned radios, food, and water. It must be noted that our nation, with its millennia of historical depth, faced this disaster not only with composure but also with meticulous organization. This approach stands in stark contrast to many other nations, showcasing an unparalleled resilience. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that our country possesses a strong sense of crisis awareness. Although our overall technological capabilities are globally advanced, we still retain traditional foundations, such as old-fashioned communication methods and sufficient food reserves to sustain the entire population for 3 to 5 years. Consequently, in the face of this natural disaster, our nation did not experience widespread riots. Naturally, minor disturbances were unavoidable, especially among the elderly. Upon hearing the radio announcement, they wasted no time, rushing to the nearest large supermarkets with cash in hand. Intent on hoarding supplies, by the time some younger individuals realized what was happening, the shelves were nearly stripped bare. Items such as rice, flour, oil, and salt vanished in mere moments as soon as they hit the shelves. The frenzy was so intense that some elderly women clashed over a single bag of rice, resorting to public insults and even physical altercations, creating a scene of uproar. Many onlookers, eager for entertainment, abandoned their shopping to witness the spectacle. Those with quick wits seized the opportunity to stock up on other items, such as instant hot pots, self-heating rice, instant noodles, and other non-perishable fast foods. After all, with power and water outages, what good would raw ingredients do? Unless one had bottled gas or solar-powered equipment, or resided on the ground floor where they could cook outdoors, access to food would be severely limited. Thus, self-heating meals became the preferred choice for young people. Those lacking cash or with little on hand could only fret helplessly. Fortunately, most citizens of our nation have a habit of storing food. So they did not panic excessively. In their view, this was merely a slightly more serious solar crisis. Similar situations had occurred in the past, often resulting in widespread alarm akin to an impending apocalypse. Yet, what was the outcome? A mere farce that eventually dissipated without consequence. Furthermore, even if a true food crisis were to unfold, the government would undoubtedly provide a safety net. They could hardly believe that the state would allow them to starve. Thus, there was no need for excessive anxiety. To be frank, many shared this sentiment, and a considerable number held such views. Some, considering themselves above the fray, looked down upon those scrambling for supplies, convinced that this incident was merely a manipulation by capitalists seeking to incite public panic for profit. While others remained oblivious, Park Guo-chang harbored such thoughts. As the owner of a large supermarket in Jiang City, he was determined to capitalize on this opportunity. He promptly issued instructions to raise prices on all food items, especially rice, flour, oil, biscuits, canned goods, and sealed packaging, effectively doubling their cost. Moreover, the prices for fresh produce would also rise, and supplies would be limited to each customer. Witnessing the influx of customers, Park Guo-chang could no longer sit idly by. After all, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Before the government could issue a notice, he needed to make a substantial profit. What? An increase of this magnitude? The manager was taken aback upon hearing the boss's intention to double the prices. Not long ago, the owner had instructed them to raise all prices by 50%. Now, not even half an hour later, he was demanding another doubling. Was this not an outright exploitation of the crisis? Enough with the chatter. Just do as instructed. No need for all this nonsense. Hurry and inform everyone. Park Guo-chang glared, his corpulent face radiating authority. Understood, boss. I'm on it. The manager, shrinking back, grabbed the intercom and turned to leave, only to be called back by Park Guo-chang. Wait. I recall there's a batch of expired canned fish in the storeroom. Also, notify the storeroom supervisor to put all expired and soon-to-expire items on the shelves. Oh, and bring out those several tons of old rice that need to be returned as well. Understood, boss. Despite harboring deep resentment for the owner's actions, the manager, as an employee, could only comply with the orders. Moments later, under the diligent efforts of dozens of staff members, every food-related product in the supermarket saw a price increase. Ordinary rice surged from the previous price of 5.9 to 13. The 2 yuan bone mud starch sausages now commanded 6 yuan. A box of sardines that once cost 15 yuan skyrocketed to 38 yuan. In an instant, all the elderly patrons in the supermarket erupted in outrage, vocally expressing their fury. This is nothing short of a heartless supermarket. 68 yuan for a 10-kilogram bag of flour? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Exactly. Do you have any sense of decency left? How can you conduct business like this? I swear I'll report you to the Price Bureau. These scoundrels are taking advantage of the crisis. How dare they? A cacophony of complaints filled the air as patrons vented their frustrations, with some even demanding restitution for their clothing. Enough already. Why are we still quibbling over these matters? Let us stock up on food before prices rise again. Despite the fervent curses on their lips, the actions of the crowd remained relentless. Anything that could be easily stored found its way into their shopping carts. As they grumbled incoherently, offering colorful remarks about the supermarket owner's ancestry, some elderly women, unable to contain their frustration, slyly grabbed handfuls of nuts and stuffed them into their pockets while the staff's backs were turned. Observing this, other seniors' eyes lit up, and they too began to follow suit, pilfering various snacks, candies, chocolates, cashews, and other loose items. A particularly audacious matron even unbuckled her belt, stuffing her pockets with an assortment of fruits. A few young women nearby could hardly believe their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief. It was one thing to steal snacks, but an entire durian. Wasn't that a bit too much? Chapter 027. A frenzied rush for supplies. To be frank, the majority of the staff had long since noticed the dubious actions of these elders. They merely chose to turn a blind eye, perhaps due to their own dissatisfaction with the store owner. It is worth noting, however, that the citizens of Longwa generally exhibit a sense of foresight and wariness. In anticipation of the worst, most households began stockpiling not only food and water, but also medications and other essential supplies. such as gas cylinders for cooking, portable outdoor stoves, and blocks of alcohol. Among these, outdoor power sources, lighting tools, and small solar power devices became particularly sought after. This sudden demand delighted local shop owners, who found their inventories nearly depleted within a single day. Their smiles widening with every sale. Of course, the most jubilant were the manufacturers, whose previously unsold stock suddenly transformed into highly coveted goods, yielding them substantial profits. In stark contrast, owners of other businesses faced dire straits. With the power and internet down, they were forced to shut their doors and dig up whatever cash they could find to engage in a frenzied buying spree. The plight of the migrant workers was even more tragic. Accustomed to digital payments, many found themselves with little to no cash on hand. Some unfortunate young individuals were left with pockets so empty they couldn't even scrape together 10 yuan, leaving them utterly bewildered. Some, unwilling to accept defeat, rushed to the bank, but the reality was grim. The banking system had collapsed due to the outages, rendering withdrawals impossible. Panic surged through the populace, prompting many to clamor for assistance at the local government building. Most supported this proposal, believing that collective action would compel the government to provide answers. However, a small minority, possessing a clearer perspective, understood the gravity of the situation. This was not a localized incident, but a global catastrophe. The radio had announced that Longwo was entering a state of full combat readiness, emphasizing the severity of the crisis far beyond what was conveyed in the broadcasts. This was evidenced by the multiple aircraft that had crashed, suggesting that should they gather en masse at the city hall, their efforts would likely be in vain. It would be wiser to retreat to safety and prioritize survival. Indeed, as fate would have it, a few naive souls, dismissing the warnings, joined the throng heading toward the government office. But scarcely had they walked 500 meters when disaster struck. SUV, having lost control, collided violently with an ambulance, causing it to sway dangerously before careening into the crowd. After knocking down 2 unsuspecting elderly women, the ambulance crashed into a nearby tanker. The chaos sent shockwaves through the crowd, sending people into a panic. In the midst of this disarray, no one noticed that the tanker was not just any ordinary vehicle. It was a liquefied gas tanker, marked as highly flammable. Unfortunately, upon impact, the tank began to leak, releasing a chilling white mist that swiftly spread across the ground. Within moments, the intersection was enveloped in a surreal, dreamlike fog, reminiscent of being suspended among clouds at great heights. Bewilderment swept through the crowd. A sudden shout pierced the air. "Run! It's a gas leak!" Instantly, terror gripped the onlookers. Even a child knew the peril of liquefied gas, which was highly combustible. The thought sent shivers down their spines. And in an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Yet, their frantic escape could not keep pace with the rapidly expanding gas. The street was already a scene of utter chaos, with abandoned vehicles blocking the way, exacerbating the situation. Drivers, unaware of the impending danger, honked impatiently, their frustration mounting as the vehicles in front remained immobile. "Damn it! Surely there's not another accident ahead?" one taxi driver muttered, his face a mask of anxiety. Having been an avid listener of apocalyptic tales, he sensed something ominous following the outages. After dropping off his passenger, he hurried to the nearest wholesale market, purchasing food and water with his last cash. Feeling a slight sense of relief, he intended to check on his son at school, but was unprepared for the shocking sight of 2 planes colliding above the city. Soon, the roads became increasingly congested, with accidents proliferating, including spontaneous fires in electric vehicles. Growing increasingly uneasy, he made a snap decision to race to his son's school. Although fraught with peril, his driving skills and knowledge of the area allowed him to navigate back safely. Yet, just a kilometer from his destination, he found himself ensnared in yet another traffic jam. Frustrated, he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, his anxiety mounting. He instinctively reached for a crumpled pack of cheap cigarettes, lighting one to calm his nerves. Just then, a shadow dashed past his car, followed by a sharp crack. He glanced over to see that a pedestrian had smashed into his side mirror. Incensed, the driver erupted. "Hey, are you in such a rush to meet your end? Can't you see my car?" But as he continued, he noticed a thick layer of white mist swirling around the ground. "What the hell? Is it foggy in the middle of the day?" he wondered, perplexed. Curiously, he leaned down to wave his hand through the mist, inadvertently bringing his cigarette closer. In an instant, the gas ignited with a deafening roar. Chapter 028. Population Census Registration. A piercing scream shattered the air as the driver, who had merely been curious moments before, was engulfed in flames, his cries resonating with agony. Not only him, but anyone caught within the vicinity of the gas leak was consumed by the inferno. In mere seconds, the area within a few hundred meters of the tanker transformed into a raging sea of fire, with anguished cries echoing all around. In what felt like an eternity, a thunderous explosion erupted as the liquefied gas tanker detonated, obliterating nearby shops and sending vehicles flying. Those who managed to flee suffered only minor burns, while those who lagged behind faced dire consequences. Many were either killed or severely injured. The scene was one of horror, with limbs scattered and unfortunate souls consumed by the flames. The scene was utterly harrowing, resembling a veritable abyss of hell. What compounded the despair was the complete disconnection from the internet and power, coupled with severe traffic congestion. Half an hour had passed, yet not a single relevant department had arrived for rescue. This vividly illustrated the chaotic state of Jiang City at that moment. Concurrently, some opportunistic individuals began to entertain nefarious thoughts. Previously, due to the prevalence of surveillance cameras and electronic eyes, people were compelled to behave as law-abiding citizens. However, the situation had drastically changed. With the entire city plunged into chaos and cut off from the internet and electricity, and the police overwhelmed, the military's absence further emboldened certain groups to engage in theft, particularly targeting jewelry stores, luxury boutiques, convenience stores, and grocery shops, which had become veritable disaster zones, and no matter how robust one's security measures were, it was nearly impossible to escape the fate of being completely ransacked. Nevertheless, there were exceptions. Some shop owners had foreseen the impending turmoil and promptly secured their valuable items, even relocating them to their homes, leaving the thieves with nothing but disappointment for their efforts. In summary, across the globe, both in seen and unseen places, various dramas unfolded, especially in countries plagued by rampant gun violence, where incidents of looting and free-for-all shopping were alarmingly prevalent. Far surpassing the chaos at home, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 hours after the disaster struck, the military finally made its appearance amidst the populace's palpable anxiety. Within a mere hour, the streets were teeming with fully armed patrolling soldiers and a myriad of large rescue vehicles. The palpable atmosphere of authority compelled all those with ill intentions to adopt a more compliant demeanor. Soon, with military assistance, the entire Jiang City commenced its post-disaster reconstruction efforts. The first responders were heavy machinery, cranes, and roadside rescue vehicles. Regardless of whether vehicles had been abandoned or simply could not be moved in time, any that obstructed traffic were swiftly cleared away. Once the main thoroughfares were unobstructed, the power company's personnel tirelessly set about repairing the electrical grid. Simultaneously, community workers began their diligent efforts, each equipped with a loudspeaker, urging residents to come downstairs for a registration of personnel. Meanwhile, the Yujinwan official residential area near the university town was no exception. Given the vast expanse of the community, registration points were established at 5 locations: northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, and at the center of the complex. One of these points was conveniently located beneath Building A9, where Lu Fan resided, perfectly aligning with his recollections of past events. He understood that this so-called personnel registration was, in fact, a nationwide population census. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before community workers would conduct another round of door-to-door inquiries. This indicated that the Dragon Kingdom's authorities had recognized the gravity of the disaster and, while the truth remained obscured from the public, swiftly initiated a comprehensive census to ensure citizens remained under government oversight. Even in the absence of the ubiquitous surveillance systems, one must admit that, in terms of governance and responsiveness, the Dragon Kingdom's officials had never failed to impress. Alas, the recent solar flare was merely a prelude to the calamitous events to come, as an unprecedented deluge was poised to engulf the globe for nearly an entire month. Brother, people are already starting to line up below. Should we go down too? Lu Mingyao pushed her wheelchair to the blast-resistant window and, noticing the gathering crowd below, looked up at Lu Fan with a curious tilt of her head. Although she was oblivious to the specifics of the turmoil outside, the continuous explosions and billowing smoke from the city center made it abundantly clear that the situation was dire, perhaps even catastrophic. This seemed to corroborate the prophecy mentioned in the divine revelation. The era of order had concluded, and the era of chaos was on the brink of commencement. It appeared that this world was indeed on the verge of some unknown transformation. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but steal a glance at her brother, who was preparing to descend. The sparkle in her bright eyes betrayed a flicker of admiration. Over the past few days, her half-brother had seemingly transformed into a different person. No longer the sycophant he once was, he now displayed a more attentive and meticulous care for her, to the point of being described as fastidious. His personality had also undergone a marked change. He used to come across as somewhat dim-witted, introverted, socially awkward, and stubborn. Yet now, he had become more confident, adept at charming others, with a gaze so profound it was almost intimidating, exuding an indescribable aura, in short. She had genuinely come to feel a sense of security in her brother. During this period, driven by a bold, albeit uncertain, hypothesis, he had resolutely committed all his resources to stockpiling supplies. Whether viewed as madness or confidence, such audacity and courage to go all in was a rarity among most. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mingyao had begun to harbor a different perspective of her brother, tinged with an inkling of admiration. Yet, the thought of her bank account containing a hidden fortune of 1 million, untouched, filled her with anxiety. She had discreetly saved this money from her brother, and now, not only was purchasing anything out of the question, withdrawing cash was equally impossible. Perhaps she should just confess to her brother? Lu Mingyao bit her lip, her fair and innocent face reflecting her inner turmoil, her small hands fidgeting restlessly. Little did she know that Lu Fan was already aware of what she considered a secret. His feigned ignorance stemmed from the fact that he had purchased everything he needed. After all, space in their home was limited, leaving no room for additional supplies. You two need not go down. I can manage on my own. With a casual remark, Lu Fan tossed his keys and turned to exit. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to venture downstairs. Due to the power outage rendering the elevator inoperable, everyone was compelled to use the stairs. As he pushed open the stairwell door, a wave of oppressive heat hit him. Despite having lived in Jiang City for over 2 years, his northern upbringing made it difficult for him to acclimatize to the sweltering summer heat of Jiang City. Fortunately, having descended early, he found the line to be relatively short. After waiting for about 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. He cooperatively answered the inquiries posed, with no inclination to conceal anything. There was no need for subterfuge. As the questions were benign, such as which building, unit, and floor he resided in, the number of individuals in his household, their health status, ages, and occupations. Once completed, Lu Fan did not rush back upstairs. Instead, he sauntered around the other 4 registration points. On the surface, it appeared as though he was aimlessly wandering, yet in truth, he was searching for someone. Specifically, a young woman who owned a pet cat. Chapter 029. The malice of humanity. He knew little about this individual. Not even her name. All he was aware of was that she likely resided in the same complex, was a few years older than him, and was quite attractive, presumably owning 1 or more tabby cats. His search for her was driven by a desire to validate a theory that had taken root in his mind. Naturally, if they could get acquainted, that would be a pleasant bonus. After all, in his previous life, had it not been for her tabby cat coming to his aid, he and Zhua Yi might have suffered even greater misfortunes. Thus, in a sense, she could be considered a mutual savior for both him and Zhua Yi. He felt compelled to repay those who had once helped him. However, since his rebirth, he had not encountered her, leading him to suspect she might not live in this complex after all, with this question lingering in his mind. Lu Fan meandered through the 4 other registration points, but as expected, he found no trace of her. Under the shade of a tree, he wiped the sweat from his brow, glanced at his watch, and then looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, casting a vivid crimson glow across the horizon. If memory served, as night fell, an unprecedented meteor shower would illuminate the night sky, of course. The so-called meteor shower was merely the spectacle of satellites from outer space descending through the atmosphere, creating a fiery phenomenon. Having witnessed it in his past life, he had no desire to experience it again. Opting instead to return home leisurely, as he ascended, he happened upon a plump lady also navigating the stairs. He recognized her as a neighbor living above him. She appeared to struggle with each step, panting heavily as she lugged a 10-kilogram bottle of purified water. Each ascent seemed to deplete her of all her strength. The lady cast a glance at Lu Fan, clearly seeking assistance, but to her surprise, he merely shot her a fleeting look of indifference and brushed past her, disappearing around the corner of the staircase. Feeling slighted by his disregard, the lady's expression darkened, and she spat contemptuously at his retreating figure. Humph! Just because my grandson likes to jump around a bit at night, does that justify such a nasty attitude? Doesn't he understand the basic tenet of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? And he's a university student, no less. What a disgrace! Had Lu Fan possessed the ability to read minds, he would have found her reaction rather amusing. Indeed, after enduring the myriad hardships of his past life, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. Not only has he become more perceptive, but his heart has also hardened, and he has come to understand the treacherous nature of humanity more profoundly. If his former self could be likened to a goat, then now he undoubtedly embodies the essence of a wolf, a wild creature exuding an air of danger. However, this transformation does not signify a lack of compassion or an inability to understand human emotions. After all, he still resides among neighbors. Provided that his own interests are not compromised, he does not mind offering assistance with trivial matters. The issue lies in the fact that not everyone is worthy of help. For instance, take the neighbor living above him, the elderly woman from earlier. Her grandson frequently leaps about during the night, creating a cacophony that disrupts both his and his sister's rest. Considering the child's nature, he merely mentioned the matter in the owner's group, expecting the parent above to take notice and perhaps show some restraint. To his surprise, not only did the disruptions continue unabated, but they intensified in a fit of exasperation. He approached the property management to inquire about the situation. The response he received was not only rude but also utterly unreasonable. The most memorable retort was, "This is my home, and my grandson can jump as he pleases. You have no right to interfere. If you find it noisy, you can move out. Why act so high and mighty?" Truth be told, had it not been for the intervention of the property staff, Lu Fan would have undoubtedly lost his temper. It was later revealed that the previous owner of his apartment had sold it primarily due to the disturbances caused by this very woman. As it was a civil dispute, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. As he reminisced, Lu Fan suddenly sensed something amiss and hastily halted, glancing up at the floor directory. To his astonishment, it indicated the 14th floor. Indeed, in just that brief moment of distraction, he had ascended all the way to the 14th floor. One must admit, considering his current physical condition, he surpassed the majority of ordinary individuals. Of course, his rapid advancement was entirely due to the divine enlightenment medal. The daily addition of 10 Tao rhythm points made it virtually impossible not to progress at this rate. It was likely that within a month, his abilities would surpass his former self at the peak of his previous life. Along with elevating his cultivation level to LV2, it is worth noting that in his past life, he had not advanced beyond LV1 in terms of cultivation level, even until his dying breath. Moreover, it was not just him. The vast majority of those with destinies had seen no improvement in their cultivation levels despite 2 years having passed in the apocalypse. This was not due to a lack of desire to improve, nor was it a reflection of ignorance. On the contrary, everyone who managed to survive the apocalypse possessed a keen intellect. So why, then, did they not accumulate Tao rhythm points to advance their cultivation levels? The answer, in essence, is simply 3 words. It is unattainable, at least for the vast majority. Unless one was like him, who not only became a destined individual before the apocalypse but also acquired a unique cultivation technique. It would be exceedingly difficult to raise one's cultivation level thereafter, in the memories of his previous life. As torrential rains and floods engulfed the city, the surface infrastructure suffered severe damage. Most means of transportation, planes, subways, trains, and cars, were rendered as scrap metal, beyond repair. Coupled with the loss of internet, electricity, water, and gas, human society regressed to a state akin to that of nature. Once the floods receded, the authorities seemed to recognize the impending crisis and began constructing survivor bases with utmost urgency. It was during this time that the first signs of a threat emerged. People gradually discovered that this disaster had not eradicated animals and livestock. Rather, it had induced a form of evolution within them. In a matter of months, these creatures not only grew larger but also multiplied rapidly. This revelation elicited a mix of astonishment and delight among the survivors. To comprehend the phenomenon, the authorities commenced research on these mutated animals. However, despite their efforts, they could not ascertain the cause. Instead, they found that the meat of these creatures was more succulent than ever before. This news sent waves of excitement through the survivor community. Lured by the prospect of gourmet delights, the authorities organized mass hunts for these anomalous beasts. Yet, slaying these creatures was no simple task. One misstep could cost lives, and even the most formidable beasts or packs could not always be overcome by sheer numbers. Chapter 030. The Fall of Satellites. Even though the emergence of these aberrant beasts brought about greater casualties and panic among humanity, it is undeniable that they also temporarily alleviated the problem of basic sustenance. Just as everyone believed this delicate balance would persist, an unknown entity known as the Annihilation Beast shattered this equilibrium, dragging human civilization into a profound abyss. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the Annihilation Beasts plunged the already anxious survivors into deeper despair. The reason is simple. These creatures are formidable adversaries. For instance, even a basic Annihilation Beast requires at least 20 individuals, exerting their utmost, to have a chance of vanquishing it, without the aid of modern weaponry. Even more alarming is the sheer number of these initial Annihilation Beasts. Thus, in this precarious environment, the majority of those with destinies would not conserve their Tao rhythm points. After all, no one could predict which would come first, an accident or the dawn of tomorrow. In order to survive, they prioritized immediate concerns. In his previous life, Lu Fan was no exception. This is precisely why he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon discovering the introduction of the Divine Enlightenment medal. Nearly fainting from exhilaration, only those who have endured the hardships of the apocalypse truly grasp the significance of receiving an additional 10 Tao rhythm points daily. However, it is precisely because he is aware of the brutality and bloodshed of the apocalypse that he has been contemplating a crucial matter during this period: whether to establish a team under his leadership. Subjectively, he prefers to operate independently. After all, more people often equates to more trouble, and forming a team is no simple endeavor. Yet, his experiences from his previous life have taught him that survival in the impending apocalypse cannot rely solely on individual strength. No matter how potent one may be, as the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. When a small species reaches a terrifying population level, even the mightiest individuals can be eradicated. Moreover, the individual strength of aberrant and annihilation beasts cannot be underestimated. Indeed, some possess extraordinary power. Thus, despite his inclination for solitude, he resolved to form a team for greater chances of survival in the future. The team need not be large. Initially, a dozen individuals would suffice. Naturally, it would be ideal if all of them were destined individuals. However, while the ideal is beautiful, reality is harsh. Finding suitable destined individuals is far from easy. Furthermore, not only must he locate these individuals, but he must also persuade them to join him. It is a daunting task indeed. Sigh. Perhaps it is best to take things one step at a time. After all, the apocalypse has only just begun, and several months remain before the emergence of aberrant and annihilation beasts. Having pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Lu Fan decided to cease his futile deliberations upon returning home. He found that Zhuo Yi had already prepared dinner. The rice was left over from lunch, and fearing it might not suffice, she had steamed an additional batch of buns. The dishes, freshly cooked, included 4 main courses and a soup. A delightful balance of meat and vegetables, appearing quite appetizing. Liu Mingyao relished the meals prepared by Zhuo Yi, savoring each bite with an expression of pure delight, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Lu Fan's reaction was even more exaggerated. It seemed as though he had not eaten for several days, as he devoured the palm-sized buns in just a few bites, and the chunks of braised pork disappeared in mere moments. Witnessing her cooking being so well received brought immense joy to Zhuo Yi. Perhaps influenced by the two, her appetite also grew. In truth, Zhuo Yi had initially intended to simply boil some noodles for dinner. Considering the long days ahead, given the dire situation outside, it would be wise to be frugal. However, Lu Fan vehemently opposed this notion, insisting that his sister, being at a crucial stage of growth, required nutritious and hearty meals. Zhuo Yi conceded, recognizing the validity of his argument, and thus allowed herself to indulge in the culinary process. As for why she took the initiative to cook, the reason was quite simple. Lu Fan's culinary skills were woefully inadequate. The flavors and colors of his dishes were simply beyond description. She finally understood why Lu Fan had purchased so many pre-prepared meals online. Reluctantly, she accepted the responsibility of managing the daily meals. That said, while Lu Fan's cooking left much to be desired, his perceptiveness was commendable. He had not only foreseen the impending disaster, but had also made ample preparations in advance. Even amidst shortages of water, electricity, and gas, their lives continued uninterrupted. The energy generated by solar equipment was sufficient to keep the air conditioning and refrigerator running smoothly. To be honest, she had initially harbored some doubts, questioning whether Lu Fan possessed some form of precognitive ability. However, upon further reflection, she found clarity. With the emergence of the destined individual system, it was evident that the world could no longer be perceived through ordinary lenses. Moreover, the opening line of divine enlightenment did indeed offer some form of indication, though she had not taken it seriously at the time. Now, all she could do was quickly come to terms with reality. With this thought, Zui stole a glance at Lu Fan, who was engrossed in his meal, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After these brief days of interaction, she discovered that Lu Fan was entirely different from the person she had heard about, especially after the incident at the bar. Her disbelief in the school's so-called rumors intensified, and she found herself harboring an inexplicable fondness for Lu Fan. Although he had never mentioned the incident, it remained etched in her memory. She was acutely aware that had it not been for Lu Fan that night, her fate would likely have been dire. Yet, there remained one perplexing question that lingered in her mind. Amidst the multitude of female classmates at school, why did this fellow Lu Fan specifically choose her? Was it merely due to her minor specialization in psychology? However, the issue was that after a period of discreet observation, she had discerned that Lu Mingyao exhibited no signs of psychological afflictions whatsoever. This raised a crucial question. Why did Lu Fan resort to deception? Suddenly, Zui conceived a bold hypothesis, but upon further reflection, she deemed it unlikely. After all, compared to the striking school beauties, she possessed no remarkable attributes. If one were to argue otherwise, it might be her sound moral compass and relatively traditional ideology. And how could she forget? Throughout her life, she had never engaged in any intimate interactions with other boys. In today's society, that might even be considered a virtue. While she was lost in thought, Lu Mingyao seemed to sense something amiss, tilting her head to scrutinize Zui, and suddenly inquired with concern, why have your ears turned so red? Upon hearing this, Zui's heart raced noticeably. Reflexively, she cast a furtive glance at Lu Fan, who remained engrossed in his culinary delights. Only then did she adjust her glasses and mumble softly, perhaps it's just the heat. Lu Mingyao blinked in surprise, about to pose another question, when suddenly the previously dim night sky erupted into brilliance. The unexpected spectacle caused the three diners to halt their actions, instinctively directing their gazes towards the celestial display. Against the pitch-black horizon, a colossal fireball, accompanied by smaller flames, streaked rapidly across the sky, plummeting towards the earth at an alarming velocity. Wow! It's a meteor shower. How beautiful! Lu Mingyao exclaimed, mistakenly believing it to be a meteor shower, her delight palpable. Yet, Zui sensed something was amiss. Having witnessed meteor showers before, she was certain that the scene before her was not one of celestial beauty but rather resembled some kind of descending object. Could it be? Zui's eyes flickered with realization as she recalled an announcement made by the Dragon Kingdom's authorities earlier that afternoon. Around 2 o'clock, a broadcast had warned of impending satellite falls due to solar electromagnetic radiation storms, urging the public not to panic. Upon hearing this announcement, a flurry of questions arose within her. From the launch of humanity's first satellite to the present day, over 10,000 satellites had been deployed. Given the power of this solar storm, which could be inferred from the power outages and loss of connectivity, its impact was undoubtedly catastrophic. She pondered whether the falling satellites would signify that all satellites might experience similar fates. Even if some satellites did not plummet, could it be that damaged components would render them inoperative? Given the current circumstances, her hypothesis appeared increasingly plausible. Otherwise, with today's technological advancements, the network signals should have been restored long ago. As these thoughts consumed her, Zui's expression turned grave, a wave of anxiety swelling within her. If the reality aligned with her conjectures, the consequences would be unimaginable. In contemporary society, the internet had become an indispensable facet of life. A loss of connectivity could regress humanity's technological advancement by decades, potentially triggering widespread global unrest. It must be said that Zui's perspective on the matter was quite comprehensive, as she not only discerned the essence beneath the surface but also recognized the gravity of the situation. However, her conventional thinking limited her imagination. For the impending apocalypse was not merely a solar storm. That night, across the globe, the sky bore witness to the shocking spectacle of falling satellites, leaving the majority of people restless and filled with trepidation. The following day, the authorities issued several announcements via the radio, first assuring citizens not to succumb to excessive fear, stating that various departments were investigating and repairing the issues, and that power and water supplies would soon be restored. They urged the public to refrain from unnecessary outings and to adhere to laws and regulations. If anyone faced hardship and required assistance, they could contact their local community, where, upon verification, they could receive a daily supply of basic living necessities free of charge. Upon hearing this news, those without funds and depleted resources could no longer remain idle. They hurriedly sought help from their local communities. Unsurprisingly, some opportunistic individuals, emboldened by their greed, shamelessly flocked to the community centers as well. However, these individuals were unaware that the population census conducted the previous day aimed to prevent such occurrences. The community had a comprehensive understanding of each household's composition, professions, and any special medical needs. In cases of uncertainty, staff would conduct home visits to minimize the potential for exploitation. Moreover, the free provisions consisted solely of basic items such as bread and water, with strict limits on distribution, sufficient only to stave off hunger but not to fill one's belly. Yet, some irate elderly residents deemed this arrangement unjust, questioning why some had the privilege to receive assistance while they did not, given that they all resided in the same community. Encouraged by these grievances, a few unruly seniors began to incite chaos, leading to a tense and confrontational atmosphere. Some elderly individuals, emboldened by their age, brazenly stormed into the community center, seizing food and water. When community staff attempted to intervene, they suffered physical assaults, with some even having tufts of hair forcibly yanked out by the aggressive seniors. The most frustrating aspect was that the community staff could not retaliate, as they were unaware of the seniors' health conditions. Should an incident arise, it could lead to dire consequences. Amidst these various factors, the staff could only watch helplessly as the unruly seniors plundered all the bread and water. The truly needy were left dumbstruck, and upon grasping the situation, they erupted in fury, vociferously condemning the instigators. In response to this incident, local authorities dispatched police and military personnel to assist in community operations, issuing a directive that anyone attempting to seize resources would be arrested on the spot. Regardless of age or gender, should anyone resist openly, they were authorized to employ force, even to the extent of using firearms. 3 days later, after tireless efforts by the power department, the city of Jiang finally restored its electricity supply. Upon hearing this news, the populace rejoiced as if celebrating a festival. For the majority, the restoration of power signified a return to normalcy. And indeed, that was the case on that very morning, as the power system stabilized. Water and gas supplies resumed as well, leaving only the internet signal still conspicuously absent. The official explanation remained vague, stating that the solar storm had severely impacted the satellites, and that full restoration would require additional time. Most people did not dwell on this, as for them, the prospect of enjoying a refreshing shower, basking in air conditioning, and savoring a delectable meal accompanied by a chilled beverage was already sufficient. As for the internet, that was a concern best addressed after their immediate needs were met. On July 8, 2028, all cities and towns within the Dragon Kingdom witnessed the restoration of electrical systems, water resources, and gas supplies. Urban roads had been largely cleared, and traffic gradually resumed. Some shops and stores reopened for business. The citizens, who had previously worn anxious expressions, now finally bore smiles. Under government regulation, the previously soaring prices began to stabilize. Although they remained higher than before, they were at least acceptable to the public. That afternoon, the Jiang City authorities announced a significant decision. Starting the next day, from 6 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, citizens could queue at 4 major state-owned banks with their bank cards and valid identification to withdraw cash. However, there was a limit. Each individual could withdraw a maximum of 5,000 yuan per day. Upon hearing this news, jubilant cheers erupted among the populace, many of whom hardly slept that night in anticipation. Some astute individuals even rose at 3 or 4 in the morning to ensure they secured a good position in line. However, upon arriving at the bank, they were taken aback to discover that a queue had already formed several thousand meters away. Upon closer inspection, they realized that people had been waiting in line since the previous night. Undeterred, later arrivals rushed to other banks only to find even more staggering lines, with heads bobbing in a sea of darkness as far as the eye could see, to prevent any potential incidents. Soldiers were stationed outside the banks, armed and vigilant, while numerous police officers maintained order. It was no exaggeration to say that out of the city's population of over 10 million, excluding infants, children, and the elderly, approximately one-fifth were waiting in line at the banks. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation, the banks finally opened their doors. The vast majority of those who successfully withdrew cash dashed straight to supermarkets or markets, initiating a frenzied shopping spree. Instant noodles, biscuits, bread, self-heating rice, canned goods, anything that could be easily stored and consumed was snatched up without hesitation. In addition to these essentials, gas stoves, liquefied gas tanks, portable power banks, and small solar power generators became hot commodities. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with a sense of urgency and desperation. The major supermarkets and wholesale markets are bustling with crowds. It is evident that the recent solar storm incident has instilled a sense of crisis in everyone to some degree. Gradually, as the news of the banks reopening for withdrawal spread among the masses, the lines of people grew even longer. The dense throng blocked the entire street, with an estimate of at least tens of thousands gathered. Thankfully, hundreds of police officers and soldiers were present to maintain order. Otherwise, the large gathering could have easily led to a stampede. However, this situation could not persist indefinitely. Therefore, several officials convened and decided to issue numbered tickets to those waiting in line, thereby regulating the number of people queuing. Greetings, everyone. I am the manager of the Jiangxi branch of the Central Bank of Huaxia. Due to the overwhelming number of individuals present, for your safety, staff members will soon distribute numbered tickets according to your place in line. Anyone who receives a ticket will be allowed to continue queuing, while those who do not will have to wait until tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, several staff members began distributing the tickets. The so-called numbered tickets were merely small slips printed by the bank's queuing machine, numbered from 0001 to 9999, clearly indicating different numbers. This meant that, in order of appearance, only the first 9,999 individuals would be served, and those arriving afterward need not wait in line. Everyone, those who receive a numbered ticket, especially those at the back, please find a shaded area to rest and avoid heat stroke. Also, please keep your ticket safe. Once lost, it cannot be reissued. Perhaps out of concern or to prevent traffic disruptions. The bank officials continuously reminded the crowd through loudspeakers. Soon, as the last numbered ticket was handed to an elderly woman, all 10,000 tickets had been distributed. It is worth noting that the woman who received the 9,999th ticket was indeed very fortunate. She narrowly secured her chance to withdraw funds. However, those unfortunate souls who stood behind her were decidedly unlucky. By a stroke of fate, Lin Xia happened to be standing directly behind the elderly woman. And what infuriated her more was that this woman had been allowed to cut in line by Lin Xia herself. The thought that this opportunity should have been hers made Lin Xia feel as though she had swallowed a fly. "Auntie, could you please let me have that opportunity? I am in urgent need of cash. Please help me," Lin Xia implored politely. The elderly woman instinctively tightened her grip on the numbered ticket and firmly shook her head in refusal, stating, "That won't do. I worked hard to get here. Go ask someone else." Seeing the other party's unyielding rejection ignited Lin Xia's anger. She retorted sharply, "I say, Auntie, if I hadn't kindly allowed you to cut in line, you wouldn't have been in this position at all." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman rolled her eyes defiantly and retorted, "You little girl, you need to speak with reason, don't you know? Besides, which of your eyes saw me cutting in line? What about me? Let me tell you, I am riddled with ailments, and if I get worked up and collapse, don't say I'm trying to extort you." Lin Xia was taken aback by the elderly woman's shamelessness, and in her frustration, she found herself at a loss for words. The elderly woman, noticing Lin Xia trembling with rage, wore a smug expression on her face before disdainfully snorting and swaying her ample posterior away. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Lin Xia clenched her fists tightly, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. How infuriating, that detestable woman! Why didn't he a plane crash down and take her out? Just as Lin Xia silently cursed, a young man with yellow hair swaggered over, striding with an air of indifference, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips. "Sis, the prices here in Jiang City are outrageous. A box of White Rabbit costs me $30. Why not just rob someone instead? By the way, sis, do you have any money left? Mom says she is hungry. I'm going to buy some food. The young man was a head taller than Lin Xie. Dressed in a casual yet trendy manner, at his words, Lin Xie felt an uncontainable surge of anger mixed with immense grievance. A gambling father, an unfaithful mother, an irresponsible brother, and a shattered self. For the sake of this family, she had ultimately borne the brunt of everything with her petite frame. I truly have no money left, Lin Xie sighed, her expression tinged with despondency. She spoke the truth. Her pockets were emptier than her face. The last few dozen bucks she had were taken by her brother to buy cigarettes. Don't worry, sis. We'll be able to withdraw money today, and we can eat together tonight. The young man inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his face indifferent. Then, seemingly struck by a thought, he swallowed hard and added, by the way, sis, I just saw a barbecue place that seems to be open. Why don't we have barbecue tonight? Mistakenly believing his sister had secured a numbered ticket, the young man began contemplating what they should eat for dinner. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes flickered with disappointment once more. Her disillusionment with her brother was profound. It was one thing to drop out of school, but ever since leaving, he spent his days either mingling with a bad crowd or lazing around at home, waiting for death. Moreover, he often stole money to take a group of girls out to party and drink. What infuriated her the most was that their parents not only neglected him but also indulged him. Unsurprisingly, this negligence led to a major crisis at home. Due to jealousy, her brother and his friends had beaten someone up, resulting in each family having to pay over 100,000 in damages to settle the matter. In light of this event, their already struggling family was pushed deeper into crisis. Adding to the woes, their father had accumulated significant gambling debts, leading to dire financial straits. Out of desperation, she had sought business opportunities through a senior's introduction. Initially, her intent was to settle the family's debts and then retire from this path. However, she underestimated her own desire for wealth, and things spiraled out of control. For the sake of her pride, she certainly could not confess the truth to her family. Instead, she concocted a lie, claiming she had a wealthy boyfriend. To her surprise, once her family heard this, they began spending even more lavishly. They even urged her to buy her brother a house and a car. As a result, during her summer vacation, the entire family booked tickets to visit Jiang City. Little did they expect such a severe solar storm incident to occur. After enduring hours of queuing, they found themselves in this predicament. While the siblings were conversing, a middle-aged couple approached from a distance. The man, around 50, was slightly portly, dressed in a dark, outdated suit that clashed with the surroundings. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her hair obviously styled and dyed, complementing her decent figure with a hint of lingering allure. "How is it, dear? Have you secured a number?" The woman inquired eagerly. Perhaps due to her agitation, her voice carried a slight rasp. Lin Xie shook her head, responding irritably, "No, I haven't." "What do you mean, no number? Sis, what are we going to eat and drink today if we don't have any money?" The young man exploded, his voice rising in panic. Upon hearing that they had not secured a number, the couple's expression soured immediately. They had exhausted all their cash, and if they could not withdraw money, they would have nowhere to stay that night. By the way, dear, since your boyfriend is a wealthy heir, he must have more than one house, right? Why don't we just go stay with our future son-in-law? That's right, sis. Mom makes a good point. You've been with your boyfriend for a while. You must know where he lives, right? The young man quickly chimed in, having harbored this thought for some time. However, he couldn't understand why every time the wealthy boyfriend was mentioned, his sister always evaded the subject. This led him to suspect something. Could it be that his sister was being a mistress to another man? Once this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sense of relief. Moreover, he didn't find it shameful for his sister to be with someone else. After all, in today's society, it was better to be wealthy than to be poor. As long as the money was right, who would care if she was a mistress or not? If his sister could charm her way into a good position, wouldn't he, as her brother, benefit immensely? Once she opened her mouth, houses, cars, and money would surely come pouring in. It would save him 2 decades of hardship. Listening to his mother and brother's banter made Lin Xie feel utterly miserable. If only she hadn't fallen out with the wealthy heir, everything would have been manageable, especially since she had given him a heads up. Given her past service, he would undoubtedly be willing to assist her. But now, the situation had changed. If she led her family to seek help from the heir, he would most likely turn them away mercilessly, leaving her utterly humiliated. What should she do? she couldn't possibly confess everything to her parents. In her anxiety, Lin Xia's mind raced with various solutions. Suddenly, she remembered someone. Yes, this person was Lu Fan, who had pursued her for a full 5 years. Although it is true that the two had experienced some unpleasantness not long ago, she firmly believes that as long as she makes a slight gesture, at worst, she could offer a little sweetness to the other party. After all, would they not then be easily swayed by her? Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that this fellow has purchased a house near the university town, reportedly costing over $1 million. She even made a special visit to see it once. The layout consists of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom, exquisitely decorated, and it appears quite satisfactory. However, that disabled sister of his seems to harbor some animosity towards her, always presenting an unwelcoming demeanor whenever she visits. Nonetheless, it does not matter. She is confident that Lu Fan will certainly speak on her behalf. When the time comes, her parents will occupy 1 room, while she and Lu Fan will share another. Naturally, Lu Fan will be sleeping on the floor. As for her foolish younger brother, he might as well sleep on the sofa. With this thought, Lin Xia finally allowed a light expression of ease to grace her lips, yet she soon furrowed her brow slightly. Since she had only visited Lu Fan's home twice, both times taking a taxi with him, she momentarily struggled to recall the name of the complex. Just as Lin Xia was racking her brain in contemplation, her mother, Tian Shaoi, pulled her aside and lowered her voice to inquire, "Daughter, at this point, be honest with your mother. Is that wealthy second-generation boyfriend of yours real or not?" As the saying goes, no one understands their child better than their parents. Tian Shaoi, having borne her daughter, could easily discern that Lin Xia was concealing something. Under normal circumstances, she would not pry, but given the current situation, it was imperative to clarify matters. Sensing her mother's growing suspicion, Lin Xia nervously fiddled with the loose strands of hair by her ear, then feigned a slight frown as she replied, "Oh, of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Besides, we attend the same school." However, as she spoke, Lin Xia suddenly became hesitant, half-truthfully admitting, "Well, we had a bit of a disagreement recently, but it's fine. He usually obeys my wishes, truly." In a certain sense, Lin Xia was not lying at all. For Lu Fan had indeed been quite submissive to her in the past. A mere phone call or text message would ensure his immediate presence. Tian Shaoi scrutinized her daughter seriously and, noticing that Lin Xia did not appear to be lying, suddenly understood, that explains it. No wonder when we got off the plane, her boyfriend didn't even show his face, so it turns out they were just a couple having a spat. Sigh. It's just a little quarrel. It's nothing major. With my daughter's beauty, a little coaxing will surely have that man at her feet. Tian Shaoi said cheerfully, then eagerly urged her daughter to lead them to her son-in-law's house. "Oh, all right," Lin Xia nodded in response. Although she still could not recall the name of the complex, she remembered that Lu Fan's residence was quite old and comprised entirely of high-rise buildings. Such properties were likely few and far between near the university town. Therefore, as long as they hailed a taxi and asked the driver, he would likely be able to find it. However, an awkward situation arose. The fare to the university town was at least 40 yuan. Yet their family could hardly scrape together 10. Oh, wait. They could have managed it, but her younger brother had used the money to buy cigarettes earlier. "Lin Dong, didn't your sister give you 50 yuan earlier? How much do you have left?" Tian Shaoi suddenly turned to her younger son. This. All eyes fell on Huang Mao. Feeling guilty, he gulped and slowly pulled out a crumpled 5 yuan note from his pocket. "Here, this is all that's left." Lin Baogue glanced at the 5 yuan in his son's hand, and his expression darkened. "You little spendthrift, always throwing money around, and now look, there's not even enough left for a taxi fare." As Lin Baogue grew increasingly angry, he suddenly kicked Huang Mao hard in the backside. To his surprise, Huang Mao reacted quickly, dodging the kick and hurriedly hiding behind his mother. "Dad, you don't understand. Prices are so high in Jiang City now. Even the cheapest bottle of water costs 5 yuan. I swear I haven't wasted it." Lin Baogue recognized that his son spoke the truth, yet, constrained by the authority of a father, he still scolded him with a fierce glare. "Get lost, you little rascal." With that, he turned his back on them and began to fidget. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he pulled out a red bill from who knows where. Ahem. Well, when you're out and about, one must always keep a little something back, right? Upon hearing this, the siblings immediately turned their gazes to their mother. Sure enough, Tian Shaoyi stepped forward, snatched the 100 yuan note from him, and unleashed a torrent of scolding. How dare you try to play tricks on us 3 women? Hurry up and confess. Is there any more? Gulp that I swear, dear wife. I doubt I really don't have any more. Just this one. Lin Baogu wiped the saliva from his face, attempting to evade the situation. However, Tian Shaoyi was not easily deceived. She immediately began to search him. No, dear, I was wrong. Can't you give me a little face since the kids are here? Ouch, what are you doing reaching into my pants? Lin Xia cast a glance at her parents, who were publicly grappling with each other, feeling utterly speechless, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Meanwhile, as the power was restored, Lu Mingyao, who had been cooped up at home for many days, finally felt free to venture downstairs. Lu Fan wholeheartedly agreed with this, especially since starting from the day after tomorrow, it seemed there would be no sunny days for at least a month. However, considering safety, he insisted that Zhuyi accompany them downstairs. In truth, Zhuyi would have followed regardless, as the bond they had forged during this time had made them inseparable best friends. Moments later, as they took the elevator down, Lu Fan returned to the sofa with a plate of washed grapes and turned on the television, searching for the anime One Piece from his local files, and began to watch leisurely. Prior to the internet outage, he had purchased a vast array of torrent resources online, including popular movies, American dramas, Korean dramas, domestic series, anime, novels, and certain action-guided films. After all, these audiovisual materials are treasures of human civilization, especially the latter, which must not be allowed to fade away. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lu Fan suddenly remembered something. He had yet to utilize the Daoyun points that had just been credited today. With a mere thought, a translucent virtual system panel materialized in his sight. Lu Fan Destined 1, no rank, exclusive technique Spirit Absorption Breathing Technique, LV2, Daoyun points 12 kill points 0, physique 100 soul 98, innate talents perfect copy, max level, Eye of Insight, LV1, light power, LV1, inventory, Divine Awakening Medal. Ever since he spent 100 Daoyun points to elevate his technique to LV2, he had been earning an additional Daoyun point daily. Coupled with the 10 points rewarded by the Divine Awakening Medal, he now accumulated 12 Daoyun points each day. However, to elevate his technique to LV3, he would require 1,000 Daoyun points. This was not a difficult task for him, as accumulating 1,000 points at the rate of 12 per day would only take 90 days. Chapter 034 Uninvited Guest. However, while it is indeed important to enhance the level of techniques, one must not neglect the improvement of physical attributes. After all, the body is the foundation of revolution. Without sufficient strength to support it, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Thus, to ensure sustainable development, he must integrate his personal situation and maximize his advantages. There's no way around it, after all. His innate talent is perfect copy, and it is at its max level, making it difficult for him not to replicate the innate talents of other destined individuals. Therefore, he must strive to elevate his technique level as much as possible. Otherwise, he would face a rather awkward predicament, possessing numerous innate talents but unable to elevate their levels. This is akin to playing a game where others may only master one skill, while you possess multiple skills. At first glance, this seems impressive, as having more skills than others is a clear advantage. However, the reality is quite different. Others, being focused on a single skill, can practice diligently, concentrating their efforts, resulting in rapid skill level increases and high damage output. As for him, because he possesses too many skills, it becomes challenging to nurture them all, leading to a situation where none of his skills excel. Lu Fan may easily encounter this issue in the future. Fortunately for him, he is aware of the saying one cannot chew more than one can bite. Moreover, the additional 10 Daoyun points awarded daily by the Divine Awakening Medal have helped him avoid this predicament. As long as he operates judiciously and does not seek immediate gains, he can fully develop in all aspects. However, one concern lingers in his mind. With the increase in technique level, the required Daoyun points may escalate to an outrageous extent. For instance, when he upgraded his technique from LV1 to LV2, he expended a full 100 Daoyun points. To advance from LV2 to LV3, he would need 1,000 Daoyun points. This indicates that the required Daoyun points for each level increase would grow exponentially, perhaps even multiplying several times. To make matters worse, the level increase of innate talents follows the same pattern. His innate talent happens to be the ability to replicate the gifts of other fate-bearers. This implies that the Dao rhythm points he will require in the future will amount to a staggering number. Alas, such a calamity, As the saying goes, success and failure both hinge on the same factors. How could he have drawn the bloodthirsty talent of perfect replication? The mere thought of the challenges he would face in the future left him feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, for the sake of long-term development, he resolved to elevate the level of his cultivation techniques to the highest possible ranked. As for enhancing his personal attributes, that would have to be set aside for the time being. After all, there were still several months until the emergence of the otherworldly beasts, and with his current strength, he was more than capable of handling any unforeseen incidents. In truth, Lu Fan was clearly overthinking the situation. He overlooked a crucial detail. The number of fate-bearers possessing their innate gifts was exceedingly rare, so rare that it could be described as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to recklessly open a dubious application and foolishly follow the prompts to make substantial payments. Let us not forget that acquiring an innate gift necessitates nearly 10,000 yuan in expenditure. Just imagine, if it were you, would you repeatedly invest in an application of uncertain origins? Thus, it can be said that Lu Fan was somewhat misguided in his concerns, for the fate-bearers with innate gifts were indeed far too scarce. To put it bluntly, were it not for him, Lu Mingyao and Zhua Yi would undoubtedly never have acquired the fate-bearer system, let alone possess innate gifts. The reason he currently held 3 innate gifts was largely due to luck and the echoes of kindness. To put it this way, had Lu Fan been an exceedingly selfish individual, the chances of Lu Mingyao and Zhua Yi becoming fate-bearers would have been uncertain. The consequence would have been that Lu Fan would have missed out on 2 innate gifts. Whether he would encounter another fate-bearer with innate gifts in the future remained unknown. Hence, many things are predetermined by fate. Just as Lu Fan pondered over the system panel, a faint knocking sound suddenly echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the knock, Lu Fan thought little of it, assuming it was his sister returning with Zhua Yi. He rose swiftly and approached the door, casually pushing open the outer security door without a second thought. However, as the door swung open, Lu Fan's expression momentarily froze. Instead of his sister and Zhua Yi, he was met with 2 unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 30, with a robust and imposing physique, and wore a professional smile. The woman was younger, perhaps in her mid-20s, possessing an attractive appearance and a sweet smile. Both wore red hats and vests, emblazoned with a blue dove emblem on the chest, accompanied by the words Community Service Center. Hello, we are community workers conducting a census. Are you the property owner? What is your name? Lu Fan scrutinized the 2 individuals for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing in suspicion. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with them. However, judging by their attire, they indeed seemed to be community workers. Oh, I am the property owner. My name is Lu Fan. As soon as the name left his lips, the man swiftly drew a black handgun and pressed it against Lu Fan's forehead. Don't move. Remain silent and slowly step back. The man's voice was low and frigid, his triangular eyes glinting menacingly. Lu Fan refrained from any rash movements, instead complying and taking a few steps back, his deep-set gaze fixed intently on the man before him. Without needing instruction, the young woman darted inside, promptly shutting the door behind her. Her actions fluid and seamless. She remained silent, swiftly pulling a pair of medical gloves from her pocket and slipping them on. However, she inadvertently cast a few glances at the reinforced steel door. A flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Kid, I know you have a gun too, so you'd better not make any sudden moves. Otherwise, I really will kill you. The man spoke while forcing Lu Fan into the middle of the living room. His tone was light, yet it emanated an icy chill. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's gaze flickered before he slowly inquired, What do you want? The middle-aged man grinned coldly and replied, I need you to come with us and hand over the USB drive and the handgun. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, a cold murderous intent igniting within him. Without a doubt, these 2 were sent by Qian Xiaotian. Furthermore, their actions clearly indicated they were not benevolent individuals. Perhaps this could be the opportunity to eliminate this pair altogether? As Lu Fan contemplated whether to accompany them, the middle-aged man spoke again. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. While your sister and that little girlfriend of yours are still out, hand over the items immediately, or else. The middle-aged man failed to notice the shift in Lu Fan's expression when he mentioned his sister. Suddenly, the man felt a void in his hand, followed by a chilling sensation in his chest. Looking down, he was astounded to find a dark dagger plunged into his heart, the bright red blood oozing out in steady streams. Why you? the man stammered, disbelief etched across his face, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Clearly, he never anticipated that an innocuous university student would strike with such swiftness. Just as the middle-aged man was reeling from the surprise, Lu Fan dashed towards the young woman with blinding speed. Realizing the imminent danger, she instinctively turned to flee toward the door. However, she barely managed a few steps before Lu Fan caught up to her. "Ah, don't kill me, please." The woman was terror-stricken, her once beautiful face twisted in sheer panic. In contrast, Lu Fan's expression remained icy, his eyes chillingly cold. Without a word, he seized her neck with his arm. Tightening his grip with force, the woman, in a state of sheer horror, struggled desperately, her face flushing red from the lack of oxygen. "Don't be afraid. Just endure. It will soon be over, but rest assured, I will ensure your corpse is dealt with properly, selecting a prime resting place for your sister." Lu Fan whispered softly into her ear, his grip intensifying. With a sharp crack, the woman's body went limp. Confirming her demise, Lu Fan laid her body on the ground and sighed, reflecting, "Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourselves for choosing the wrong target." With that, he turned his gaze towards the male figure. As expected, he was lifeless. However, the pool of blood he had left behind was a considerable nuisance for Lu Fan. Truth be told, he never wished to take a life. He had never wanted to in his past life. Nor did he desire to in this one. Yet, some matters were beyond his control. Take these two, for instance. They had dared to threaten him using his sister and Zwa Yi as leverage. Thus, he had no choice but to choose self-preservation over friendship. As for the dread of having killed, that was utterly non-existent. After all, he was someone who had clawed his way out of the depths of death and had long since grown accustomed to bloodshed and violence. However, the priority now was to clean the scene thoroughly. After all, the legal order still existed, and it was prudent to exercise caution. Moreover, should his sister and Zwa Yi stumble upon such a bloody sight, they would likely be traumatized, particularly Zwa Yi. Their relationship, while decent, was not strong enough for her to assist him in hiding bodies, so he had to be cautious. Fortunately, the dagger embedded in the man's chest had not been removed, or else the cleanup would have been far more complicated. Lacking body bags, Lu Fan resorted to wrapping the corpses in cling film, layer upon layer, before storing them in his spatial storage. Thankfully, the spatial storage was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. Half an hour later, the blood stains on the living room floor had been nearly eradicated. The air was suffused with the metallic scent of blood. He ventilated the room while lighting incense. Once he was certain that no traces remained, he changed into a fresh outfit and descended the stairs as if nothing had transpired. After meandering around the neighborhood for quite some time, he finally spotted his sister and Zwa Yi in the corridor of a pavilion overlooking the artificial lake. They were engaged in light-hearted conversation, accompanied by a few children frolicking nearby. After observing them discreetly for a while and confirming that there were no unusual circumstances, his anxious heart finally settled. To be honest, due to his recent preoccupations, he had indeed become somewhat neglectful of his safety awareness. Naturally, he had also underestimated Qian Xiaotian's resolve and means of revenge. It was fortunate that his strength had increased significantly. Otherwise, he might have easily fallen into a trap. With this thought, a flicker of icy murderous intent flashed in Lu Fan's eyes. Since some people had chosen their own demise, it was only fitting that he obliged them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Yujin Bay official residence community, as a taxi slowly departed, Lin Xie and her family of 4 began to take in their surroundings. They beheld towering high-rise buildings stretching as far as the eye could see, estimating there were at least 70 or 80 in total. At the community entrance stood a weathered statue in a European style, reminiscent of a bygone era, appearing dilapidated and aged. The ground tiles had mostly cracked, the building's walls were peeling, and the facilities appeared quite antiquated. "Sister, have we come to the wrong place? The buildings here are indeed tall and numerous, but it certainly doesn't look like a wealthy district. Indeed, my dear, didn't you mention that your boyfriend is a second-generation rich kid? This place hardly seems upscale." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie felt a flush of embarrassment and could only muster the courage to explain. "This area is very close to our school. The reason my boyfriend purchased a house here was simply for the convenience of attending classes. Moreover, the property prices in this community are quite high. My boyfriend's apartment cost nearly 2 million. Upon hearing that a property here was valued at 2 million, Lin Baogue and Tian Shaoi exchanged glances, a satisfied expression finally gracing their faces. In contrast, Huang Mao appeared somewhat disappointed. He scoffed, just 2 million. What kind of wealthy person is that? Those who live in villas are the real affluent ones. With an air of arrogance, he boasted, don't worry, Mom and Dad. Your son will definitely achieve great things in the future. I plan to buy a villa in our provincial capital. Very good. My son has lofty ambitions. Mom believes in you. Tian Shaoi beamed with delight, her face radiating affection. Meanwhile, Lin Baogue's lips twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself how his son was indeed a chip off the old block, boasting even more than he did in his youth. Lin Xia rolled her eyes at her brother's grandiose declarations. Given her brother's current demeanor, if he didn't end up in a sewing machine, it would be a miracle. Buying a villa. How ludicrous. Before long, Lin Xia, relying on her hazy memories, successfully located building A9 where Lu Fan resided. Just as she was about to ring the doorbell, someone happened to enter the stairwell. Thus, Lin Xia led her family to the 10th floor without a hitch. Standing at the entrance of apartment 1001, she felt a slight perspiration in her palms. Yes, at this moment, she was undeniably nervous. Sister, stop dawdling. Hurry up and knock on the door. I'm starving. Huang Mao urged impatiently. Lin Xia remained silent, taking a deep breath before steeling herself to knock. Simultaneously, she silently prayed that Lu Fan wouldn't pull any tricks. Lu Fan, are you home? This is Lin Xia. Lin Xia called out while knocking on the door. However, after a long pause, there was no response from within. Dear, your boyfriend isn't home, is he? Tian Shaoi asked suspiciously. Once this was said, the entire family turned their gaze towards the bewildered Lin Xia. Feeling a bit flustered, Lin Xia stammered, It seems like no one is home. Strangely enough, upon realizing that Lu Fan was absent, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. But Huang Mao was not ready to give up easily. He insisted, Sister, try knocking harder. Maybe brother-in-law is just asleep and didn't hear. Tian Shaoi concurred and urged her to give it another go. Seeing her mother's insistence, Lin Xia had no choice but to knock with more vigor. Yet after several attempts, still no one responded. Chapter 036. A face-slapping humiliation. At this point, the group was utterly dumbfounded. They had hoped to find a temporary place to stay and perhaps enjoy a few meals, yet after all their efforts, they found themselves empty-handed. As night began to fall, they were still without a place to rest. Even more disheartening was the fact that they hadn't eaten all day and were now ravenously hungry. What a stroke of bad luck! Had I known this trip would lead to such troubles, I might as well have stayed home to play mahjong, Tian Shaoi lamented, clearly regretting her decision to accompany them on this trip to Jiang City. Lin Baogue, upon hearing his wife's complaints, felt guilty and didn't dare to utter a word. After all, this trip to Jiang City was his idea, and it wasn't intended as a vacation but rather to evade debts. However, no one had anticipated these unforeseen circumstances. Sister, do you have any other friends in Jiang City? Think of something, Huang Mao urged, resembling an ant on a hot pan, his hair a mess, as a young man. Enduring hunger was indeed his forte, but 3 days without food was unbearable, especially at his age when one's appetite was at its peak. With both parents and brother looking at her with hopeful eyes, Lin Xia hung her head in shame. After all, she was just a third-year university student. How could she possibly have so many friends? Even if she did, she couldn't reach out to anyone given the current situation. Oh well, it seems your father has hidden 200 yuan, which I just found. Let us buy some food first, and with the remaining money, we can see if we can find a hotel. Tomorrow, let us wake up early and queue at the bank to withdraw the money, Tian Shaoi suggested, having realized her daughter was indeed powerless in this situation. With that, she turned and headed towards the elevator. The rest of the family exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with unspoken disappointment. As they awaited the elevator, it suddenly stopped on the 10th floor. Ding! As the elevator doors slowly opened, a rather charming pink electric wheelchair emerged, followed by a young man and woman. Lu Fan? Lin Xia exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her voice escaping her lips instinctively. As for the girl beside Lu Fan, Zhuai, Lin Xia chose to overlook her presence. In her eyes, it was inconceivable that Lu Fan could be interested in someone so unfashionably dressed with glasses. Surely, Zhuai was the one making advances, deliberately trying to get close to Lu Fan for ulterior motives. Much like herself, driven by financial interests. Huang Mao had already stepped halfway into the elevator when, upon hearing Lin Xia's words, he quickly retreated. Lin Baogui and Tian Xiaoyi did the same. Upon hearing their daughter refer to the young man as Lu Fan, they exchanged quick glances before scrutinizing him from head to toe. Well, is any this Lin Xia's classmate? What a coincidence. Lu Fan smirked slightly, his lean, clean-cut face bearing a hint of mockery. He was all too familiar with these individuals. So much so that the phrase deeply ingrained could hardly capture the essence of his experience with them. It was precisely this group that had taught him the harsh reality of human nature. Lin Xia seemed oblivious to the jest in Lu Fan's words. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and vaguely stated, Lu Fan, I was wrong last time, and I apologize to you. By the way, this is my dad, my mom, and this is my brother. You always said you wanted to meet my parents, so I brought them along since they're in town for a trip. Without giving Lu Fan a chance to react, she introduced him to her parents. Mom, Dad. This is Lu Fan, the one I mentioned. He is also from Bin City, and we were high school classmates. He scored nearly 600 on the college entrance exam and even applied to the same university as me just to pursue me. After saying this, Lin Xia bit her lip, her gaze towards Lu Fan suddenly filled with a plea, as if silently asking him to do her a favor and save face. Sui cast a discreet glance at Lu Fan and then at the pitiful Lin Xia. Feeling inexplicably displeased, Liu Mingyao also lifted her chin to glance at Lin Xia before turning her head away, inwardly cursing her luck. Ahem, young man, hello, I'm Xia's father. I've heard so much about you from my daughter. Just thought I'd stop by and take a look. Lin Baogui coughed lightly, his demeanor strikingly similar to that of an eager father-in-law. Tan Xiaoyi's gaze was fixated on Lu Fan, her eyes roaming up and down, gradually revealing a look of satisfaction. To be honest, she had previously harbored doubts about her daughter, fearing she would end up like she did in her youth. Being someone's mistress, however, upon seeing Lu Fan, her worries vanished in an instant. As everyone's attention focused on Lu Fan, he slowly glanced at each person, his tone indifferent. Oh, it's getting late. I want to keep you. With that, without sparing them another glance, Lu Fan took out his keys and unlocked the security door, then casually opened the inner steel blast door. By the way, I remember there's a fresh Hong Kong fish and a big bag of pork ribs in the fridge, right? You'll make braised dishes with them? One to you, Lu Fan said lazily. Upon hearing this, Sui's eyes sparkled as she nodded, yes. Then she cheerfully wheeled herself into the living room. Just as Lu Fan was about to close the door, Lin Xia suddenly stepped forward, grabbing his arm, her face flushed with indignation. Liu Fan, are you serious? I've already apologized to you. What more do you want from me? Do you think I came to find you for nothing? I am worried about you, you know? Yet you treat me like this. You're really disappointing me, Lin Xia said, her eyes welling up with tears, large droplets beginning to fall. Seeing this, Lu Fan remained unmoved, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotion. However, it must be said that if Lin Xia were to venture into the entertainment industry, she would undoubtedly thrive. Her acting skills were one thing, but her sheer audacity was truly remarkable. Observing Lu Fan's indifference, Lin Xia began to panic. Without a moment's hesitation, she softened her tone and pleaded quietly, I was wrong, Lu Fan. I know you're the one who truly loves me. Will you let me be your girlfriend? She continued, you know my parents aren't in good health, and I don't want them to worry. By the way, haven't you always wanted to be with me? I doubt I will be staying in your room tonight. As Lin Xia uttered these words, she bit her lips seductively, her brows and eyes exuding a myriad of charms. Under usual circumstances, Lu Fan would undoubtedly be captivated by her allure. However, at present, all that he felt for this woman was disdain, accompanied by a chilling intent to kill. Yet, he would not easily eliminate this family. On the contrary, he intended for them to endure a prolonged existence of suffering. He resolved that every experience from his past life would be thoroughly relived by them. With this thought, Lu Fan cast a cold glance at Lin Xia, speaking dismissively, you wish to share a bed with me? Ha! You think you are worthy? Get lost. As the word lost escaped his lips, the security door was mercilessly slammed shut. Lin Xia clenched her teeth. The delicate makeup she wore twisted into a grotesque expression due to her extreme anger. Her resentment towards Lu Fan reached a boiling point. Chapter 037. The power of a single kick, dreadful. She swore she would ensure Lu Fan's family would be utterly destroyed. What S with your boyfriend's attitude? We come all this way, and not only are we not warmly welcomed, but we are also being chased away. Who does he think he is? The blonde-haired youth fumed, jumping up and down, shouting loudly. Lin Baogui's face darkened as he scolded his daughter furiously. Look at the kind of worthless boyfriend you've found. Just because he has a little money, he thinks he has something special, that little scoundrel. Ugh, I'm telling you, I do not approve of this pathetic boyfriend of yours. Hurry up and break up. Seeing her daughter squatting on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, Tian Xiao's anger flared up. Without a second thought, she turned to berate the father-son duo. Are you two done yet? Your daughter has been bullied, and you're blaming her? If you have the guts, go confront them. Two cowards. The blonde youth, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Enraged, he began to kick the security door furiously, his voice rising as he shouted, "Damn it! Lu, you come out here. If you dare to bully my sister, do you believe I will kill you?" The more he cursed, the more fervent he became, kicking the door with increasing force until it echoed with loud thuds. Lin Xia watched in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. She recalled Lu Fan's ruthlessness at the bar, vividly remembering how even the wealthy Qian was beaten to a pulp and tormented. If her brother provoked Lu Fan, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Without a moment to lose, Lin Xia hastily wiped her tears and attempted to intervene, but she was too late. With the security door pushed open, Lu Fan emerged, exuding an aura of murderous intent. He couldn't be bothered to speak, raising his leg to deliver a fierce kick to the blonde youth's abdomen. Thud! In the astonished gazes of those present, the once boisterous blonde youth was sent flying by Lu Fan's kick. The motion was fluid and seamless. "Ah, are you all right, son?" Tian Xiaoyi screamed, rushing to help the blonde youth up. Lin Baogui stood frozen in shock, then glared at Lu Fan, stammering as he shouted, "Why you? How dare you hit someone? I'll tell you, don't think money gives you the right to act recklessly. I will call the police on you." Lu Fan sneered at the remark. "Oh, please. I eagerly await your call to the authorities. I'd like to know what you intended to achieve by blocking my door and kicking it." He cast a sidelong glance at the group, his expression filled with amusement. Tian Xiaoyi glared at Lu Fan with a fierce gaze, both shocked and enraged. She never expected this seemingly harmless youth to be so ruthless. The blonde youth, suppressing the immense pain in his abdomen, managed to lean against the wall, his gaze towards Lu Fan now tinged with fear. Lin Xia, worried that Lu Fan might escalate the situation further, dared not linger, forcibly pulling her parents and brother into the elevator. Fleeing as if from a disaster, as the elevator doors slowly closed, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Fan's eyes. For some, death indeed serves as a punishment, but for Lin Xia's family, death would simply be a merciful escape. Therefore, he intended to make their lives a living hell, ensuring they existed daily in despair and terror. Returning to his thoughts, Lu Fan glanced at the slightly dented security door, feeling increasingly grateful for his decision to install a reinforced door. Most people would assume that a security door should be quite sturdy. However, the reality was starkly different, especially with the increasingly popular electronic password locks, which looked appealing but were utterly useless. With just a pair of pliers and a screwdriver, one could easily pry it open. For someone accustomed to survival in a post-apocalyptic world, such security measures were laughably inadequate. But a reinforced door was a different story, and no matter how skilled one was at lockpicking, it would remain impenetrable without resorting to violent destruction, such as using explosives or cutting torches. That, of course, if someone decided to demolish the walls, that would pose a different challenge. This was among the reasons he felt dissatisfied with his sanctuary. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would have reinforced the walls thoroughly. This way, even when he was not beside his sister, he could feel somewhat at ease. After all, according to the historical developments of his past life, this area would soon become a significant refuge, having previously experienced a large-scale riot. Regrettably, he had been expelled by Lin Xia's family at that time, leaving him unaware of the specifics. He only heard that many had perished, and the base had changed hands. Considering this, he had procured a handgun for his sister's protection. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lu Mengyao and Zhua Yi exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of trepidation. Since the door had been opened earlier, they had witnessed Lu Fan's violent display. To be honest, in that fleeting moment, Both Lu Mingyao and Zhua Yi felt their hearts leap into their throats. Particularly for Lu Mingyao, her little hands grew clammy with nerves. Her eyes betraying her uncontainable worry and fear that, of course, her anxiety did not stem from doubts about her brother's ability to handle the situation, but rather from the concern that he might inadvertently harm someone. After all, she was well aware of her brother's immense strength. In fact, not only her brother but ever since she had obtained the destined one-system panel, her own physical prowess had noticeably increased. Little did she know that just 2 hours prior, her brother had personally eliminated 2 individuals whose bodies were currently stored in his spatial inventory. If he were to retrieve them now, they would likely still be warm. At 6 o'clock, after over an hour of bustling activity from Zhua Yi, dinner was finally prepared. The menu consisted of 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork ribs, braised monkfish, stir-fried greens, and a tomato and egg soup, all accompanied by a large pot of fragrant northeastern rice. "Brother, do you think they might call the police on you?" Lu Mingyao suddenly inquired, her big, watery eyes filled with concern. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, responding in a nonchalant manner, "Don't worry, they lack the courage to do so." He was all too familiar with the nature of Lin Xia's family. To summarize in a single phrase, they bully the weak and fear the strong. If he were to add another, it would be insatiable greed. Thus, he was certain they would not dare to report him. Besides, he had merely kicked one of them. Even if they did report him, what could possibly come of it? Such trivial matters were hardly worth the police's attention. Seeing her brother respond with such certainty, Lu Mengyao's anxious heart finally settled. Without further ado, she eagerly picked up her bowl and began to eat. Zhua Yi appeared to be in high spirits, her eyes always glimmering with a smile. Midway through the meal, she unexpectedly offered Lu Fan a piece of pork rib. This delighted Lu Fan, who thought to himself that his plan to win her over had finally taken a successful step forward. Chapter 038. A miserable family. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. While Lu Fan enjoyed his meal in the comfort of air conditioning, Lin Xia's family was hastily making their way towards the university town, taking advantage of the fading daylight. "Sister, how much longer until we reach your school? I'm so exhausted I can barely walk." The blond youth drooped his head, his voice lacking strength. Lin Xia swallowed hard at his words, responding perfunctorily, "We're almost there," before continuing to trudge ahead. Tian Shaoyi and Lin Baogue, the elderly couple, also seemed to be struggling, but seeing the sky darkening and the clouds growing increasingly ominous, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press on. After roughly another 20 minutes, they finally arrived near the university town. Following their earlier plan, Lin Xia led her family to find a hotel near a nearby bank. However, upon inquiring about the price, they were left dumbfounded. "Good heavens, they want 500 yuan for a double room. This is nothing short of a scam. Let us go. We'll look for another place. How dare they charge 500 for a shabby room? Why not just rob us instead?" Tian Shaoyi nearly cursed upon hearing that price, urging everyone to leave. Lin Xia also felt that this establishment was utterly unreasonable, not to mention whether they could even afford such an amount. Who would willingly spend 500 yuan on such a subpar hotel? Surely, staying in a better hotel would be far more appealing. Clearly, at that moment, Lin Xia did not grasp the severity of the situation. For prices had begun to rise quietly, and currency was depreciating as well. Were it not for the government's efforts to regulate the economy, the situation would likely be even worse, as anticipated. After departing from the first hotel, Lin Xia inquired at 3 or 4 more establishments in succession. The result was consistently disheartening, with no prices falling below 500 yuan. This left the group utterly bewildered, exchanging wide-eyed glances as they stood by the roadside, buffeted by the wind. After a prolonged silence, Huang Mao licked his parched lips and suggested they procure some food to satiate their hunger before addressing the lodging situation. As for accommodation, well, they could always find a park bench to endure the night. Unsurprisingly, this suggestion was promptly dismissed. Not only did he receive a harsh reprimand, but his father also delivered a swift kick to his rear. Tian Shaoyi, however, proposed a cost-free alternative, returning to her daughter's dormitory for the night, or perhaps negotiating with the school administration for a room. Upon uttering this suggestion, Lin Xia's expression visibly shifted. If it were just her mother alone, it would likely pose no issue, given her standing in the dormitory. Few would dare to object. However, bringing 3 people back was certainly out of the question. As for whether they could seek assistance from the school for temporary accommodation, to be frank, She was uncertain if the administration would acquiesce. Nevertheless, she was aware that the school seemingly had a few vacant dormitories. Lin Baogue seemed to perceive his daughter's predicament and immediately shook his head, declaring, "Absolutely not. What does it mean to go to your daughter's school?" "I do not consent." Upon hearing her husband's opposition, Tian Shaoyu's temper flared. "If that's not an option, then do suggest an alternative." Lin Baogue, in response, silently lit a cigarette, taking several puffs before proposing, "In my opinion, we could search for a small inn nearby. A few years ago, when I was working in Guangzhou with a few friends, we stayed in small inns that charged only 50 yuan per room, and 3 of us could squeeze in without issue." With his extensive life experience from traveling across the north and south, Lin Baogue's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. After some diligent searching, they finally discovered a small, dilapidated inn nestled within a dim alley. After a considerable amount of haggling, they managed to secure a triple room for 150 yuan. This unexpected fortune brought relief to the group, who could finally exhale. However, upon entering this so-called triple room, they quickly understood why it was so inexpensive. The cramped space was tolerable, the semi-basement status was manageable, and the musty, damp odor in the air could be endured. Yet, the sight of a public restroom directly across from their door, with an overwhelming stench, was unbearable. Good heavens! Is this truly a place for humans to reside? Huang Mao surveyed the room's condition, instantly rendered speechless. Had the weather not begun to turn, he would have preferred to sleep in the park rather than endure this. Tan Shaoyi frowned, letting out a sigh. "Oh well, having a place to sleep is better than nothing. We can endure it for one night." She promptly shut the door tightly to keep the foul odor at bay. Lin Xia had initially considered sharing a bed with her mother for the night, but upon witnessing the deplorable conditions, she abandoned that thought. "Mom and Dad, you two should rest early. I'll head back to school now," Lin Xia said, weariness etched across her face. The elderly couple nodded in agreement. "Be safe on your way back, and remember to come early tomorrow." "Oh, understood." Lin Xia lingered no longer, accepting the 20 yuan her mother offered before turning to leave. By the time she returned to school, it was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. The gatekeeper, clearly recognizing Lin Xia, opened the gate without a word. Under the lights, she noticed the basketball court bustling with people. Energetic boys were engaged in a fierce game, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Just then, a flash of purple lightning cut across the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that echoed in everyone's ears. Boom! Good grief! It's going to rain. Quick, let's scatter. No more playing. With that thunderclap, the crowd dispersed like startled birds, all retreating to their dormitories. Lin Xia glanced up at the ominous night sky, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over her. The following morning, the skies over Jiangqing were shrouded in heavy clouds, oppressive enough to stifle one's breath, as if the weight of the world threatened to crush the city, if predictions held true. A torrential downpour was imminent. However, compared to the impending storm, the populace was more concerned with whether they could successfully withdraw their money today. The good news was that, in addition to the 4 major banks, other banks were also facilitating withdrawals, with ample cash reserves available. Each bank had issued 100,000 quotas. The bad news, however, was that the queues for withdrawals today were even longer than the previous day. Many people had arrived at the bank with folding chairs in the dead of night to secure their place in line. Lured by the prospect of profit, some individuals even resorted to scalping. Most of these individuals had minimal savings, and many were even in debt. As long as they could reach their number, they could turn around and sell their spot for a profit, with a minimum of 300 yuan, and some even fetching 500. Perhaps due to the impending rain or the sheer volume of shoppers, prices at supermarkets began to surge once more. Staples like rice, flour, oil, and salt saw only modest price increases. But fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat skyrocketed in price. In particular, the cost of eggs soared to 15 yuan per jean. Compressed biscuits, instant noodles, pickled vegetables, and various condiments became hot commodities, regardless of how many items the staff stocked. There were throngs of eager buyers lining up to purchase in their bid to secure their place in line. Many even resorted to physical altercations. Despite constant announcements over the supermarket loudspeakers assuring customers of sufficient supplies and urging civilized queuing, such incidents remained all too common. Chapter 39. A missed opportunity. On July 10, 2028, after brewing for 2 days and nights, the anticipated downpour finally descended like a floodgate opening. the sweltering heat gave way to a much-needed coolness. At the entrance of Eugenian residence, amidst the dense rain and fog, a figure clad in a black raincoat stood resolutely by the roadside. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, a taxi finally came to a slow stop. As the driver lowered the window to peer out, Lu Fan swiftly opened the back door and settled into the seat. Driver, to Donghu Bay Villa District. However, just as the words left his lips, Lu Fan noticed a woman already seated in the back of the taxi. "My apologies. I was unaware there was someone in the car," he remarked, beginning to push the door to exit. The driver, however, called out to him, chuckling as he explained, "What a coincidence, young man. I'm actually headed to the Villa District as well." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan hesitated momentarily, casting a dubious glance at the woman beside him. The driver quickly grasped Lu Fan's apprehension, reassuring him, "Don't worry, young man. The lady agreed to let me stop here. You just acted a bit too quickly and hopped in before I could ask." With a hearty laugh, the driver eased the car into motion, navigating the downpour. Realizing the situation, Lu Fan turned to the woman, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you. Due to the mask covering her face and the hood of her sweatshirt obscuring her head, he could not discern her features, yet her slender frame and delicate facial contours suggested she was quite young. The woman merely acknowledged with a soft returning her gaze to the rain-soaked window. Clearly reluctant to engage in further conversation. Respecting her apparent desire for distance, Lu Fan fell silent and redirected his attention forward. The driver, a man in his 40s, exhibited a gregarious nature, occasionally chatting on the walkie-talkie as they traveled. Since the interruption of network signals, these old-fashioned walkie-talkies had resurfaced in public consciousness, and their demand had surged to the point of near sellout status. After all, they had become the only means of communication for the average person. As a reborn individual, Lu Fan was well aware of this impending situation and had preemptively purchased a significant stock of walkie-talkies. However, there was a drawback. The communication range was quite limited. The typical walkie-talkie had a maximum range of less than 3 kilometers, while more advanced models could reach up to 15 kilometers. Lu Fan had procured the professional-grade variety, investing over 100,000 yuan for several hundred sets. Before embarking on this trip, he had ensured that 2 individuals were trained in their usage and had set a specific frequency for immediate contact in case of emergencies. Due to the heavy rainfall, the driver did not accelerate. After about 17 or 18 minutes, as they neared the Villa District, the driver finally inquired about Lu Fan's specific destination. Lu Fan, intending to survey the surroundings through the window, found visibility hindered by the torrential downpour. "Driver, just stop near Area A," he instructed, retrieving 300 yuan from his pocket to hand to the driver, adding with a smile, "You see, driver, I have some matters to attend to at a friend's place, and I'll need you to wait for me after you drop her off." Unquestionably, the her Lu Fan referred to was the woman in the car. The driver's eyes brightened at this, promptly agreeing and assuring Lu Fan not to worry, as there was little work to be done on such a rainy day. Soon enough, amidst their conversation, they reached Donghu Bay Villa Area A. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Lu Fan surveyed the surroundings before setting off in the direction his memory dictated. Drawing upon his hazy recollections, he quickly located a 3-story villa. Indeed, this 3-story independent villa was none other than Qin Xiaoyan's residence. In order to prevent any miscalculations, he deliberately cast a glance at the doorplate. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he swiftly leaped into the villa's courtyard and began his cautious exploration. To be candid, he had not intended to eliminate Qin Xiaoyan at this moment, as the timing was still not ripe. Should Qin Xiaoyan either die or go missing, the police would undoubtedly intensify their investigations. Moreover, he had recently had a conflict with the individual in question, which could easily result in him being listed as a suspect. Such a scenario would undoubtedly impact his future plans to some extent. Therefore, after careful consideration, he resolved to ignore this individual for now and wait for a more opportune moment. However, plans often change swiftly. Before he could make his move, the other party had already dispatched someone to confront him. As the saying goes, once the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. Since he had committed murder, it would be best to eradicate the problem from its roots. Yet, for the sake of caution, it was necessary to ascertain the personnel situation within the villa. After all, he had no desire to indiscriminately kill innocents, nor did he wish to leave behind incriminating evidence. However, after observing for a while, he sensed something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, on such a gloomy, rainy day, the rooms would undoubtedly be illuminated. Yet, to his surprise, not a single room in the entire villa was lit. Could it be that this fellow was asleep? Or perhaps Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly as an ominous premonition stirred within him. Goodness, he had braved the torrential rain to arrive here. He certainly hoped it would not be in vain. With this foreboding thought in mind, Lu Fan silently approached the villa's entrance, gripping a short knife. Just as he was about to retrieve his lock-picking tools from his spatial storage, he discovered that the villa door was actually ajar. What is going on? The door wasn't locked. Lu Fan froze for a moment, momentarily taken aback at that instant. He even suspected that Qian Shaotian was playing a ruse on him. Exercising caution, he promptly stowed away his dagger and retrieved a black pistol from his storage space. Indeed, this black pistol had belonged to the previous uninvited guest and now constituted his spoils. Lacking knowledge of firearms, he was unable to discern the specific model of the pistol. However, judging by its feel and craftsmanship, it seemed to surpass the one Qian Shaotian had provided. At the very least, the entire body of the gun was made of metal, providing a solid grip, unlike the previous pistol, which had a grip made of some plastic material. Resembling a toy, with a click, he chambered a round in the pistol, gently opened the door, and vanished into the villa like a ghost. Moments later, Lu Fan emerged from the villa with a sullen expression, muttering in displeasure before quietly departing. The reality proved his fears to be true, as Qian Shaotian was not present in the villa at all, yet he could not leave empty-handed, so he casually took a few items and left behind 2 corpses. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Shaotian had vacated the villa 3 days prior. The reason was quite simple. He had paid a group to kidnap Lu Fan, but they had inexplicably vanished. They had assured him they would deliver both the person and the items before nightfall. Yet an entire night had passed with no sign of them. He had even begun to suspect that they had absconded with the money. However, since this group had been recommended by a friend as reliable, he instinctively felt that something was amiss. If they had indeed run off with his money, it would not be a significant loss, as several 100,000 yuan was not a considerable sum for him. But what if they had truly attempted to kidnap Lu Fan and simply failed to return? This thought made Qian Shaotian restless. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he decisively packed his belongings and vacated the villa. Little did he know that this decision fortuitously allowed him to escape a calamity. Chapter 040. The storm approaches. Happy New Year and wishing you prosperity. After leaving the villa, Lu Fan retraced his steps and successfully located the taxi. During the return journey, the two engaged in conversation. Upon learning that the driver had 2 young children at home, Lu Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For an ordinary person, it was exceedingly difficult to survive in the impending apocalypse while supporting a family. He could even foresee the arduous and tragic fate that awaited the driver. Perhaps sensing the driver's good nature, Lu Fan decided to offer some assistance. Sir, ordinarily, there are certain matters I shouldn't disclose, as they are confidential. However, since I see you are a decent person, I would like to offer you a warning. According to information I have received, this severe storm is likely to persist for some time. If the rainfall exceeds a certain threshold, it could easily trigger flooding. If your residence is situated in a low-lying area, I strongly advise you to relocate promptly and stockpile as much food and water as possible. Lu Fan feigned a serious demeanor, attempting to appear mysterious. The driver, taken aback, kept glancing at Lu Fan through the rearview mirror, seemingly caught between belief and disbelief. After a moment, he jested, "Young man, if what you say is true, then our city is bound to face disaster." Lu Fan remained silent, but internally, he sighed again, thinking that it was far more than just disaster. It was an impending catastrophe for humanity. As they approached the entrance to the residential complex, Lu Fan withdrew a wad of cash from his pocket, placing it on the seat without counting it. He concluded with a reminder, "If I were you, I would rush home after this fair, ensure my family is settled, and then head to the supermarket to purchase as much food and water as possible, remaining with my family thereafter. By the way, keep this money. I hope it can assist you." As they conversed, the taxi came to a gentle halt. Before the driver could react, Lu Fan swiftly opened the door and departed, leaving the driver in a daze, staring at the thick stack of cash in the back seat. After a few seconds of shock, the driver finally regained his senses, hurriedly unbuckling his seatbelt and stepping out of the car, but he found no trace of Lu Fan nearby. Due to the heavy rain, he quickly returned to the vehicle. In that brief moment, he was already soaked to the skin. Wiping his face dry, he picked up the substantial sum of cash in bewilderment. After counting, he discovered it amounted to over 6,000 yuan. Instantly, a wave of elation surged within him, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. For a taxi driver, this sum was equivalent to his monthly salary. Yet, recalling Lu Fan's earlier warnings, the joy he had just felt diminished significantly. Rationality urged him not to take such ominous words lightly, for they seemed overly alarmist. Nevertheless, the serious tone in which Lu Fan spoke left him with a lingering unease. Coupled with the fact that Lu Fan possessed an impressive demeanor and had ventured into a villa district, the feeling of apprehension deepened. Even if we were to assume the best, there was no need for him to deceive him. Ultimately, he thought it wise to heed advice, as the saying goes. Listening to counsel leads to a full stomach. Since the rain was pouring so heavily, he would not be able to pick up any fares anyway. So he might as well take a break. Resolute in his decision, he switched off the meter and drove home. Little did he know, in the near future, he would be immensely grateful for the prudent choice he had just made. Moreover, Lu Fan remained unaware that his single act of kindness had saved the lives of an entire family of 6. On July 12, 2028, the torrential rain had continued unabated for 3 whole days and nights. Due to the severe rainfall and significant water accumulation on the city's roads, the authorities issued an announcement via radio, declaring a suspension of bank withdrawal services. They also issued an orange alert for the storm, advising citizens to exercise caution when venturing outside and to remain vigilant regarding rising water levels. Citizens residing near the Yangtze River were urged to evacuate immediately to avoid unforeseen calamities. In response, the city's officials initiated air raid warnings for these hazardous areas and collaborated with the military to establish a flood prevention task force. All businesses and residents on the ground floor of danger zones were forcibly relocated to designated areas or advised to seek refuge with relatives or friends. Most people complied, gathering their belongings and leaving their homes. Some sought shelter with relatives, while others boarded official buses to temporary shelters. However, a small minority remained obstinate, refusing to leave no matter how they were persuaded. Most of these individuals resided on the 4th or 5th floors, particularly in high-rise buildings. The authorities did not press the issue, reasoning that even in the heaviest of rains, flooding would not reach such heights. Nonetheless, out of duty and goodwill, they reminded these individuals to stockpile food and water as much as possible before departing. That afternoon, the city officials unexpectedly triggered a red meteorological disaster alert, mandating the closure of all schools, factories, and non-essential businesses. They also broadcasted a recruitment message, calling upon drivers with large transportation vehicles to report for duty immediately, offering a daily wage of 3,000 yuan, inclusive of 2 meals. Additionally, there was a call for numerous laborers, requiring adult males for day shifts at 500 yuan for 12 hours and night shifts at 600 yuan for 12 hours, with 1 meal provided. This announcement sent shockwaves through the city, igniting a frenzy among the populace. Many perceived the government's response as overly dramatic, believing that a mere heavy rain did not warrant such panic. However, despite the grumbling, the vast majority became increasingly cautious and began to venture out for shopping. Meanwhile, those without money found themselves in a state of utter panic. With prices already soaring, they feared that this commotion would only exacerbate their financial woes, plunging already struggling families into further despair. In desperation, all citizens who met the official recruitment criteria eagerly signed up. The authorities remain open to all, provided that individuals meet the age criteria. Upon signing the necessary documents, they are swiftly escorted away. Most of these individuals are assigned to the commercial district in the city center, where their tasks, while not particularly strenuous, primarily involve relocating existing items from the buildings and transporting various supplies. Although everyone is shrouded in confusion and uncertain of the government's intentions, one can surmise the purpose behind the materials being moved. Likely, the officials aim to convert these buildings into temporary shelter zones. It soon became evident that their suspicions were correct. Due to the relentless heavy rain, the city faced severe flooding. Jiang City, a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million and situated near the Yangtze River, is characterized by low-lying terrain. If the water levels continue to rise, it could easily trigger widespread flooding disasters. As the saying goes, it is better to prevent calamities before they occur. Consequently, the Jiang City government promptly mobilized all available resources to facilitate the evacuation of residents from surrounding counties, towns, and villages. Given the staggering number of individuals needing to be relocated, amounting to over 1 million, the authorities resolved to designate the entire commercial district as a temporary shelter zone. Though this decision burdens the populace and strains resources, it remains the only viable solution at present. Simultaneously, a considerable workforce was organized to gather and transfer supplies, compelling relevant industries to work overtime in production. The urgency of the situation cannot be overstated. With millions in the city, issues related to basic needs are paramount, and any miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Regrettably, both the authorities and the public grossly underestimated the ferocity of the torrential rain. Chapter 041. Red Meteorological Disaster Alert. That night, a dam at a reservoir in a county under Jiang City's jurisdiction suddenly breached. The surging floodwaters swept away several villages downstream, leaving hundreds of people missing. Coincidentally, a landslide occurred 50 kilometers from Jiang City, where a mountain's base intersected with a tunnel. That moment, a convoy evacuating residents happened to be passing through, resulting in half of the vehicles becoming trapped within the tunnel, with at least 300 individuals ensnared. This was not the most pressing concern. The landslide had blocked the road, forcing subsequent vehicles to turn back and take a detour. As a result, the local populace could not reach the designated shelter in Jiang City on time, severely hampering subsequent rescue efforts. Preliminary statistics indicate that within just one day, over 5,000 people perished in the Jiang City jurisdiction, with more than 20,000 reported missing. Countless livestock, including cattle, sheep, and pigs, drowned, and crops were utterly destroyed. What further complicated matters for the rescue teams was the rising floodwaters, which reached nearly a meter high, incapacitating most vehicles. Only military special vehicles, heavy trucks, and agricultural tractors could navigate the terrain, diminishing transportation capacity and significantly impeding rescue efforts. In such emergencies, every second counts. Meanwhile, at a small and near the university town, panic ensued. Heavens! The basement is flooding. Wake up! We need to flee. Around 2 in the morning, a shrill voice echoed through the dark, silent corridor like that of an anxious elder. Huang Mao, lost in a blissful dream, was jolted awake by the unexpected outburst. What the hell? Who's making such a racket in the middle of the night? Startled, Huang Mao cursed vehemently, preparing to rise and investigate. However, he was taken aback to find the room flooded, with water already surpassing his knees. Just as he intended to call for his parents, the lights flickered on, revealing that they had already been roused by the commotion. Rubbing their eyes, they were immediately struck by the alarming sight before them. The room was awash with shimmering water. Hurry, hurry! The rainwater is pouring into the basement. We must get out, Tian Shaoyi exclaimed in horror, hastily springing from her bed to gather their belongings, all the while lamenting. I told you so. I warned you that this basement was unsafe, but you wouldn't listen. Look where we are now. She had cautioned her husband the previous day about the heavy rain flooding the basement and suggested they spend a bit more to move to an upper floor. However, Lin Baogue had dismissed her concerns in favor of saving money. Upon reflection, she acknowledged the rationale and refrained from insisting on a room change, especially given the exorbitant prices and their limited funds. Little did she know that her words would prove prophetic. Realizing his fault, Lin Baogue opted for silence, focusing intently on gathering their belongings. Once the three of them managed to pack their clothes and luggage, they waded through the murky water out of the room, making their way up the corridor. Outside, chaos reigned as voices clamored in distress. The innkeeper was leading a few individuals in an attempt to prevent rainwater from flooding in. But after trying various methods, they discovered their efforts were largely futile. Reluctantly, they abandoned their struggle. Fortunately, the inn had 3 floors. Aside from the basement, there were first and second floors. The dilemma arose, however, as every room on the first and second floors was already occupied, leaving no extra space for the newcomers. This predicament placed the innkeeper in a difficult position. Should he refund the guests and ask them to leave? He felt a twinge of guilt, given the torrential downpour outside, fearing that such a suggestion might provoke backlash. Yet, if he allowed them to stay, he had no additional accommodations to offer. Alas! This wretched rainstorm was both a boon and a bane. With a sigh, the innkeeper resolved to ascend and communicate with the other guests. After some negotiations, they finally managed to free up 3 rooms. However, when the 20-plus guests learned they would have to squeeze into just 3 rooms, discontent erupted. Hey, boss, this isn't how you run a business. 3 rooms for 20 of us. There are barely enough beds. Don't give us that nonsense, just arrange for our rooms. Exactly, boss. How do you expect us to fit in 3 rooms? We've all paid. Listening to the chorus of grievances, the innkeeper's expression soured. Had he not feared inciting fury, he would have expelled them all without a second thought, as these thoughts raced through his mind. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Everyone, please listen up. I understand that you are dissatisfied with this arrangement, but I have done my utmost. These 3 rooms were only made available after much persuasion. We are all in a difficult position, so let us exercise some understanding. I will waive the lodging fees for today. Those who wish to leave may do so at any time, and I will refund your money in full. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the crowd's anger dissipated, and murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Ultimately, it was unsurprising that no one chose to leave. Thus, Lin Baogue and his family were allocated 1 room. This relatively spacious double room, designed for 2, now housed 8 individuals. 3 women squeezed onto the bed, while 5 men sprawled across the floor. Perhaps due to their apprehensions about the future, sleep eluded them. With the sound of rain echoing ominously in their ears, as dawn broke, a commotion erupted downstairs. Hearts raced as everyone exchanged glances and hurried down to investigate. To their astonishment, the basement had filled completely with rainwater in just a few hours. Indeed, it was flooded. The first floor was also submerged. If the water continued to rise at this pace, the entire inn would soon be entirely inundated. We can't stay here. We need to find a higher floor. Some sensed the impending danger, realizing that remaining could spell disaster. Ignoring the warnings of others, they donned raincoats and departed the inn with their belongings. Through the glass, the others observed the water outside had reached thigh-deep levels for men, making every step arduous. Should we leave too? Let us go find my sister, Huang Mao suggested, swallowing hard. His parents exchanged a quick, uncertain glance, revealing their indecision. Setting aside the challenge of locating Lin Xi's university, the depth of the water outside was already daunting for them. Son, can you find your sister's school? Tian Shaoyi inquired anxiously. Huang Mao hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded. All right then, Tian Shaoyi conceded, steeling herself for the journey. On July 15, 2028, the 6th day of the relentless downpour, most of the first floors and businesses in Jiang City were submerged, with some low-lying areas experiencing water levels exceeding 2 meters. AS rescue vehicles were rendered inoperable. The Jiang City government had no choice but to suspend certain rescue operations. Chapter 042. Shelters. The sheer scale of Jiang City proved too overwhelming for the rescue teams to manage effectively. With the loss of large transport vehicles, relocating residents to shelters became increasingly unfeasible. Moreover, the existing shelters were already overcrowded. Unless the torrential rain ceased imminently, there would be no change in circumstances. Nonetheless, rescue efforts in Jiang City persisted, particularly in the university town located in Hongshan District. Initially, the authorities had no intention of relocating the nearly 100,000 faculty and students from the university town, even contemplating it as a potential refuge. However, as the relentless torrential rains persisted and the water levels rose alarmingly, they promptly abandoned this idea. Should the downpour continue unabated, the city was at grave risk of experiencing a catastrophic flood. The various buildings within the university, predominantly under 6 stories, were susceptible to inundation. Thus, after careful consideration, the authorities redirected their focus to the residential areas surrounding the university town. Among these neighborhoods, only 2 locations met the necessary criteria: the expansive Tiandi and the Tulip Mansion. Both residential complexes shared a notable characteristic. All structures were either high-rise or super high-rise, with a significant number of buildings. Notably, the Tulip Mansion boasted 27 super high-rise residential towers. Consequently, with the decision made, these 2 civilian residential complexes were transformed into temporary shelters. Officials dispatched personnel to conduct door-to-door registration and notifications. Those unable to prove ownership of their properties or with outstanding mortgage loans were subject to temporary requisition under wartime regulations for unified distribution. The homeowners were understandably discontented at the prospect of their residences being converted into shelters for others, questioning why their homes should be shared. Yet, this was an official decree, and despite their grievances, compliance was mandatory. The government, however, assured homeowners of a monetary compensation post-disaster. Soon, under the collaborative efforts of the authorities and military, the exodus of nearly 100,000 faculty and students from the university commenced in earnest towards the Tulip Mansion. Alongside them, an unquantifiable amount of supplies was also transferred, with bunk beds and various food items and water being the most common. In a flash, the entire community became a hive of activity, with noise and commotion persisting from dawn till dusk. Outside the complex, it was teeming with people, and the blaring loudspeakers were enough to fray anyone's nerves. The hallways were packed to capacity, creating a cacophony of chaos. In stark contrast, the A9 building, where Lu Fan resided, remained relatively tranquil. This was attributable to the fact that Area A's development was part of the first phase, nearly 2 decades old, and with most mortgages nearly settled. The influx of residents was minimal due to the building's 17 floors. However, this state of affairs would not last long. Within 3 months, the authorities planned to establish a massive survivor base in Hongshan District, which would encompass his neighborhood. At that juncture, any individual wishing to reside within the base would be required to pay a security fee, essentially a protection fee. To ensure uniform management, the former currency system was abolished, replaced by a novel points currency. Acquiring points was straightforward. One either worked for the base officials or exchanged supplies for them. The so-called supplies could be anything deemed valuable by the authorities in exchange for equivalent points. This was a primary factor in Lu Fan's eventual descent into scavenging. Faced with the necessity of survival, he had no choice but to labor in the construction of walls, carrying timber and bricks, essentially becoming manual labor. At that time, the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, with the scorching sun capable of incapacitating a person. Sunburn and peeling skin were commonplace, and some individuals even fainted from dehydration or exhaustion. Lu Fan himself had collapsed once as his strength waned. He was reassigned to a cement factory, where an unfortunate incident involving quicklime nearly cost him his sight. For this, Lin Xie chastised him harshly, labeling him as worthless. The prolonged physical exertion, coupled with insufficient food, led to severe malnutrition, culminating in his illness. The Lin family, perceiving him as no longer valuable, altered their demeanor drastically. The siblings endured hunger daily and were frequently subjected to scorn and humiliation. The situation escalated when Lin Xie brazenly engaged in an affair with Qian Xiaotian in front of him, while one of Qian's lackeys urinated on his head. Eventually, his sister took her own life by cutting her wrist, and he was discarded like refuse. From that point onward, he existed like a mere shell of a man, consumed by guilt and regret. In truth, he had contemplated suicide. It was not until he encountered Zhua Yi that he found a glimmer of hope for survival. Indeed, he sought revenge. He yearned to personally send Lin Xie and her family to hell, ultimately concluding his own life. For in a sense, he believed he was responsible for his sister's demise. This conviction fueled his perseverance throughout the apocalypse for over 2 years. However, fate was cruel. Just as he attained the strength of a Tier 1 destined individual, he fell victim to a massive beast uprising and was slain by a formidable annihilation beast. Perhaps, as if the heavens wished to grant him another chance, he was afforded the opportunity of rebirth. Lu Fan gazed out at the torrential rain, his thoughts swirling. Memories of the past flickered through his mind like an endless slideshow. With his current capabilities and intellect, revenge would be a simple endeavor. Thus, he spent the past few days contemplating how to ensure a better life for his sister and Zhua Yi. To prolong their existence, 2 elements were inescapable: the beasts and the more formidable annihilation beasts. Truth be told, despite his newfound strength, the thought of the impending beast tide 2 years hence still filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. He had even considered fleeing Jiang City with his sister and Zhua Yi, as far away as possible, yet he hesitated to take the gamble, uncertain whether other cities would face the same catastrophic beast tides. Even if they evaded this current upheaval, what of the next? The certainty of future calamities loomed ominously. Thus, mere avoidance was futile. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive, necessitating confrontation. This rationale underpinned his decision to remain in Jiang City and this particular community. If all places were alike, he would choose one that was familiar and manageable. Coincidentally, within the entirety of Jiang City, this area was undoubtedly the one he knew best. Of course, this familiarity was confined to the past 6 months. He was less informed about the developments within the Hongshan District base. On July 17, 2028, after 2 days of relentless effort, the evacuation of nearly 100,000 faculty and students from the university was successfully completed without incident. In many respects, these individuals were indeed fortunate. For that very night, Jiang City experienced severe flooding. It was a stroke of luck that the authorities acted swiftly. Otherwise, many faculty and students might have found themselves trapped. However, there was also disheartening news. The power system suffered yet another interruption. Chapter 043. Torrential rain, floods, despair. As the city faced widespread power outages, the remaining citizens were plunged into panic once more. The relentless rain had continued for 8 consecutive days and nights, showing no signs of abating. This instilled a palpable sense of unease, with some even convinced that the apocalypse was upon them. Particularly, those female university students with fragile mental fortitude were reduced to tears, overwhelmed by fear and anxiety. Initially, some professors who had accompanied them during the evacuation attempted to offer reassurance, but as the floodwaters surged, they too began to panic. Within just 2 days, the waters had already risen to the second floor, a staggering 6 to 7 meters above ground level. If this trend continued, would the flood not inundate another floor every few days? The authorities seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, promptly relocating residents from the lower floors to higher levels. To prevent unrest, armed personnel were stationed in each building. These individuals, comprising both police and military personnel, conducted daily patrols of every floor. Notably, the top 2 floors of each building were heavily guarded, as they housed either officials or substantial reserves of critical supplies. Moreover, to ensure cohesive management, dedicated teams were assigned to oversee daily operations and logistical support, essentially functioning as the mess hall. It must be acknowledged that the authorities performed admirably in terms of public welfare. Regardless of age or gender, every individual received 2 meals and a ration of clean water daily. Thanks to a relatively adequate supply of provisions, one meal was even served warm. This significantly uplifted the grim mood of the populace. Although they were confined within the building, uncertain of how long they would remain trapped, at least their basic needs were met. Yet, this situation was not destined to last. As days passed, the pre-stocked supplies dwindled rapidly. Even more alarming was the fact that, after half a month, this inexplicable deluge showed no signs of relenting. Given the limited resources, the authorities promptly implemented measures. Although 2 meals were still provided daily, rations were now capped, with purified water reduced from 2 bottles per person to merely 1. While the populace murmured among themselves in discontent, outwardly, no one dared to voice their grievances. Given the current circumstances, the reduction of food supplies by half was anticipated by everyone. To put it bluntly, the fact that there is still something to eat amidst this situation is already a stroke of fortune. So what is there to be picky about? After all, one should find contentment in life. However, not everyone shares this perspective. Indeed, upon hearing that the authorities planned to have daily food rations, some previously proud and entitled individuals immediately expressed their discontent, vocally criticizing the officials. They argued that since the authorities brought them to this predicament, they must take responsibility. As the nation's future blossoms, at the very least, they should be ensured sufficient sustenance. Furthermore, some privileged individuals, boasting their wealth, haughtily proclaimed their ability to purchase food. There were even some thoughtless individuals who shockingly accused the officials of bureaucratic negligence, claiming that while they indulged in luxury behind closed doors, the others were left in hunger. Yet, regardless of their outcries, the undeniable reality remained. Everyone was starving. Moreover, as days passed, the situation seemed to worsen significantly. In the past, there was at least a chance to savor a warm meal. Now, even the most basic noodle soup was a distant memory. Each person received merely a compressed biscuit daily, leading to desperate stretches of necks in anticipation. As for why water was unavailable, well, everyone was resorting to rainwater, unprocessed and raw. The official explanation was that the previously stored liquid supplies had nearly been depleted, hence they requested everyone to persevere. In addition to the lack of food, various other issues began to arise. For instance, there was a shortage of toilet paper, and some women, having evacuated in haste, found themselves short of sanitary supplies. In summary, the plight of the majority was dire. Prolonged absence of bathing combined with the damp conditions resulted in an overwhelming stench and unbearable itching for everyone. The critical issue was that windows could not be opened for ventilation. Doing so would invite torrents of rainwater inside. In stark contrast, the lives of Lu Fan, Lu Mingyao, and Zhua Yi appeared remarkably comfortable. Having stockpiled ample supplies, the trio indulged in lavish feasts without a care in the world. After satisfying their appetites, they would draw the curtains and leisurely watch television powered by an outdoor generator. Life was utterly delightful. During their leisure, Lu Fan also took the opportunity to teach Zhuo Yi some basic combat skills he had honed from battling otherworldly beasts in his past life. Although they may seem somewhat unorthodox, they proved to be incredibly useful. Tio maintained discretion. He would occasionally stroll upstairs for a casual visit, perhaps to enjoy a meal. This led to friendships with several officials and armed police officers responsible for maintaining order. As these individuals were avid smokers, Lu Fan made it a point to bring them medium-quality cigarettes whenever he visited, which endeared him to them. Before long, they were calling each other brothers. It is essential to understand that for a smoker, a meal may be foregone, but the spiritual sustenance of a cigarette is indispensable. However, having been trapped for so long, their supplies had long been exhausted, leaving their mouths parched. Thus, Lu Fan's appearance was undoubtedly a timely relief for them. For Lu Fan, exchanging cigarettes for goodwill was a lucrative transaction. Indeed, in his eyes, all human relationships are merely transactions of interest, especially in the morally bankrupt apocalypse. Even brothers may become adversaries over profit. What more can be said about ordinary friends without blood ties? In essence, many seemingly steadfast relationships are merely ties of convenience. Though harsh, this is the truth. Furthermore, these individuals might serve some purpose for him in the future, making it a worthwhile investment. After all, they were just cigarettes, of which he had plenty, especially following his visit to Qin Xiaoyan's villa, where he had replenished his supply. This was also the reason he discarded 2 corpses at the villa. There was simply too much to carry, nearly overwhelming his storage capacity. As early August approached, this relentless downpour had persisted for over 20 days. A day prior, floodwaters had completely submerged the 5th floor. And now the water level was slowly rising towards the 6th floor. If previously, people's emotions could be described as anxious, fearful, and worried, now all that remained was despair and numbness, for no one knew how long this deluge would endure. Even if the rain ceased, it would not change the grim reality that the vast majority's life savings had been washed away, leaving behind nothing but emptiness. Land, properties, vehicles, cash, vanished into thin air. In truth, the loss of material possessions is trivial. Wealth is merely external, and as long as one is alive, hope persists. What truly plunged everyone into despair was Chapter 044. The hope to survive this disaster not only stripped them of their wealth, but also extinguished countless hopes for survival. Consider this. Once the official food reserves are depleted, what awaits everyone is an unending cycle of hunger and death. On the morning of August 8, 2028, just when everyone believed the rain would last indefinitely, this month-long tempest miraculously came to an end as the clouds dispersed. The long-awaited sunlight broke through in that moment. Everyone wept tears of joy, embracing one another in celebration. Many threw open their windows to welcome the sunlight, shouting with exuberance, their faces illuminated with the happiest smiles of their lives. Indeed, the downpour had ceased, and they no longer had to live in fear. However, while everyone basked in excitement and joy, the authorities were deliberating on how to further reduce food distribution. Of course, the grain reserves in the city were substantial, indeed ample enough to sustain millions for an entire year. The decision to cut food distribution, despite ample supplies, was a precautionary measure. The city had transformed into a watery realm. Aside from the surrounding mountains and towering buildings jutting out from the water, there was nothing but an expanse of flood. It was evident that all ground infrastructure in the city had suffered severe damage, possibly even catastrophic destruction. This meant that even when the floodwaters receded, millions would face homelessness and a lack of food sources. Moreover, no one could guarantee that history would not repeat itself. Thus, after careful consideration, the authorities deemed it necessary to tighten their belts. After all, since most people spent their days either resting or sleeping, with little physical exertion, there was no need for excessive sustenance. As long as they could maintain vital signs and avoid starvation, that sufficed. Perhaps due to a newfound glimmer of hope, the collective mindset shifted significantly. Even as the daily food rations were once again reduced, no one voiced complaints. It is worth noting that during this month, many overweight individuals had inadvertently shed several pounds, some losing as little as 7 or 8, others as much as 20 or more, effectively completing an unintentional weight loss journey. However, there were also some frail individuals who succumbed to the hardships and passed away. Soon, with temperatures rapidly rising, the weather turned oppressively hot as the floodwaters evaporated. The already humid air became increasingly stifling. Without electricity, Those within the buildings felt as if they were trapped in a sauna, unbearable and suffocating. Some could no longer endure the heat and, disregarding the official warnings, ventured down the stairs to bathe in the flooded areas. The following day, these individuals developed high fevers and rashes, prompting others to refrain from entering the water. Although these individuals received treatment from the authorities, a few unfortunate souls did not survive, having effectively sealed their own fates. Their remains were transported by speedboat to a distant hillside for disposal. To prevent an outbreak of disease, the authorities announced several regulations. Firstly, private bathing was prohibited, with all consequences to be borne by the individual. Secondly, waste disposal would be standardized, with designated times for collection and processing by specialized teams. In addition to these measures, the authorities would conduct regular disinfection of all rooms, notifying everyone in advance. During the period following the flood's retreat, strict adherence to these regulations was imperative. Should anyone contract an infectious disease, they would be left to fend for themselves. Initially, people paid little heed to these mandates, continuing to act as they pleased. However, as more individuals began exhibiting symptoms of vomiting and diarrhea, panic swiftly spread through the crowd. Leaving everyone in a state of alarm. In response, the authorities intensified their disinfection efforts and organized teams to clear debris and refuse from the water surface, particularly the remains of animals and humans, which were all salvaged and buried in designated locations. The shocking scale of the recovery effort revealed that, within just a few days, the salvage teams had recovered hundreds of corpses and remains, the majority being human, followed by various livestock and animals. Due to prolonged immersion in water and the summer heat, these bodies had decomposed significantly, with the stench of rot detectable from afar. As days passed, the floodwaters gradually receded, and the pace of decline became noticeably quicker, averaging a drop of 2 to 3 decimeters each day. By mid-August, the sound of engines heralded the arrival of 2 small cargo ships, slowly approaching the Tulip Villa community. Upon hearing the commotion, all individuals immediately curiously leaned out of their windows to observe, engaging in a flurry of discussion. Quick, quick, everyone, come look. It appears those 2 ships are heading our way. Indeed, could it be that they have come to rescue us? I heard from my cousin that a carrier group arrived at Hankow Port. Don't be ridiculous. With our circumstances, do you really think we'd be boarding a carrier? Nonsense. I believe it's more likely that they are bringing people from other resettlement areas due to overcrowding. You two need to settle down for a moment. Those 2 vessels are clearly cargo ships. They must be delivering supplies to us in a matter of moments. The 2 cargo ships navigated between the buildings and came to a steady halt in the middle of the community. At last, everyone could see clearly that the ships were laden with various supplies. Armed soldiers and numerous crew members stood on the decks. While onlookers were engrossed in the spectacle, the managers of each building began calling out to every floor. Listen up, excluding the elderly, sick, and disabled. Please have 1 person stand every 2 steps to assist in transporting supplies upstairs. Upon hearing this, the entire residential building erupted into chaos, with excitement etched on every face. Their collective thought was simple. If supplies were arriving, did that not mean they would no longer have to suffer from hunger? As this notion took root, everyone became restless and eagerly participated. Soon, from the 4th floor to the top, the stairwell was filled with alternating individuals, all eagerly preparing to assist. However, the speed of transportation was sluggish due to the limited number of speedboats in the Eugen Bay resettlement area. With only a handful available for ferrying supplies, it took half an hour to transport a single load, and each boat could carry only a limited amount in an effort to accelerate the process. The authorities had to deploy larger inflatable boats as well. The same was true for the building where Lu Fan resided. However, due to the lower number of residents in his building, he and Zwa had no choice but to step out of their comfort zone to lend a hand. Interestingly, Lu Fan had experienced a similar situation in his previous life. Back then, he had stood alongside Lin Xia's family, but this time, it was only Zwa by his side. Perhaps it was due to her daily indulgence in delectable food. Or perhaps it was her physical attributes that needed enhancement, but Zwa had undergone subtle changes. Not only had she gained a few centimeters in height, but her once gaunt frame had become more voluptuous and appealing. Noticing Lu Fan's lingering gaze upon her, her ears flushed crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably. During this period, Lu Fan had consistently stolen glances at her, particularly when she donned shorts, which seemed to delight him even more. Logically, she should have felt repulsed, considering the intensity of his gaze, but inexplicably, she felt no aversion. Rather, she experienced an indescribable fluttering in her chest. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhuo Yi instinctively stole a glance at Lu Fan before hastily lowering her head, her heart racing like a startled deer. Chapter 045. The flood recedes, leaving a scene of desolation. Zhuo Yi's bashful demeanor did not escape Lu Fan's notice, a mysterious smile curving his lips. There is a saying that a woman's blush surpasses all words. After over a month of careful nurturing, this young lady had finally fallen under his influence. In that moment, he resolved to revisit the sacred text titled The Art of Wooing upon his return, determined to win her over within half a year and bid farewell to his virgin status. It was indeed quite laughable that in a world rife with deceitful men and promiscuous women, Lu Fan, now in his third year of university, remained a virgin. Of course, this was the consequence of 5 years spent as a devoted admirer. Indeed, the saying holds true. A devoted admirer often ends up with nothing. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, it was late August or early September. Nearly a month had passed since the torrential rains ceased. Fortunately, during this month, the skies remained dry, bringing a collective sigh of relief. Moreover, with the rising temperatures, the floodwaters receded at an accelerated pace. As of today, the water level had dropped from the 5th floor to the 2nd. At this rate, it would not be long before the floodwaters vanished completely. The mere thought of escaping confinement and regaining freedom made some individuals restless. It had been more than 2 months. Who could fathom the ordeal they had endured daily? Not only was their food and sleep inadequate, but even the simplest act of using the restroom was restricted, allowing them only to gaze at the outside world through the window. Frankly, had it not been for the books and playing cards to pass the time, they might have gone utterly mad. However, despite the flood's retreat being a blessing for everyone, some remained despondent. Many wore gloomy expressions, their eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. These individuals might have once been high-ranking executives, elite professionals, wealthy heirs, or internet celebrities. Regardless of their former status or wealth, the moment the disaster struck, it seemed all they had vanished into thin air. Their companies were gone, stocks vanished, homes lost, cars destroyed. Yet for some, this calamity did not seem insurmountable. Those who held such thoughts were all suffering souls, each grappling with their own misfortunes. The weight of life's burdens had long left them breathless, living in profound agony. Beyond their unending mortgages and car loans, they were left with interminable work hours, sleepless nights, relentless hardships, and constant reproaches. Thus, for them, even if the world were to end, it seemed inconsequential. Many even felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to spring out of bed to scrape by for a meager living, nor worrying about looming rent and mortgage payments. Under this newfound acceptance of their circumstances, many displayed a spirit more vibrant than before. In stark contrast, the so-called successful individuals had transformed into lost souls, their faces etched with worry, their eyes devoid of their former brilliance. Some even clung to the hope that the government would surely compensate them for their losses. Convinced that reconstruction efforts would soon commence in every city, providing them with an opportunity to reclaim their past glory. Truth be told, not all seemingly successful individuals possess keen intellect. For those with a discerning mind, the peculiar nature of these two disasters would have sparked a sense of unease. Could it truly be that these so-called natural disasters were just that? This prompted many to recall the divine revelation incident involving an enigmatic software that occurred 2 months prior. Was it possible that everything mentioned was indeed true? Was the world on the brink of transformation? Many had already formulated their answers internally, yet no one was foolish enough to voice them aloud. Among these individuals were those fortunate enough to have received the Destined One's system interface in advance. Some of these lucky individuals had even acquired exclusive techniques and innate talents associated with the Destined Ones. Like Lu Fan, they all quietly lurked in the shadows, gradually enhancing their abilities. However, unlike Lu Fan, they remained oblivious to the events that lay ahead. By mid-September 2028, under the relentless heat of the sun, the floodwaters had nearly receded. However, the aftermath left over a meter of sludge, necessitating an additional 3 days for the thick mud to dry enough to support human weight before everyone could finally leave the residential buildings. Outside, the sun blazed overhead, the sky a brilliant blue. and the oppressive heat transformed the muddy ground into a veritable furnace. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was a veritable wasteland, littered with the remnants of vehicles, all seemingly embedded in the thick mud, as if fused with the earth itself. Among the debris were a myriad of discarded items: refrigerators, metal cabinets, tattered clothing and shoes, washing machines, sofas, everything one could imagine. It was a true depiction of an apocalyptic scene, strikingly surreal. As the heat intensified, a foul stench emanated from the cracks in the hardened mud, causing many to retch. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals joyfully leapt and frolicked in the sludge, utterly exhilarated. At that moment, a similar scene unfolded elsewhere, albeit with varying degrees of devastation across different cities. Coastal cities bore the brunt of the destruction, with all ground facilities obliterated, resembling cities of the apocalypse. The authorities later conducted a preliminary assessment, revealing that this deluge had claimed the lives of over 7 million people nationwide, with more than 3 million reported missing. The economic toll was staggering, amounting to astronomical figures. This was not exclusive to the Eastern Dragon Nation. Countries worldwide had endured bizarre natural disasters. Some experienced earthquakes, others volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, or blizzards. Yet, due to the global communication blackout, the majority remained in the dark, naively believing it to be merely an ordinary natural disaster. Of course, the higher echelons of various governments were somewhat aware of the underlying truths, especially in populous nations like the Eastern Dragon Nation, Beautiful Nation, Bear Country, and others, where they had already sensed the looming crisis that ordinary citizens failed to perceive. Take the Dragon Kingdom as an example. In fact, from the very moment the software known as Divine Enlightenment emerged, relevant authorities had already initiated a comprehensive investigation. However, the results of this investigation left the officials utterly astonished. This software, named Divine Enlightenment, had no development team, no release authorization, and not even a source of information. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air, which was quite bizarre. Subsequently, as discussions regarding the so-called Destined Individual System panel began to circulate online, the government promptly began to take it seriously. Ultimately, after countless lie detector tests, the conclusion was reached. This so-called Destined Individual System was, astonishingly, genuine. Chapter 046. Post-disaster reconstruction efforts. This shocking revelation caused a stir among the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Despite the implausibility of such an occurrence, which defied scientific understanding, the evidence was undeniable, compelling them to believe. Eventually, after multiple meetings among the elite, a highly classified document titled Destined Individuals Cultivation Plan was born. Concurrently, relevant departments began to decipher the initial statement of Divine Enlightenment. It was at this juncture that a solar flare erupted, obliterating all satellites and space stations in outer space, and inflicting severe damage on numerous terrestrial facilities. This prompted the Dragon Kingdom's officials to nearly accept that what was stated in Divine Enlightenment must indeed hold truth. However, just as the government was preparing for action, an unprecedented torrential downpour arrived unannounced. It is no exaggeration to say that this sudden deluge completely disrupted all plans of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership, even impacting the nation's future fortune. Fortunately, given the vast expanse of the Dragon Kingdom's territory, apart from the coastal cities and central urban areas that suffered significant destruction, other cities remained relatively unscathed. Particularly in the northwest and the Yungue Plateau, where the elevation is high, flooding was minimal. Some individual cities had already commenced post-disaster reconstruction efforts a month prior. On September 20, 2028, the authorities of Jiang City finally issued a broadcast announcement declaring that starting the following day, the city would initiate post-disaster reconstruction efforts. All individuals aged between 17 and 60, regardless of gender, and free from serious illness, were required to participate actively. Those who refused would have their food supplies discontinued. This announcement immediately provoked an uproar among the populace. While they had long anticipated that the government would mobilize the public for reconstruction, no one expected such a stringent stance. Not only were men required to labor, but women were also compelled to participate in this unpaid manual work. Of course, opting out was possible, but the consequence would be the cessation of food provisions. As the saying goes, times change. Although this approach from the authorities sparked discontent among many, the necessity of sustenance forced them to comply. However, there were always a few misguided young women who sought to challenge the authority of the government. Upon hearing about the labor requirement, they haughtily refused, indignantly asserting that such arduous tasks should be reserved for men, and lamenting the prospect of enduring the sweltering sun that could darken their skin. Clearly, these girls had been overly pampered at home and, having never faced the harsh realities of society, naively believed that the government was merely making empty threats and would not dare to let them starve. Seeing these self-righteous university students, the older woman in charge of registration could hardly be bothered to argue with them. With a dismissive huff, she turned and walked away. The next day, these young women were left dumbfounded when the officials indeed refused to provide them with any food. "So, you truly meant it?" Faced with the staff's outright denial of food assistance, the young women became agitated. "Ladies, missing a few meals is no big deal. I refuse to believe they would really let us starve. Indeed, we must resolutely resist such unlawful behavior." "Exactly. They promise to serve the people. Besides, there are so many men around. Why must we be the ones to toil? How absurd." "Humph. Once the internet is restored, I will definitely expose this matter and incite the public's condemnation against them." While these young women were in a state of uproar, Lu Fan was among a large group of individuals trekking to a steel processing plant located 5 kilometers away. Their primary task for the day was to clear the sludge from the factory. Lu Fan adhered to a philosophy of moderation, neither exerting himself excessively nor brazenly slacking off. He simply floated along with the current. Furthermore, since the team leader had a good rapport with him, the entire day was quite relaxed and enjoyable. In truth, he could have opted out of labor entirely, given that he was not lacking for food, however, for the sake of appearances and other motives. He chose to participate. After all, remaining cooped up at home was far too tedious. It was better to venture out for a change of scenery and alleviate his boredom. Of course, the primary reason was to seek his fortune and see if he could encounter the person he was searching for. As October approached, according to his memories from his previous life, it was less than 2 months until Jiang City would experience the emergence of the first batch of aberrant beasts. Moreover, he strongly suspected that some areas had already witnessed the appearance of these creatures. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom's officials would not have suddenly issued orders to halt all post-disaster reconstruction efforts in favor of constructing survivor bases. This clearly indicated that the government had prior knowledge of certain developments. Therefore, he aimed to assemble a suitable team before the official recruitment of the destined individuals commenced. Otherwise, once the government began recruiting, based on the historical trajectory of his previous life, he knew that the few destined individuals he was aware of would likely be absorbed into the government's ranks. However, this was no easy task, as their community housed nearly 70,000 people, and identifying potential candidates among such a vast number was undoubtedly challenging. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with these individuals. In fact, he did not even know some of their names, only recalling their general appearances. It was quite frustrating. After all, his previous life had not been particularly successful, and by the time he awakened to the destined individual system, those individuals had already risen to prominence within the bases. It is important to note that in the brutal, predatory era, class stratification was alarmingly pronounced. A mere scavenger residing at the bottom of the impoverished district, he found it exceedingly difficult to even converse with these prominent figures, let alone meet them. Even if he did manage to encounter them, they would likely disregard him, as he was merely a nobody in their eyes. Thus, despite possessing 2 years of memories from the apocalypse, he was not particularly familiar with these destined individuals. However, he was no longer the same as before. He now looked down upon ordinary destined individuals, especially those who were cowardly bullies, flaunting their power yet lacking integrity. He had no interest in associating with them. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, with the team leader's command, Lu Fan and his group finally concluded their day of labor. After putting away their tools, they trudged back towards the resettlement area, weary yet invigorated by the setting sun. On their way back, they encountered another group of individuals, totaling over 5,000, who were also from the Tulip official residence resettlement area. Through casual conversation, they learned that this group had spent the day at a chemical factory, engaged in similar tasks of clearing sludge and debris. Coincidentally, Lin Xia and her family were also among the crowd. At that moment, the 4 members of her family appeared disheveled and covered in grime, looking exceedingly wretched. Their bodies were emaciated, clearly having lost considerable weight compared to before. Nevertheless, despite her disheveled state, Lin Xia's beauty remained intact, and her tall figure stood out in the crowd, drawing attention. As they were in close proximity, Lin Xia turned her head and inadvertently caught sight of Lu Fan mingling among the throngs of people. Chapter 047. Connections? The instant Lin Xie laid eyes on Lu Fan, a distinct glimmer of hatred flashed in her eyes. That detestable Lu Fan. If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have fallen into such dire straits. Who knows what I have endured these past 2 months? Had Lu Fan not disrupted Qian Deshao's plans that night at the bar, our family would undoubtedly be living a far better life now. At the very least, we wouldn't have to endure the scorching heat of over 40 degrees Celsius just to dig in the mud for food. What infuriated her the most was that she had already softened her stance, even prepared to yield to him, yet he had outright rejected her. This was the greatest insult she could endure, far worse than death itself. Did he truly think that having a little money made him special? How laughable! If it weren't for her family's desperate situation, would she, the belle of the Foreign Language Institute, ever stoop to such a level with someone like him? Just wait, Lu Fan. One day, you'll learn the consequences of crossing me. Lin Xie silently vowed, dragging her weary body onward. Despite the distance of over 20 meters between them, with a throng of people separating them, Lu Fan still keenly sensed the intense animosity emanating from Lin Xie's gaze. Truth be told, had it been anyone else, discovering that someone harbored murderous intent towards him would have prompted him to take preemptive action. After all, he had no desire to raise a tiger to threaten him. However, Lin Xie was different. He wanted her to experience a life worse than death, to endure every hardship until the end, and ultimately, he sought to crush her spirit. Even if this decision might bring him trouble in the future. He accepted it. As it turned out, Lu Fan's foresight proved to be remarkably accurate. In the not-so-distant future, Lin Xie, this wretched woman, indeed brought him considerable trouble. Half an hour later, Lu Fan followed the crowd and finally returned to the entrance of the Yujinwen official residence community. Ever since their community was designated as a resettlement area by the authorities, for the sake of management, the official designated the resettlement area into 4 zones. A, B, C, and D. Zone A had the least number of survivors. Merely a few thousand, and even counting the original residents, it did not exceed 10,000. The other 3 zones, due to their high-rise structures, had significantly more survivors, averaging over 20,000 in each zone. Lu Fan resided in Zone A, located deep within the community. Soon, as more and more teams returned, the once quiet community became lively. The air was filled with a cacophony of conversations and discussions, more chaotic than a bustling market. Furthermore, a faint aroma of meat wafted through the air. Brothers, have you caught a whiff of that delicious meat scent? Oh, you're not alone. I just noticed it too. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was a figment of my imagination. Hurry, look over at Zone D. This remark. The group of over a dozen individuals at the forefront immediately turned their heads to the left towards Zone D. In the distance, they spotted several large iron pots set up in the open space, from which the enticing meat aroma emanated. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's faces lit up with joy, hastening their pace towards Zone A. It was clear that the authorities had improved their rations. Indeed, as the crowd rushed back, they beheld more than a dozen large iron pots and several tents set up in the open area. With 100 or so people bustling about energetically, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone present, causing uncontrollable swallowing. Just imagine, if you had been limited to 1 meal a day consisting of nothing more than a small grain cake for 2 consecutive months, how would you feel upon catching a whiff of meat? Moreover, everyone had toiled throughout the day, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. To speak frankly, many had not had a proper bowel movement in days. One could say their intestines were almost idle, sustained only by their previous layers of fat. Today, the people of Zone A performed admirably, prompting the leadership to issue a directive for the logistics department to enhance their meals. Shortly, everyone was to gather their utensils and line up for their rations. The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority typical of a leader. Lu Fan was not unfamiliar with this individual, and he had a fair amount of knowledge about him. His name was Hao Guangji, formerly the director of the Public Security Bureau in Hongshan District, and now one of the heads of Zone A in the resettlement area. Following the establishment of the survivor base in Hongshan District, his status had risen considerably, overseeing internal security management at the base, thus holding significant power. In any case, before he left this base, this fellow was doing quite well. After mingling in the crowd and waiting for about 10 minutes, it was finally Lu Fan's turn to receive his meal. The staple was 5 large white buns, with only 2 side dishes. a small packet of a certain brand of pickled vegetables, and a spoonful of mixed meat canned soup. Had these provisions been offered in the past, many would have turned their noses up at them, even refusing to glance at them. Yet in the present circumstances, this was a rare delicacy, akin to a feast during the new year. Lu Fan was not at all picky. He took his tray and found a corner to devour his meal with gusto. Once he had eaten his fill, he cautiously stowed 2 buns in his pocket before returning the tray and leisurely headed towards the stairwell. As Lu Fan was about to ascend the stairs, a long-haired youth hurriedly reminded him, "Hey, brother, don't forget to gather downstairs at 6 tomorrow, Lu Fan's voice echoed in the dim stairwell. Moments later, a youth of similar age whispered, "Hey, have you noticed? The officials in our zone seem to be quite familiar with this guy. He can't possibly be a well-connected person, can he? Don't say that." "I think it's likely. Otherwise, why would others get scolded for slacking off while he seems to escape unscathed? Come on, if he were truly well-connected, would he be out here laboring like us? He could lounge at home in comfort." "Exactly. Didn't he just save 2 buns to take back with him? If he were a relative of some leader, he'd have already been upstairs enjoying a lavish meal. That is not entirely fair. He must have some connections. That is just how the world works. I despise such selfish individuals, swaggering around just because they have a bit of influence. Oh, come on. Isn't it just because he didn't agree to move in with you? Is that really worth saying? All right, everyone, let us finish our meals quickly. We need to rest early. We have to get up early tomorrow." The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Lu Fan changed into his work attire and waved goodbye to his sister and Zua Yi before departing. Watching her brother's departing figure, Lu Mingyao felt a pang of heartache for him. Without Lu Fan, she could hardly imagine how she would cope. Sighing inwardly, she lamented, "If only I were not ill, he wouldn't have to bear such a burden." Days passed swiftly, 4 or 5 in total. During this time, Lu Fan had been laboring alongside the main group from dawn till dusk, resulting in his skin darkening considerably. Soon, with the collective effort of over 10,000 individuals, the sludge and refuse from the steel mill were finally cleared away. Due to the sheer volume of waste and a lack of transport vehicles, all the refuse was piled up in the vacant lot behind the steel mill in just a few short days. Heaps of garbage rose dramatically, yet one must not underestimate these mounds of rubbish. For the underprivileged in this post-apocalyptic world, these garbage mountains represented hope for survival and a treasure trove for scavengers. To survive, they had no choice but to toil under the blazing sun, sifting through these heaps in search of resources that could be exchanged for points. In his previous life, Lu Fan had survived by scavenging through garbage, a past he found almost too painful to revisit. With an official order, Lu Fan and the others were dispatched to a coal mine to dig coal. This open-air coal mine was vast, and due to protective measures taken before a torrential rain, the coal piles remained intact, only covered by a layer of sludge. The authorities' demand for coal was evidently in preparation to restart the steel mill. There was no alternative. For post-disaster reconstruction, steel was indispensable. Moreover, it was not just the steel mill. To expedite the restoration of urban infrastructure, all related industries were working tirelessly to recover, including power plants, large auto repair shops, water treatment facilities, cement plants, sand factories, brick factories, food processing factories, and arms factories, among others. Simultaneously, the authorities were assessing talent in relevant fields to prepare for the impending work resumption at the factories. It is said that many hands make light work. And with nearly 10 million survivors in Jiang City, it took only a week or so for the power plants and water treatment facilities to be fully restored. However, due to limited electricity and wiring issues, the resettlement area remained without power, only sustaining supply for the factories. This situation did not concern the populace much. After all, they were either sleeping, working, or on their way to work, exhausted and feeling like dead dogs. The availability of electricity was of little consequence. Even if power were restored, there was no internet, and they couldn't watch television or use their phones. At best, they could charge flashlights, ensuring that they wouldn't step in waste during midnight bathroom trips. The good news was that the resettlement area finally had running water. Unfortunately, the water quality was poor, murky yellow with a strange odor, occasionally containing small red worms and floating debris. In previous times, no one would have dared to drink such water, let alone bathe in it. Yet in the current predicament, everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it, hoping to eventually procure some deworming medicine or medication. It is worth mentioning that those who had previously clamored for human rights, the so-called little fairies, had finally bowed to reality after a few days of hunger. One by one, they voluntarily joined the labor teams, embarking on a grueling existence of toil day and night. During this period, Lu Fan also utilized his talent, the Eye of Insight, to investigate all the suspicious individuals in Zone 8. The results of his inquiries left him quite disappointed. Among the dozen or so individuals, only 4 had awakened the Destiny System panel, while the rest were ordinary people. Among these 4, only 1 possessed a cultivation method, while the other 3, like his former self, had nothing but the system panel. However, when he examined this individual's attributes, he was indeed taken aback. He had even momentarily questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him, for this individual had an astonishing 79 Dao points. This implied that since acquiring the Destiny System, he had not utilized a single Dao point, saving them all instead. From this, one could deduce that this individual was quite intelligent and possessed keen insight. Furthermore, this individual exhibited remarkable self-control. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly surprised him was the fact that this individual possessed 1 kill point. It is crucial to note that kill points could only be obtained through 2 means: slaying aberrant beasts or extinguishing obliteration beasts. There were no alternatives. Thus, he could almost definitively conclude that this individual had indeed slain an aberrant beast, likely a low-level creature such as a rodent or bat. After all, only such lowly aberrant beasts would be deemed worthy of a single kill point by the system. Despite the fact that this individual lacks an innate talent, he is undoubtedly a remarkable person. As the saying goes, make the best use of what is available. Lu Fan promptly designated him as a key target for further investigation. After 2 days of interaction, he finally gained a preliminary understanding of this person. His name is Su Nuo, a 23-year-old local from Jiang City, a high-achieving student in the field of medicine, characterized by an introverted and reclusive nature. Speaking very little, uncertain of the other's character, Lu Fan chose not to reveal his intentions, opting instead to observe him discreetly for a while. Time swiftly passed until the end of September. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since the torrential rain had ceased. Perhaps due to the excessive precipitation from that storm, not a single drop of rain had fallen in the intervening months. Although the relentless high temperatures had caused considerable discomfort for everyone, it must be said that no one truly yearned for rain. After all, the previous downpour had been terrifying, and its memories remained vivid. Under the guidance of the authorities, millions of survivors in Jiang City were industriously engaged in reconstruction efforts, seemingly moving in a positive direction. The scene was reminiscent of the Great Leap Forward era in Longhua, as individuals busily populated every corner of the city. Private vehicles had vanished from the roads, replaced by an array of large construction vehicles, with many people navigating the streets on old bicycles. However, just as everything seemed to be falling into place, with everyone aspiring for a brighter tomorrow, the Jiang City officials suddenly received an urgent directive from the central government, mandating the immediate construction of large-scale refuge bases. The plans for these bases were also provided to in addition to the construction of the refuge bases. The central government introduced a new monetary system and emphasized the need for strict compliance, warning that time was of the essence. Although the central government did not disclose the reasons behind this order, the officials in Jiang City dared not be negligent, promptly convening a leadership meeting to discuss the ensuing matters. According to the upper echelon's requirements, each refuge base must accommodate no fewer than 100,000 individuals, ideally possessing a complete industrial system capable of self-sufficiency in basic necessities. Moreover, sturdy walls at least 20 meters high were to be erected around each base, with fortifications including anti-aircraft guns, missiles, and heavy machine guns. Upon hearing these demands, the officials were left stunned, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. It was evident that the higher-ups were aware of something significant, something so severe that it jeopardized the safety of various cities. Otherwise, the central leadership would not have mobilized such extensive resources. Upon realizing this, the atmosphere among those present grew somber, and all became serious and solemn. This was no trivial matter, as it pertained to their very lives. After an intense day and night of discussion, they eventually formulated a plan that received unanimous agreement. Given that Jiang City comprised 13 districts, the first phase of the project would necessitate the establishment of at least 13 refuge bases. Due to the urgency of the situation, these bases would need to be constructed concurrently. Once the specific implementation plan was confirmed, all relevant departments in Jiang City immediately set to work. Chapter 049. Establishing the refuge bases to avoid causing panic. The Jiang City officials refrained from issuing any public announcements. Instead, they instructed pertinent industries to ramp up production and began recruiting construction engineers for various resettlement areas. Additionally, they sought to enlist a significant number of carpenters, masons, steel workers, and cement workers to fill roles in the construction sector. Once all preparatory arrangements were completed, the officials finally made a citywide announcement, stating that starting immediately, each district in Jiang City would construct a large refuge base and initiate the transfer of a portion of the industrial system. An important piece of information was also revealed. The officials had developed a comprehensive points-based currency system, which would soon be implemented in full. By working for the government each day, individuals would earn a certain amount of points, which could be used to purchase necessary goods. In essence, points would become the new currency. Upon hearing this news, all survivors in the city were left utterly astonished, each one feeling bewildered and anxious. They were at a loss, not understanding what was happening, and even more perplexed by the concept of refugee bases. Moreover, with the disaster seemingly behind them, what was there to evade? The authorities offered no explanations, as they were equally uncertain about the situation. However, one thing they were certain of was that terrifying events would undoubtedly unfold in the near future. Their primary suspicion was that war might be imminent. Though the identity of the enemy remained unclear, the following day, the officials conducted another round of identity verification for the survivors in each resettlement area and issued each individual a paper passbook. This passbook bore a striking resemblance to a bank passbook, clearly detailing personal information and asset summaries. In the future, to procure supplies, individuals would simply need to present their passbooks at the official trading hall of the base. If two people wished to engage in trade, they could do so, but a small transaction fee would be required. Furthermore, the amount of points earned daily would vary depending on the nature of the work performed and the individual's position. Witnessing this, the survivors finally grasped the situation, their earlier anxieties dissipating as they felt a sense of reassurance. This points-based currency system was fundamentally no different from the previous system. It simply retained the familiar principle of the more you work, the more you earn. Accumulating points would naturally lead to an improved quality of life. Of course, those who preferred not to work could sleep in until midday without consequence. However, not earning points would result in hunger. And should one starve, they could blame no one but themselves. Given that the point system was newly established and the refuge bases were still under construction, the trading halls had yet to officially open. Nonetheless, to prevent starvation, each resettlement area had already set up dedicated canteens and supermarkets. As long as individuals diligently worked for a day, their earned points would be sufficient to provide for their meals. However, that was the extent of it. Gradually, as the days passed, the survivors' earlier panic faded significantly. In fact, the majority became increasingly motivated, finding hope in their new lives. Previously, when everyone received equal shares regardless of effort, many had shown little enthusiasm, with numerous individuals working half-heartedly. Now, however, the more one worked, the more one earned, and those who performed exceptionally well could even receive bonus points, leading everyone to exert themselves wholeheartedly. Under the collective efforts of the populace, the refuge bases began to take shape, evolving rapidly day by day. However, due to geographical factors, the sizes of the refuge bases varied. 3 bases, in particular, stood out for their substantial scale: Qingshan Base, Donghu Base, and Hongshan Base, where Lu Fan resided. This was primarily due to the triangular geographical arrangement of these 3 districts, which housed the highest number of factories and enterprises. Notably, Qingshan Base boasted dozens of factories and even included a power station and an armory. Consequently, Qingshan Base became the largest super refuge base among all in Jiang City, followed by Donghu Base, and then Hongshan Base. Lu Fan's residence in Yujinwen Government District was situated within the Hongshan Base's jurisdiction. Located in the southwestern corner of the base, this arrangement largely aligned with his memories from his previous life. However, this also meant that, in a certain sense, the apartment he occupied no longer belonged to him. From the moment the base took form, everything within it became public property. While he could continue living there, it would require timely payment of certain fees, as well as a security fee. Moreover, in the future, the residential areas within the base would be divided into 4 distinct levels. The closer one was to the base's interior, the higher the level. The levels, ranked from highest to lowest, were Special Zone, High-End Zone, Ordinary Zone, and the outermost Poor Zone. The Special Zone was entirely off-limits to outsiders, exclusively housing the high-ranking officials of the base. Ordinary individuals could only dream of residing there. Additionally, the special zone was strategically located at the heart of the base, adjacent to the official administrative building with robust security measures in place. The high-end residential area typically housed mid-level managers or the middle class, predominantly featuring high-rise apartments. Lu Fan's Ujinwan Government District, along with the expansive area 2 kilometers away, fell within this category. The ordinary residential zone was situated next to various factories, characterized by significant noise and pollution, and was home to the largest population, primarily comprised of laborers. The poor zone, however, was considerably dire. Situated at the very edge of the base, adjacent to the city walls, the environment was filthy and chaotic, with makeshift tents scattered everywhere. Not only was the pollution severe here, but it also represented the most dangerous area due to its proximity to the walls. As this area did not require payment of security fees, those who were financially strained had no choice but to endure living here. In his previous life, Lu Fan had spent his most challenging days in this very zone. Scavenging during the day and returning before nightfall, on fortunate days, he could earn 70 to 80 points, and even up to several hundred points on occasion. Once, he unearthed an entire box of antibiotics from a garbage heap and exchanged it for over 1,000 points at the base. That moment had stirred envy among his fellow scavengers, with some even resorting to violence against him out of jealousy. It was during this time that he met Zui, another scavenger, and the two soon became trusted companions. Of course, if one wished to save on points, they could opt to live outside the base, but safety would be entirely compromised. Especially after the rampant invasion of the And, the area outside the base has become almost akin to a hellish existence. Virtually no one dares to spend long nights outdoors. Even if circumstances compel one to stay outside overnight, finding a relatively safe spot is paramount. One must remain overwhelmingly vigilant. If discovered by the one's fate is left to the whims of destiny. To put it plainly, in the 2 years of the apocalypse, the number of survivors in Jiang City has nearly halved, dwindling from over 10 million. Most of these individuals met their demise at the hands of and to speak candidly, without these survivor bases, the vast majority would likely have perished. Ultimately, only 2 types of individuals remain alive: the powerful military leaders who command their own forces, and those deemed favored by fate, particularly groups composed of multiple such individuals. This is precisely why he has been fervently seeking out those favored by fate during this period. Unfortunately, his luck seems to have been somewhat lacking. After all this time, he has only managed to locate a handful of such individuals. Among those few, only one, Su Nuo, meets his criteria. Fortunately, heaven does not forsake the diligent. After more than a month of interaction, their relationship has blossomed into one of close camaraderie. Especially upon learning that both their parents have passed, Lu Fan feels an even greater affinity for Su Nuo. Being alone has its advantages. One person can ensure that the entire family does not go hungry, free as a bird, embodying the quintessential chosen one of the apocalypse. At times, he finds himself puzzled. Logically speaking, someone like Su Nuo should not be an obscure figure. Why had he never heard of him in his previous life? Could it be that he fell from grace midway, or perhaps sought refuge in another survivor base? Of course, it is also possible that Su Nuo possesses a low-key personality, preferring to remain hidden while quietly amassing wealth. Regardless, it matters little. Based on his interactions thus far, aside from being somewhat contemplative, Su Nuo's character and worldview seem quite commendable. After all, at merely 23 years of age, one is just beginning to navigate society, and one's nature is unlikely to be excessively flawed in due time. With heartfelt discussions, some gentle persuasion, and a glimpse toward a promising future, coupled with some enticing incentives, securing Su Nuo's allegiance should not prove challenging. Once Su Nuo embarks on this revolutionary journey with him, Lu Fan is confident that the longer he remains within the group, the less inclined he will be to depart. At this moment, Lu Fan is blissfully unaware that the formidable figure known as the Blood Demon Butcher in his previous life is about to be unwittingly swayed into becoming his most devoted admirer. Yet, having only Su Nuo is insufficient. In his plans, a competent team should consist of at least 7 members. Thus, to facilitate his upcoming endeavors, he resolves to change his line of work. Unfortunately, his daily companions are primarily the regulars from Area A. Most of these individuals have been thoroughly investigated, and the likelihood of encountering a favored individual among them is slim. Hence, he must seek a new circle. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan returns home after work to change into a relatively clean outfit. He then asks Zhua Yi to fetch a pack of sanitary pads from the bedroom while he retrieves half a pack of cigarettes from the cabinet. After a moment's reflection, he also grabs a handful of sausages and several packs of crispy noodles to stow away in his pockets. Upon hearing Lu Fan's request, Zhua Yi's face involuntarily flushes red, and she hastily retreats to the bedroom. Liu Mingyao, who is engrossed in playing with a Rubik's Cube, immediately raises her head at the mention of her brother needing sanitary pads and curiously inquires, "Brother, what do you need that for?" Lu Fan casually opens a pack of crispy noodles, munching away while he responds, "You always complain that your brother works too hard. I'm going to leverage some connections to secure a job change." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyao pouts, her innocent, youthful face displaying a look of disbelief. Humph. Does he really think I'm a 3-year-old who sends sanitary pads as gifts? Moreover, she finds it outrageous that her brother has pilfered her little snacks. After all, she has only a few hundred boxes of crispy noodles and usually saves them for herself. Just then, Zhua Yi emerges from the bedroom, bashfully presenting 2 soft packs of sanitary pads to Lu Fan. "Here, since you're giving these as gifts, it's better to take 2 packs. Otherwise, it seems too stingy." Initially, Zhua Yi intended to bring just 1 pack, but upon realizing Lu Fan was giving gifts, she hurriedly grabbed an extra one. Unbeknownst to her, she has subconsciously assumed a certain role. Lu Fan smiles slightly and nods in agreement. "What you say makes sense. I'll follow your advice." As he speaks, he takes the items from her, covertly brushing against Zhua Yi's smooth hand. She shudders slightly, quickly retracting her hands as a flush spreads across her cheeks. Observing Zhua Yi's flustered demeanor, Lu Fan can't help but wear a mischievous grin. "If you two are hungry, feel free to eat first. There's no need to wait for me." With that, he turns and steps out of the house. Strolling down the stairs to the first floor, Lu Fan heads directly toward Building A4. Along the way, he encounters several familiar faces, greeting them with friendly smiles and brief exchanges. This hour, around 6 or 7 in the evening, twilight envelopes the neighborhood, casting it into shadow. Given the sweltering weather, many residents linger around the base of the buildings, while a few youths playfully swing makeshift wooden sticks, thoroughly enjoying themselves. A few minutes later, at the door of room 1502 on the 15th floor of Building A4, Lu Fan gently knocks. After a few seconds, the door swings open, revealing a woman in her 30s. Though of average appearance and slender build, she exudes an air of grace. Recognizing Lu Fan, her face instantly brightens with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Fan. Your brother Wang just mentioned you. You really are quite prompt. Come in, come in." Realizing that the person he seeks is at home, Lu Fan smiles and replies, "Sister-in-law, I just need to speak with Brother Wang about something." "I want to intrude." Seemingly aware of Lu Fan's reservations, the woman cheerfully encourages, "It's all right, come in. Everyone else has moved out. Now it's just our family living here." "Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations, sister-in-law." Lu Fan feigns surprise before stepping inside. Due to a power outage in the resettlement area, the living room is shrouded in darkness, yet a faint light flickers from one of the bedrooms. Just then, as the bedroom door swings open, a slightly plump man steps out with a beaming smile. Well, if it isn't my younger brother Lu. What a coincidence. If you hadn't come, I might have come looking for you. Quick. I know you've got cigarettes on you. Hurry and give me one." Seeing this, Lu Fan decides to be forthcoming, pulling out half a pack of cigarettes and handing it over. With genuine sincerity, he adds, "Brother Wang, please take care to smoke sparingly. This is all I have left. I brought it just for you." The man, named Wang Junkai, is just shy of 40 and serves as a mid-level manager in the resettlement area, primarily overseeing vehicle transportation. Rumor has it that a certain leader in Jiang City is his maternal uncle, which has afforded him a comfortable position. His 2 great passions include heavy drinking and an insatiable smoking habit, often consuming 2 packs a day. Upon receiving the half-pack of cigarettes from Lu Fan, the man is momentarily taken aback before his eyes light up with delight. "Brother, you really know how to treat a guy." Without further ado, he takes the cigarettes, bringing them closer for inspection. Upon seeing that they are his favorite Huangalu brand, his smile only widens. Moments later, the sound of a lighter igniting fills the air, followed by an ecstatic gasp as he takes a deep drag. Reveling in the moment, Lu Fan watches with an amused shake of his head, as he has never understood the appeal of smoking. He finds it overwhelmingly harsh. Noticing Lu Fan's expression, the man chuckles, "You don't smoke?" So you wouldn't understand. For us seasoned smokers, we might forego a meal, but we must have our cigarettes after all. Mental nourishment is still nourishment, Lu Fan, understanding that everyone has their own preferences, simply nods in agreement, not wanting to argue. By the way, Brother Wang, I recall you mentioning something previously. My sister still has some. So I brought you a pack. As he speaks, Lu Fan retrieves a pack of 7 degrees of space sanitary pads from his sunscreen jacket pocket and hands it over. The reason he only brought 1 pack instead of 2 is that he believes 1 is already sufficient. This is not due to any stinginess in seeking favors, but rather an acknowledgement of the changing times in this increasingly resource-scarce apocalypse. 1 pack of sanitary pads, or even a pack of toilet paper, holds considerable value. Moreover, he has already gifted half a pack of cigarettes. Lu, you're far too thoughtful. I was merely mentioning it in passing. I can't believe you remembered. Feel free to ask me for anything. There's no need for pleasantries between us. Recognizing the underlying motive behind Lu Fan's gifts, Wang Junkai understands that he must have some request to make. However, he also appreciates that Lu Fan's generous gestures indicate a sincere relationship. As long as the request is reasonable, he is more than willing to assist. Seeing Wang Junkai's openness, Lu Fan decides to lay his cards on the table and shares his intentions. Upon hearing that Lu Fan merely wishes to change jobs, Wang Junkai's expression shifts to one of surprise, and he asks with suspicion, "Is that all? Nothing else?" Lu Fan possessed an extraordinary ability to read the room. Upon observing the other party's reaction, he swiftly grasped the situation and promptly added, "Oh, by the way, I have a friend who also wishes to accompany me." With a sly grin, he elaborated, "We share a good rapport. So having each other's back out there is essential." As anticipated, upon hearing this, the other person took a sharp drag from his cigarette and boisterously declared, "Ha! I thought you had something serious to discuss with me." "Rest assured, my dear Lu, I shall take care of this matter." Just then, a thought struck him, and he casually inquired, "By the way, Lu, can you drive?" Lu Fan nodded in affirmation. "I can drive a little, but I don't have a license." The man chuckled at this response, flicking away the ash from his cigarette nonchalantly. "Whether or not you have a license is inconsequential. As long as you can drive, that suffices. We're currently expanding our transport team and coincidentally need drivers. I'll reserve a slot for you, and as for your friend, let him be your co-driver." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing the prospect of driving for the transport team, Lu Fan felt a twinge of apprehension as he rubbed his nose. Yet he mustered the courage to respond, "All right, Brother Wang. I appreciate your assistance. What are you saying?" "It's no trouble at all. It's merely a matter of my word," Wang Junkai replied, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance as he took a drag from his cigarette. With matters settled, Lu Fan knew it was time to take his leave and promptly stood to bid farewell. The woman had been listening intently from the bedroom and emerged to see him off. "Oh dear. It's a pity that these times are so challenging. Had it not been for the calamity we face, I would have certainly cooked a couple of delightful dishes for you, so that Brother Wang could enjoy a drink with you." The woman was charmingly articulate, effortlessly making her words both pleasant to hear and providing herself with an easy exit. Lu Fan smiled silently, and just as he was about to step out, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a few packets of ham sausages and a couple of bags of crispy noodles from his pocket. "I almost forgot these. Here, this is for the child," he said, handing over the items, adding with a smile, "Don't mind the quantity, sister-in-law. There's hardly anything at home. It's just a little token of goodwill." The woman grasped the food tightly, her smile blossoming even more brightly. "Xiao Fan, look at you, oh dear. You always end up spending on us whenever you come. It makes me feel quite embarrassed," she said. "All right, just accept it. Brother Lu and I are not strangers," Wang Junkai remarked as he took one last drag from his cigarette before reluctantly flicking the butt away. After slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, he waved at Lu Fan. "All right, Brother Lu, you should head back and rest early. Tomorrow, I'll have a word with old Lu, and you and your friend need not come. Let us say around 7 in the morning. Just wait at the main entrance of the community with your friend." Lu Fan nodded. "Understood, Brother Wang. I'll take my leave now. See you tomorrow." As soon as he turned to descend the stairs, Wang Junkai and his wife closed the door and returned inside. Once back in the living room, the woman eagerly picked up the package of sanitary pads, her face illuminated with uncontrollable joy. Initially, she had brought 2 packs when they sought refuge, yet they had proven insufficient, forcing her to use them all up weeks ago. With her period approaching, she had been fretting over the lack of supplies. Earlier that day, she had even taken a trip to the supermarket, but upon seeing the exorbitant prices, she had hastily turned around. Goodness! A single pad costs 60 points, while a whole pack, which contains 10, sells for 500 points. That's simply outrageous. It was worth noting that most ordinary workers barely earned 50 points for a day's labor. Her husband, as a mid-level manager overseeing a transport team, earned roughly 100 points daily. A single pad costing 60 points was something she could not afford to buy, let alone use. Therefore, when she discovered that Lu Fan had brought her an entire pack of sanitary pads, her delight was immeasurable. Observing his wife's happiness, Wang Junkai smiled broadly and instinctively reached for his cigarettes. After pulling one out and placing it in his mouth, he reconsidered and sighed, carefully putting it back. Alas! This damn natural disaster is truly a curse. It has cost me dearly. Calculating the days, it has been nearly 2 months since I last enjoyed a drink. Noticing her husband sitting there, dejected, the woman could easily guess the cause. He was likely longing for alcohol. All right, Lao Wang, you really ought to consider quitting drinking. Otherwise, you'll inevitably fall ill. That being said, this Lu Fan is genuinely a good person. You must look out for him in the future, she added. Mentioning Lu Fan brought a smirk to Wang Junkai's face as he boasted. Ha! Have you forgotten who your husband is? As the saying goes, those who associate with the virtuous become virtuous themselves, while those who associate with the vile become vile. I would never associate with those rascals. As he spoke, he glanced at the few ham sausages beside his wife, swallowing hard. Wife, could you hand me a look at those ham sausages? I want to check if they're still good. Get lost? The woman immediately covered the sausages with her hand, rolling her eyes and retorting, those are for our son from Xiao Fan. Have some decency, will you? Wang Junkai chuckled, I was just joking. After descending from building A4, Lu Fan did not head straight home but instead sought out Su Nuo. Su Nuo resided in building A7, a mere 200 meters away from Lu Fan's location in building A9. His initial intention in visiting Wang Junkai was simply to seek a job change. However, unexpectedly, he ended up facilitating a job change for Su Nuo as well. To be fair, at this stage, the job of driving was indeed a fortunate opportunity. It was not merely about earning more points. It was also significantly less taxing, allowing one to enjoy the comfort of air conditioning. This was a far cry from the grueling labor of toiling under the scorching sun, hauling bricks, or constructing walls. However, there was a pressing issue. His driving skills left much to be desired, especially when it came to operating manual transmission large transport vehicles, which he had never driven before. If it weren't for the absence of road traffic laws at present, he might not have dared to accept such a position. Moments later, Lu Fan ambled to the 7th floor where Su Nuo resided. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's living conditions, Su Nuo's environment could only be described as filthy and chaotic. 12 individuals crammed into a single bedroom. The space was cramped, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor, a nauseating mix of foot odor and sweat. Though Lu Fan had grown accustomed to this scent in his previous life, experiencing it up close again was somewhat overwhelming. Seeing Lu Fan visit at such a late hour, Su Nuo appeared surprised and quickly slipped on his slippers while donning only his underwear before stepping into the hallway. Upon noticing Su Nuo's disheveled appearance, dark skin, slender frame, and a chaotic hairstyle that made him resemble a beggar, Lu Fan was reminded of his former self. What's up, brother? You came looking for me this late. Is there something urgent? Su Nuo whispered. Without beating around the bush, Lu Fan succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing that Lu Fan had used his connections to arrange a job change for both of them, Su Nuo was nearly moved to tears. Truth be told, he could no longer endure the grueling work at the steel mill. He was merely hanging on by sheer willpower. The exhaustion was one thing, but the sweltering heat was unbearable, making every day feel like a torment. Good brother, I will remember this kindness for a lifetime, Su Nuo proclaimed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, he had already established a bond of brotherhood with Lu Fan. With this in mind, an expression of determination flashed in Su Nuo's eyes as he suddenly spoke with conviction. Rest assured, brother. All difficulties are temporary. I will ensure that you indulge in the finest pleasures in the future. Trust me. Hearing his earnest and ambitious declaration, Lu Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression slightly peculiar. Su Nuo, interpreting Lu Fan's expression as disbelief, was about to offer an explanation, but the words caught in his throat. Ah, forget it. I'll explain it later when the opportunity arises. Sun Nua sighed inwardly, lacking the courage to reveal his secret. Given the previous experiences of his parents, he was unwilling to be treated as a lunatic again. Moreover, Lu Fan was his only friend who accepted him, and he did not wish to jeopardize that connection due to his own foolish decisions. Deep down, Sun Nua felt a profound sense of alienation from the world, as if he were an outlier. This feeling intensified after acquiring the destiny system. His profound loneliness made him yearn for companionship, a sense of belonging. Yet, he understood that in a world riddled with shackles, those who were different would only face isolation or even elimination. Nevertheless, he believed that he was not the only one bestowed with the destiny system. Therefore, he was not truly alone. He simply had not yet found his companions. Unbeknownst to Sun Nua, the companions he sought were already right beside him. All right, you should rest early as well. I'm heading back to sleep, Lu Fan said with a light-hearted smile as he departed, leaving a contemplative Sun Nua behind. By the time Lu Fan returned home, it was nearly 8 o'clock. A meal had been prepared for him on the kitchen table, while the couple was sprawled on the bed in the bedroom. Engrossed in a show, he retrieved a chilled drink from the refrigerator and, under the dim light, quietly began to eat his meal. Notably, the pre-packaged food he purchased was quite delectable, with a perfect balance of seasoning that made it quite enjoyable. The quantity in each bag is simply too meager. If he were to consume without restraint, he could easily devour at least 20 bags in a single meal. Furthermore, during this period, he has observed that it is not only himself, but also his sister and Zhao Yang whose appetites have been steadily increasing. This, of course, is a positive development, as it signifies that their strengths are gradually on the rise. With this thought, Lu Fan suddenly paused in his dining actions. Upon reflecting on the time, he realized that he must have accumulated over 1,000 Daoyun points. It was time to elevate his cultivation technique to LV3.as. He focused his thoughts. A familiar system panel materialized before him. Lu Fan Destin 1, First Stage. Exclusive Technique Spirit Absorption Breathing Method, LV2. Daoyun points 1070 Kill points 0. Physical Strength 105 Soul Power 105. Innate Talent Perfect Replication, Max Level, Eye of Insight. LV2. Light Power, LV1. Inventory, Divine Initiation Medal, indeed. His Daoyun points had reached a total of 1,070, completely meeting the conditions for another upgrade. In fact, he had already accumulated 1,000 Daoyun points 10 days prior. However, in a moment of impulsiveness, he spent 100 Daoyun points to elevate the Eye of Insight talent to LV2, aiming to enhance the probability of locating other destined ones. Remarkably, that 100 Daoyun points proved to be quite worthwhile. Compared to the LV1 version, the LV2 Eye of Insight doubled its capabilities, increasing the detection range to 10 meters and having the cooldown time, allowing him to use it once every 12 hours. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that, in the short term, the cultivation technique level would have to remain as is. There was no choice. With less than 2 months remaining before the outbreak of exotic beasts in Jiang City, he had to allocate his daily Daoyun points solely towards enhancing his own strength. Moreover, the light power talent needed to be upgraded as well. After all, the LV1 light power talent augmented all attributes by 5. So LV2 would at least enhance them to over 10.as for the higher levels. LV3 and LV4, they would likely provide even greater boosts. Of course, the augmenting effect of the light power talent was limited to daytime. It became ineffective at night. He suspected that, given the existence of light power, it was highly probable that dark power also existed. If he could acquire the dark power talent as well, it would mean compensating for a significant shortcoming. Whether it was day or night, his strength would see a notable enhancement. With this thought, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth curved into a more pronounced smile. Indeed, those who possess innate talents among the destined ones are exceedingly rare. A fact that could be aptly described as akin to finding a needle in a haystack. However, one must not forget that Jiang City, as the capital of Long Kingdom, boasts a vast population. Among 10 million people, there must be some chosen ones. Even if just 1 in a million possesses such a talent, there would still be at least a dozen destined ones with innate abilities. As the saying goes, gold will always shine. As their strengths rise, these individuals are bound to stand out, becoming well-known figures within the base. At that point, as long as he had a clear target, he could approach them and replicate their innate talents with ease. Furthermore, he was already aware of one such individual at Qingshan Base. This person's true name was unknown, but everyone referred to him as the God of Fire. It is said that there are no incorrect titles, only inappropriate names, and this individual truly lived up to the title of God of Fire, possessing a peculiar ability to control flames. He had once witnessed the man conjure a sphere of fire with his bare hands, instantly igniting a living person who was ultimately burned alive. From that moment on, his world was irrevocably changed, and he finally believed the rumors to be true. Some destined ones indeed possessed terrifying innate talents. The image of that man conjuring fire with his bare hands was indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to forget. He had even fantasized on more than one occasion about how wonderful it would be to possess such an ability. Lu Fan's thoughts wandered, contemplating the need to find an opportunity to visit Qingshan Base and see if he could encounter that man. However, that was a matter for another time. For now, he needed to elevate his cultivation technique to LV3. With a flicker of hope, Lu Fan manipulated the system panel, once again raising the level of his technique. In the next moment, as 1,000 Dao Yun points were deducted, the LV2 designation behind his technique transformed to LV3. Lu Fan Destin 1, First Stage, Exclusive Technique Spirit Absorption Breathing Method, LV3, Dao Yun points 70 Kill points 0, Physical Strength 105 Soul Power 105, Innate Talent Perfect Replication, Max Level, Eye of Insight, LV2, Light Power, LV1, Inventory, Divine Initiation Medal. Gazing eagerly at the exclusive technique section, Lu Fan could hardly contain his excitement as he clicked to view it. Spirit Absorption Breathing Method, LV3, can accumulate 4 Dao Yun points per natural day. Can consume 2,000 Dao Yun points to elevate to LV4 level. Chapter 053. The Promise of Extraordinary Talent. As he had anticipated, his assumptions were correct. With the technique elevated to LV3, the daily Dao Yun points earned doubled, changing from 2 to 4. Though it was merely an increase of 2 points, Lu Fan felt immensely satisfied. Even more surprisingly, the next upgrade for the technique would only require 2,000 Dao Yun points, a revelation that truly caught him off guard. He had initially expected it to require at least 5,000 Dao Yun points. In his joy, Lu Fan couldn't help but indulge in a few extra bowls of rice. After clearing the table of all the dishes, Lu Fan wiped his mouth and contentedly let out a satisfied belch. It was rather frustrating, though. Despite having stockpiled such a substantial amount of supplies in advance, he still couldn't afford to fill his stomach at every meal. There was no choice. The days ahead were long, and he had to learn to be more frugal. Moreover, some supplies would truly become rare and irreplaceable, meaning every bit counted. Once they were gone, they would be gone for good. For instance, chocolate, various flavored candies, chewing gum, cigarettes, and beverages. With the global extreme heat outbreak, vast tracts of land have begun to desertify, compounded by the rampant spread of exotic beasts. Humanity could no longer engage in the mass cultivation of various economic crops as before. They could only grow a limited amount of crops within the base, most of which were modified potatoes and similar staples. Even sugarcane, corn, fruits, and vegetables, if they could be grown at all, were exceedingly scarce. The base's higher-ups could hardly supply enough, let alone the ordinary populace. Furthermore, even if these goods appeared in the base's trading hall, the average person would find them prohibitively expensive. It is no exaggeration to say that a single pack of expired instant noodles or a bottle of expired beverage could keep you entangled for an entire night in a woman's embrace. Even some powerful destined ones would willingly set aside their pride as strong individuals to cater to your whims. This is also why Lu Fan, despite not being a smoker, still kept a considerable stash. In addition to cigarettes, he had also stockpiled a significant amount of high-proof liquor. This item was undoubtedly a coveted treasure for certain individuals. Once the survivor base was established, the trading hall would be fully operational, at which point it could be exchanged for points. Beyond these two items, the most valuable were medicines, particularly antibiotics and other special drugs, which were considered hard currency. After all, everyone experiences ailments from time to time. Regardless of status, no one is immune to illness. Minor ailments may be bearable, but serious conditions like infections require medical treatment. Consequently, Lu Fan amassed a substantial stockpile of various special medicines, spending nearly hundreds of thousands. This was indeed hard currency. It could be exchanged for points at any base and could also be bartered. Additionally, to be on the safe side, a portion of the medicines was always stored in his storage space. To put it bluntly, even if his house were to be completely ransacked, with the items in his storage space, he could still survive in the apocalypse alongside his sister and Zhao Yang. Though the quality might be subpar, at least they wouldn't suffer from hunger. The following day, under Wang Junkai's commanding arrangements, Lu Fan and Xu Nuo seamlessly transformed into members of the transport team, since they were personally assigned by Wang Junkai. And he had communicated with the team leader. They received considerable attention. Lu Fan was even provided with a relatively decent light truck. Unfortunately, Lu Fan's driving skills left much to be desired. Within a day, he had crashed several times, causing the front bumper to be dislodged. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely been harshly reprimanded and shown the door. However, not only did Lu Fan face no repercussions, but the team captain also provided hands-on guidance, exhibiting a warmth and attentiveness that made Lu Fan feel slightly embarrassed. Upon discovering that the captain had also been a smoker, Lu Fan discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into his pocket as they finished work. This gesture thrilled the captain. Initially hesitant to accept, he ultimately accepted with delight once he realized Lu Fan was sincere. Consequently, his opinion of Lu Fan rose significantly, due to Lu Fan's affable nature and his refusal to misuse his connections to bully others. He quickly integrated with his fellow transport team members in just a few days. As Lu Fan's companion, Xu Nuo naturally received similar attention. Every day, she accompanied the team on their journeys, occasionally helping with loading and unloading goods, making it all quite effortless. Of course, the most delightful aspect was enjoying the air conditioning, especially when sitting in the passenger seat, with the air conditioning gently blowing, gazing outside at others struggling under the scorching sun. The comfort is beyond description. The only drawback is Lu Fan's somewhat lacking driving skills, which leaves him perpetually on edge. Particularly when he directs the reverse maneuvers, his heart hangs in suspense, fearing that a moment's inattention might result in being knocked aside by Lu Fan. Perhaps it is due to innate talent. Xu Nuo astonishingly grasped the skill of driving large vehicles merely by observation, and his proficiency far surpasses that of Lu Fan. After several practical trials, Lu Fan decisively relinquished the steering wheel, declaring that from henceforth, Xu Nuo would take the wheel. However, the loading and unloading of cargo remained Xu Nuo's duty, while Lu Fan primarily assumed the role of a companion. Xu Nuo felt no resentment towards this arrangement. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased, as he discovered that driving was indeed a thrilling experience, relishing the sensation of speed. To be honest, he often felt a twinge of guilt regarding Lu Fan's trust, especially since he harbored secrets from him. As a good friend, he was consistently burdened by this sense of guilt. Moreover, he believed his physical fitness to be far superior to that of Lu Fan. After all, he was a fated individual endowed with the system. Notably, after 3 months of diligent effort, Lu Mengyao finally elevated her cultivation level to LV2, now earning 2 Dao rhythm points each day. Zhua Yi, possessing the order medal, had already upgraded her cultivation level a month prior. Presently, her physical attributes had reached around 70. In terms of physical prowess, Zhua Yi had surpassed the vast majority. However, Lu Fan was acutely aware that the cultivation levels of his sister and Zhua Yi were likely to plateau at LV2. Advancing further would be as daunting as ascending to the heavens. After all, not everyone could effortlessly amass 1,000 Dao rhythm points like he did. The monotonous and tranquil days passed by, and soon it was late October. Perhaps due to the lingering autumn heat, the temperatures during this period seemed to soar even higher than before, averaging over 45 degrees daily, distorting the air above the scorched earth. With recent incidents of heat stroke becoming frequent, many survivors began to exhibit a lackadaisical attitude towards work, their spirits notably low. In order to meet deadlines, the authorities promptly made adjustments. They began by installing lighting equipment along the city walls and subsequently revised the worker schedules. Everyone started alternating in 2 shifts, with the hottest 2 hours at noon designated as a break for all. Consequently, each shift's working hours were reduced by an hour, shortening the overall project timeline while alleviating the suffering previously endured by the workers. Although working at night could be somewhat grueling, at least the weather was cooler, prompting many to eagerly vie for night shifts. Reluctantly, the authorities had to raise the wages for day shifts to maintain a balance. On November 5, 2028, a shocking incident occurred in Jiang City. Chapter 054, the prison riot incident. In a maximum security prison located in the Zaidian district of Jiang City, a suspected riot had erupted. The reason for the suspicion was that the convoy responsible for transporting supplies to the prison had mysteriously vanished. Coincidentally, the prison warden had also lost contact with the authorities. Exercising caution, the authorities swiftly dispatched police and military forces, surrounding the prison tightly. Given the possibility that the inmates had seized control of the facility, Armed with an array of weapons and hostages, the authorities hesitated to act rashly, opting instead for a tentative dialogue. Their suspicions were soon validated, as the response came not from the warden or the guards, but from two live guards slowly being raised up a flagpole. Following that, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the two guards, bound and helpless, were executed before the eyes of the crowd. The sudden spectacle sent a shockwave through all present. Every armed officer instinctively readied their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere, poised for conflict. With the prison surrounded by towering walls topped with electrified fencing, the authorities immediately dispatched drones to capture aerial footage of the situation within. However, due to the lack of satellite positioning assistance, the drones, although operational, suffered from significant stability issues. Fortunately, the military was involved, and two soldiers equipped with military-grade drones, both experts in the field, swiftly took to the skies. "Report to the commander, there is something happening inside the prison." One soldier, skillfully manipulating the drone's controller, exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, two middle-aged men clad in camouflage quickly approached, directing their attention to the controller's screen. The display clearly showed a group of individuals kneeling on the ground, their hands cuffed behind their backs. It was evident from their attire that these were the missing prison guards. Upon witnessing this scene, the two military leaders exchanged grave glances. Just then, the prison's loudspeaker crackled to life, followed by a low, mocking male voice. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It's been 3 days. Your reaction speed is truly disappointing. Haha. I presume you've seen the situation inside, right?" "Indeed. To be frank, the entire prison is under our control. TSK, TSK, tis. Honestly, there are far more weapons than we anticipated. But rest assured, we have no intention of escaping, nor do we wish to challenge the government's authority. We merely seek a modicum of freedom." The man paused, as if lighting a cigarette. "I admit that we have committed some wrongs, and I do not deny it. But let us be honest, are all of you truly virtuous? Haha. Despite my ignorance of your reasons for constructing the city walls, I can only surmise it surely isn't for any good purpose. After all, everyone has the right to live, right? Therefore, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must take our fate into our own hands. Oh, by the way, the two individuals on the flagpole had it coming. Their crimes warrant multiple executions. As for me, I shall act as the judge. For the party and the people. Enough of my rambling. The situation stands thus. We currently hold over 1,000 hostages. Whether it leads to mutual destruction or a compromise is in your hands. Our demands are not excessive. Merely supply us with some basic provisions periodically, and we shall remain compliant, causing no trouble for the state. I understand that none of you hold the ultimate authority. No matter, you have a day to deliberate. If you agree, just radio me. Farewell." As his voice faded, music began to play softly over the loudspeaker. I woke up early to gather dangda and returned to feed it to my woman. Listening to the bizarre melody emanating from the loudspeaker, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. However, with 1,000 hostages in their hands, no one dared to take any rash actions. "Captain Sun, this matter is of great importance. Leave your men to guard the area. I will report this to the city government immediately." A middle-aged official, leading the group, instructed his subordinates before hurriedly getting into an SUV and departing. 2 hours later, in a solemn conference room on the 5th floor of the Jiangshan Bay city government, a dozen high-ranking officials began deliberations, with the sole topic being how to handle these audacious criminals. Humph! These vile scoundrels, they dare to demand freedom. How utterly laughable! In my opinion, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. Otherwise, where lies the credibility of the state? We cannot nurture a tiger at our door. The speaker, a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, appeared to be in his 50s, exuding an air of authority, his fierce gaze commanding respect. Despite his simple attire, he radiated a military presence. As soon as he spoke, others quickly chimed in. "I concur with Commander Sun's suggestion. These ruffians openly defy the law of the state, and we must not tolerate it. However, they do hold over 1,000 hostages, so we ought to exercise caution." Upon mentioning the 1,000 hostages, a heavy silence fell over the room, even silencing the previously boisterous white-shirt elder. Deputy Mayor Gao raises a valid point. Despite our disdain for these individuals, we must prioritize the lives of our comrades and proceed with utmost caution. At that moment, the only female high-ranking official in the room finally spoke up. "Comrades, Given the current ambiguity of the situation, I believe we should not stray from our primary objective. The most pressing matter is to expedite the construction of the refuge base. Since these hardened criminals have chosen not to escape, it suggests they are not genuinely inclined to confront the government. They may simply seek a semblance of freedom. She paused to sip water before continuing. Therefore, my suggestion is to initially acquiesce to their demands. After all, their requests pertain only to basic provisions. By stabilizing the situation, we can ascertain whether they harbor any ulterior motives. Upon hearing her words, the room erupted in hushed discussions. While some still viewed this proposal as potentially inviting danger, others began to see the merit in it. Moreover, from another perspective, the criminal's actions resembled a cornered beast's struggle for survival. On the surface, it appeared as though they were threatening the authorities with hostages, yet in truth, it was the authorities who held the key to their fate. For once the authorities cease to provide food and other essential supplies, the opposing party will inevitably perish from starvation within the confines of the prison. Having grasped this reality, everyone promptly voiced their support for the woman's proposal. Very well, since we are all in agreement, let us proceed with this matter, stated the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, nodding slightly. Following this, he surveyed the group before shifting his tone to a more somber one, declaring, "What I am about to disclose is classified information. None of you are to leak it to the outside world, lest we incite public panic." Chapter 055. The initial scale of the base. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Jingqing No. 06 secret refuge base, a silver-haired elder clad in a black jacket was being escorted by a throng of individuals further into the depths of the facility. It was evident from the surrounding environment that this was an exceptionally large research base, bustling with personnel donned in white sterile suits. Various instruments and equipment dazzled the eyes, while specialized vehicles traversed the area, occasionally punctuated by the roars of some wild beast. After a brief interval, the crowd guided the silver-haired elder to the entrance of a laboratory. "Greetings, Commander." Two heavily armed guards immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. The elder responded with a slight acknowledgement, casting a glance into the laboratory before frowning slightly and inquiring, "How long has old Wu been inside?" "Reporting, Commander. Director Wu has not emerged for over 10 hours. One of the guards replied with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing that Wu had been inside for such an extended period, the elder's brows furrowed with concern. This old fool is being reckless. He is nearly 80 years old. Does he not value his life? With that, he turned to the entourage accompanying him, expressing his discontent. "I previously instructed you all to avoid overburdening your teacher." You sigh. Observing the group of researchers who resembled chastised schoolchildren, the silver-haired elder sighed and revealed a hint of disappointment on his weathered face. These clueless bookworms truly lack adaptability. With this thought, he scowled and admonished, "What are you still doing here in a daze? Hurry and fetch him out." At the elder's outburst, the group seemed to awaken from a stupor, hurriedly making their way towards the laboratory. Though be honest, they felt quite aggrieved, as a recipient of the Wheat Ear Medal and a distinguished national academician. Director Wu was a top-tier authority in genetics and the head of the research institute, revered and esteemed. As his students, who would dare to intervene with such a revered figure? Being scolded was trivial, but should they provoke their venerable mentor, expulsion from his tutelage would be dire. Nevertheless, witnessing Wu's prolonged work, they could only muster the courage to bring their elder out of concern. Moments later, a lean old man in a white lab coat strode out of the laboratory. Were it not for his sparse white hair and slightly stooped posture, one might not guess he was an octogenarian. He shot an irritated glare at his students before gruffly asking, "What are you all standing around for? Is there nothing to do?" With this remark, the crowd scattered like startled birds, each one hastily retreating to avoid incurring the elder's displeasure. "I say, you old fool, you're overexerting yourself as if you were still in your youth. If you continue this way, I might just revoke your position." The silver-haired elder spoke sternly to the old man, his eyes brimming with worry and care. The elder merely scoffed, plopping himself down onto a nearby chair. Taking a sip from his teacup and dismissively replied, "Quit posturing before me, you old codger." He gestured to another chair, inviting the elder to sit down. "Now, tell me, how are things progressing outside?" With a resigned shake of his head, the silver-haired elder took a seat and began. "The situation in the northern regions is manageable, with only a few isolated instances of animal mutations. However, the southwest and south-central regions are dire. Instances of animal mutations abound. And there have even been attacks on humans. Just yesterday, information regarding the anomalies was disseminated, in hopes of preventing further calamity. The elder's expression was one of melancholy, his gaze reflecting deep concern for the future. Wu seemed to have anticipated this conclusion, thus his interest shifted to the progress of the refuge base. The silver-haired elder did not hold back, relaying all the information candidly. Wu listened intently, his murky eyes occasionally sparkling with insight. Eventually, he broached the most pressing topic. By the way, old fellow, has that girl had any new prophecies? The silver-haired elder appeared to have foreseen this question, letting out a sigh as he responded, alas, it has become increasingly apparent that this will be a calamity for all of humanity. Furthermore, the refuge base may not serve its initially intended purpose as optimistically as we had hoped. Upon hearing this, Wu's hand froze, his drooping eyelids twitching noticeably, and the glimmer of vitality in his eyes seemed to dim. Noticing the elder's disquiet, the silver-haired elder hastily added, of course, the girl's abilities are still rather limited. She can only glimpse brief, indistinct visions. Moreover, with our dragon country's population of 14 billion, there are bound to be numerous individuals with so-called fated destinies. We mustn't succumb to despair. Oh, by the way, old Wu, how are your research findings progressing? The moment his field was mentioned, the old man's eyes lit up, his demeanor revitalized. Come, I have something to show you. Oh, never mind. You wouldn't understand anyway, he continued. To put it simply, through the extraction of cerebrospinal fluid and DNA from dozens of aberrant beasts, I have made an astonishing discovery. These creatures are undergoing some form of unknown evolutionary mutation, not only growing in size and strength but also becoming increasingly ferocious. This phenomenon extends even to rodents and docile livestock such as cattle, sheep, and pigs. On November 10, 2028, Jiang City finally experienced its first rainfall following a deluge. Despite the hour being late at night, excitement drove people outdoors to indulge in a rainwater bath. Liu Fan was no exception. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, he ventured downstairs with a bar of soap for his own wash. The sight stirred a flurry of anticipation among the women present. It is worth noting that 2 months prior, the authorities had begun restricting the supply of tap water. Outside designated times for bathing, residents could only collect a small amount of water for personal hygiene or to wash undergarments. Rumor had it that once the refuge base was completed, tap water would require points for purchase. Ultimately, under the leadership of some spirited women, all the females began to take action, gathering their toiletries to bathe outside. Some bolder individuals even descended in the nude. Fortunately, as it was the middle of the night, as long as they maintained a reasonable distance, they were unlikely to be seen. Of course, some individuals of both sexes, having endured long enough, seized the cover of darkness to clandestinely engage in games of poker. The more rational ones were cautious, aware that in these times, pregnancy could spell complications, and thus they were careful to track their cycles or take minor precautions. However, some reckless youths, blinded by youthful exuberance, seemed oblivious to the risks, indulging without restraint. Disappointingly yet thankfully, the rain subsided after less than 8 hours. The parched earth, desperate for moisture, quickly dried under the sun's relentless rays. Within a few hours, the air grew sweltering once more. It is noteworthy that after over a month of labor, the Hongshan base had finally reached a significant stage of completion. Gazing upward, one could see towering walls stretching for miles, resembling the undulating spine of a colossal earth dragon. Delivering a breathtaking visual impact. With a thickness exceeding 3 meters, these walls were patrolled by dedicated teams and lookouts stationed atop. In truth, this past month had seen the majority of human and material resources devoted to the construction of these fortifications. To ensure their strength, not only had deep foundations been laid, but concrete was also poured, sandwiched with a thick layer of steel. This formidable wall encircled the entirety of the Hongshan base, a testament to the magnitude of the undertaking. That very night, an incident occurred in the Yujin Bay resettlement area, where a pet dog turned rabid and attacked its owner, resulting in the owner's death and several others sustaining injuries. Chapter 056. The pet attack incident. This incident quickly sparked widespread discussion, with many flocking to the scene to witness the aftermath. Speculation arose that the dog owner must have mistreated the animal, and coupled with prolonged hunger, this had incited the dog's aggression. Others derisively remarked that the owner deserved their fate, considering they could barely feed themselves while keeping a pet. Wasn't that sheer madness? Compassionate individuals, or those who owned pets themselves, were quick to voice their dissent, leading to a heated exchange between the two factions, creating quite a lively spectacle. To be honest, there are indeed quite a few pet owners in the neighborhood, and most of these individuals are longtime residents. In addition to the most common pets like cats and dogs, there are some rather peculiar choices, such as pet pigs, alligators, snakes, ducks, and parrots, among others. Thanks to their foresight in stocking pet food, the majority of these animals are still alive and even thriving. Particularly with cats and dogs, a simple stroll outside guarantees a round belly upon their return, though what they consume remains a mystery. The following day, an official announcement was broadcasted, declaring that due to a series of recent incidents involving pet disturbances, a new animal management office would be established for public safety. From now on, all pets must be kept in designated enclosures. Non-compliance would lead to severe consequences. Minor infractions could result in the loss of all points, while major offenses could lead to imprisonment. Upon hearing this news, all pet owners were left in shock, their anxiety palpable. For some, their pets had become their closest companions, and the thought of surrendering them to official custody was utterly unfathomable. However, the unusual occurrences of late had instilled a sense of insecurity in their hearts. After all, in just 1 week, there had been numerous reports of pets injuring people, which was indeed quite bizarre. Some individuals, lacking confidence in their pets, ultimately succumbed to their inner turmoil and voluntarily relinquished their animals. This group often shared a common trait. Their pets tended to be large and in poor mental condition, with some dogs appearing little more than skin and bones. Conversely, others remained steadfast in their belief that their pets were well-behaved and gentle, convinced they would not turn aggressive. Thus, they chose to disregard the official announcement, thinking that they could simply leash their pets when going out. Meanwhile, in a luxurious 8th-floor apartment of the East Lake Base's resettlement area, a petite young woman with a sweet and innocent appearance defiantly glared at her parents. Her lips pursed in a display of indignation. "Mom, you know what? I absolutely despise Xiao Zixuan. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Many girls at our school have been bullied by him. Su Xiao, will never associate with someone like that in my lifetime." After hurling this declaration, she stormed back to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. "Look at your precious daughter, Su Qiming. Now even my words as her mother hold no weight. This is infuriating," the woman exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa as she unleashed a torrent of complaints towards her husband. Su Qiming rubbed his forehead, his expression tinged with displeasure, yet he was evidently making an effort to restrain his emotions. "All right, dear, there is no need to be so upset with our daughter. Since Xiao is so resistant to this matter, perhaps we should just let it go." His tone was gentle as he poured her a glass of water. Little did he know, his words ignited her fury anew, and she shot up to confront him. "Su Qiming, what do you mean by that? Do you think I am selling our daughter off, I ask you? With our company gone, our finances depleted, and our connection severed, how can we secure a future for her? Yes, it's true that Xiao Zixuan has a tarnished reputation, but he is still the son of Qiao Zhendong. If our daughter were to marry him, at least her future would be secure." As she spoke, she glanced toward her daughter's bedroom, her voice softening slightly. Under the current circumstances, one must lower their head when living under the eaves. The base is nearing completion, and with Qiao Zhendong as a member of the municipal committee, he will undoubtedly remain in a position of power. Rather than being passive later, it would be wiser to take proactive measures now. Having once been part of the upper echelons of Jiang City, she had a keen understanding of human nature. Particularly regarding these so-called affluent and powerful individuals, they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, employing despicable tactics that were truly appalling. It was evident that as the deterrent effect of national laws waned, these individuals would likely become even more outrageous, given her and her husband's capabilities. Ensuring their daughter's safety would be nearly impossible. Thus, rather than face such a predicament in the future, it would be prudent to find her a stable match now. In all honesty, she viewed men as fundamentally the same, flirtatious and untrustworthy. Especially men in power, who were even less likely to exhibit loyalty to a woman. Putting aside any grievances, even the refined man before her shared this flaw. Yet, for the sake of family harmony, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Su Qiming, with a complex and resigned expression, rubbed his forehead again. As a father, he genuinely wished to shield his beloved daughter from harm, particularly from someone with a dubious reputation. However, he realized that they were powerless against the prevailing tide of authority, forced to yield and smile in its presence. "Alas, my dear wife," he lamented, grasping her delicate hand with a handsome face full of compassion. The woman shot him a reproachful glance before responding softly, "Humph. Now you show concern for me. I have been tirelessly worrying for this family." She suddenly remembered something and rushed toward the kitchen, muttering under her breath, "I got so caught up in conversation that I left the meat boiling." The mention of meat made Su Chiming swallow instinctively, clearly tempted by the thought. Once upon a time, he had indulged in the finest delicacies daily, but now, merely catching a whiff of meat was enough to stir his appetite. Nevertheless, he mused that Xiao Zixuan had shown considerable thoughtfulness towards their daughter. Not only had he arranged for them to have a separate residence, but he had also offered her a position managing logistics and frequently visited with gifts, thus preserving their dignity. Unbeknownst to them, Su Xiaoxiao, hiding behind her bedroom door, had heard every word of their conversation. Clenching her fists tightly, tears welled in her beautiful eyes, cascading down like pearls. Despite her mother's insistence that these actions were for her benefit, she perceived them as a blatant attempt to barter her for the family's comfort and prosperity. At tea times, she felt utterly tormented, caught between her parents' love and her own future. The sensation of her destiny being dictated by others was overwhelmingly disempowering and despairing. Sometimes, under her mother's relentless persuasion, she even contemplated acquiescing, thinking that perhaps agreeing would suffice as a means of repaying her parents' nurturing. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. At merely 20 years of age, was it truly worth relinquishing her future? Especially when she recalled Xiao Zixuan's vile demeanor and unscrupulous character, her wavering resolve solidified once more. Perhaps Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, a glint of madness flickering in her large eyes. Indeed, my life should be in my own hands. Rather than waiting passively, I would rather escape this suffocating cage. With this thought ignited, Su Xiaoxiao began devising her escape plan. Ideally, she aspired to leave Jiang City altogether. But if that proved impossible, then at the very least, she would aim to distance herself from the East Lake Base. Locations like Qingshan Base or Hongshan Base would suffice. Given the current lack of internet connectivity and the disjointed information networks between bases, she could likely evade detection as long as she avoided familiar faces. However, the challenge remained. How could she depart the base unnoticed? After much contemplation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her: the East Lake Base. Adjacent to the riverine regions, was abundant in fish, shrimp, and gravel, leading transportation teams from other bases to visit regularly. She could easily utilize these vehicles to facilitate her escape. As for plans beyond her departure, she had yet to devise a concrete strategy, opting instead to take it one step at a time. Moreover, she felt relatively secure regarding her safety thanks to the presence of the Destiny human system, which had significantly enhanced her physical attributes. Though uncertain of her true capabilities, she believed she could handle a rogue or two without much trouble. Fast forward to mid-November, the landscape bore witness to a lack of rain, leaving various flora wilting and the ground a patchwork of green and yellow, save for the deep-rooted trees that remained vibrant. After the tireless efforts of millions, most resettlement bases had been successfully completed. Aside from a few exceptions, consequently, all construction teams shifted their focus from building walls to developing internal infrastructure. According to the base's architectural blueprint, the area was divided into several zones: an administrative special zone, an industrial zone, an agricultural zone, a living zone, and a residential zone, with the latter occupying the largest expanse. Anticipating an influx of survivors, the authorities began constructing new residential quarters in an effort to conserve space. All buildings in the residential area were designed as communal dormitories, featuring long corridors flanked by rows of rooms, with private restrooms replaced by public facilities. To everyone's astonishment, the authorities seemingly lost their minds, establishing several rat-catching teams tasked with exterminating rodents every night. Initially, the populace paid little mind, and many privately scoffed at the initiative, branding it a waste of resources. They questioned why the officials were waging war on mice instead of engaging in more productive endeavors. Had the leaders developed an unusual taste for rodent meat? Gradually, people began to notice something amiss, for the mice had grown significantly larger than before, and their audacity seemed to have increased as they no longer feared humans. Some of these rodents even surpassed the size of cats and dogs, their snarling visages quite terrifying. Over time, Perhaps the rampant extermination by humans incited a panic among the mice, leading some to initiate attacks on people. Many survivors returning from night shifts suffered injuries, with the delicate arms and legs of young women bearing the brunt of the mouse bites, prompting these young maidens to weep uncontrollably as the situation escalated. The authorities had no choice but to intensify their efforts to eradicate the mice, resorting to traditional methods such as deploying numerous traps and sticky boards. However, due to unsatisfactory results, they reluctantly adopted a more aggressive strategy by releasing various confined pet cats and stray felines. Despite the fact that some of these mice were larger than the cats, the inherent fear instilled by their lineage rendered the mice quaking in terror at the sight of their natural predators. Within a mere week, the mouse infestation was effectively contained. Just as everyone sighed in relief, the authorities stumbled upon a perplexing dilemma. What to do with the cats? Setting aside the challenge of recapturing these cats, the concern loomed over the continued reproduction of the mice. Even more astonishing was the revelation that these cats had undergone a peculiar evolutionary mutation, in the span of just 1 week. Their sizes had nearly doubled, and most had reverted to a feral state. Although they did not proactively attack humans, they would display aggression if approached. Some cat owners, hoping to reclaim their pets, found that the cats' altered appearances made identification nearly impossible. Even those who could recognize their cats found that most exhibited aloofness, with only a select few retaining any fondness for their owners. Considering various factors, the authorities decided against retrieving the cats, opting instead to regard them as released into the wild. With the presence of these cats, the mouse problem could be kept in balance, thus serving a purpose. However, before the officials could relax, they received troubling news. The team responsible for transporting corpses to the mass grave had mysteriously vanished. This grave had once been a mountain and a tourist attraction, located only a few kilometers from the Hongshan base. Over time, due to the accumulation of unmanageable corpses, it had transformed into a burial site. Incinerating bodies required substantial fuel, which was precisely what the base was lacking, leaving them with no choice but to resort to this method. Nevertheless, it must be noted that this mountain had become a site of considerable significance. According to incomplete statistics, over the past 4 months, tens of thousands of bodies had likely been interred there, comprising individuals of all ages and genders, with a variety of causes of death, the majority succumbing to illness. The authorities took this matter seriously and promptly dispatched a team of officers to investigate, fully armed for precaution. However, upon their arrival, they were met with a scene that left them horrified and trembling. The desolate mountainside was strewn with skeletal remains and torn garments, the site resembling a battlefield. The pungent stench of decay assaulted their senses, causing their stomachs to churn. The evidence indicated that some creature had excavated these corpses, leaving them devoured to the bone, as evidenced by the bite marks. After documenting the scene, the team hastily returned to the base. Upon viewing the gruesome photographs, the high-ranking officials collectively gasped in shock. As leaders of the base, they were privy to information beyond the grasp of ordinary citizens, allowing them to conclude without further inquiry that some extraordinary beast was responsible. However, the specific identity of this creature remained a mystery. Judging by the claw and bite marks left at the scene, it was apparent that whatever it was likely of considerable size. Typically, the city of Jiangshi, being a central urban area, boasts a limited variety of wildlife, particularly fewer large predators. Yet, the existence of a zoo in Jiangshi complicated matters. The Hongshan district housed one such zoo, which featured a diverse array of animals, including African lions, Bengal tigers, black bears, brown bears, wolves, and leopards. Crucially, during the torrential rains and floods, many animals had inexplicably escaped due to lax management at the zoo. Therefore, in a sense, the presence of a small number of large predators was indeed plausible. Furthermore, considering that even the mice had undergone mutations, it was not beyond reason to suspect the potential for similar evolution among these large beasts. However, another question arose. Given the extent of the damage, the number of extraordinary beasts must have been significant. Based on their knowledge, the number of large predators at the Hongshan Zoo was relatively small. To clarify this situation, the authorities promptly initiated an investigation. Chapter 58. The wild boar herd. After several confirmations, they finally obtained a credible estimate indicating that a total of 17 large predators had escaped from the Hongshan Zoo: 4 African lions, 5 Bengal tigers, 2 leopards, 3 black bears, and 4 gray wolves. In addition to these large predators, numerous monkeys and various birds had also managed to flee. Given the vast area of the Hongshan district, which includes ample wetland parks and forest reserves, it was logical to assume that these large predators would take refuge in such locales. Moreover, large predators typically possess territorial instincts, making their congregation highly unlikely. Furthermore, the mass grave was home to tens of thousands of corpses, and a mere dozen predators could not possibly account for such extensive devastation. This raised a critical question. Was the instigator a different kind of extraordinary beast? Suddenly, one individual had a flash of insight, proposing the possibility of a herd of wild boars. Upon hearing this suggestion, the senior officials present experienced a moment of clarity, recognizing the plausibility of this hypothesis. It was well known that due to the prohibition on hunting wild boars, coupled with the improving environment, wild boar populations had surged in recent years, particularly in the nearby nature reserves of Hongshan District, which had become a hotspot for their proliferation. Lacking natural predators, these areas had become prime habitats for wild boars, reproducing at an alarming rate. The Jiangshi authorities had already acknowledged this issue and had formulated a concrete plan to address it. Had it not been for the outbreak of disaster, this plan would likely have been implemented by now. It can be said that plans often change faster than circumstances allow. Fate plays its hand. Ultimately, their suspicions were confirmed. The wild boar herd was indeed responsible for the chaos at the mass grave. However, in a way, the true culprits were those large predators that had escaped from the zoo. The wild boars had been forced to relocate due to their habitat being overtaken by these predators. In their migration, they happened upon the mass grave just as the team was in the process of burying corpses. Perhaps the wild boars were particularly agitated, or perhaps the scent of decaying bodies attracted them. In any case, the wild boars launched an assault on the workers. It is often said, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, and the pig in question refers not to domesticated swine, but to genuine wild boars. Were it not for their genetic inhibitions, these wild boars might have dared to confront the large predators. Consequently, the unfortunate workers faced a grim fate, overwhelmed by the herd of wild boars. None survived, and even their remains were thoroughly devoured. To prevent further panic, the authorities opted not to disclose this incident, choosing instead to keep it under wraps. However, they heightened vigilance, intensifying patrols around the base's periphery and equipping transport teams with weaponry. Nonetheless, an even more pressing matter loomed. As the construction of the base progressed, the point system for resource allocation was set to be implemented. Moreover, numerous regulations were due for reform. After several days of preparation, on November 25, the Jiangshi authorities announced that the refuge base would officially open to the public. Among the bases, Qingshan, Donghu, and Hongshan boasted the highest capacities, each capable of accommodating at least 1 million people. In contrast, the other 10 bases appeared considerably less impressive, with a maximum capacity of around 300,000. Fortunately, these bases had been meticulously designed in advance to accommodate the entire population of Jiangshi. However, due to the varying levels of residential areas, differing rental costs necessitated that many individuals relocate from their initial residences. With the current point system equating to currency, and these points hard-earned through arduous labor, families had no choice but to move to more affordable districts to sustain themselves. Furthermore, each individual was required to pay a monthly security fee to the base, the amount of which was contingent upon their residing area. Those in high-end residential districts paid the most, with a monthly fee of 300 points per person. Ordinary residential areas had a slightly lower fee of 100 points per person, while impoverished districts were exempt from security fees, only needing to pay rent punctually. As for the privileged special zones, they required no points whatsoever, enjoying exclusive benefits. Though many harbored discontent regarding this arrangement, they had no choice but to endure in silence. Consequently, with the implementation of various regulations, survivors residing in the Ujinwan government estate found themselves compelled to relocate. Due to being a native resident and possessing complete ownership of his property, Lu Fan is only required to pay a security fee each month. The 3 of them collectively incur a placement fee of 900 points monthly. For others, this sum represents a significant expense, one that the vast majority would find challenging to bear. After all, ordinary workers earn barely 100 points a day. Thus, 900 points could sustain them for nearly half a month of strenuous labor. Su Nua is no exception. Despite having secured a favorable job through Lu Fan's influence, where he enjoys a comfortable ride each day, his salary remains modest, mirroring his previous earnings of only 70 points daily. After accounting for basic living expenses, He is left with merely 700 to 800 points each month, provided he maintains a perfect attendance for 12 hours daily without falling ill or encountering unforeseen circumstances. Recently, he has also noticed a gradual increase in prices at the base, albeit minor, yet it accumulates over time. After careful consideration, he resolves to move to the communal dormitory in the ordinary district. He has grown accustomed to the hustle and bustle, and a bit of noise is a trivial matter. The savings could at least afford him a few hearty meals. However, just as Su Nuwa begins to pack his belongings, Lu Fan arrives ahead of him, grasping Su Nuwa's arm and leading him toward the trading hall without any explanation. Not a word. Brother, what are you dragging me off to? Su Nuwa trails behind Lu Fan, his face a canvas of confusion. Upon reaching the trading hall, Su Nuwa's bewilderment deepens, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. What on earth are you bringing me here for? Are you actually considering selling a kidney for points? Su Nuwa pokes Lu Fan in the back, his tone laced with humor and mischief. Lu Fan simply smiles silently, extending his hand towards Su Nuwa, requesting, "Here, please hand over your points savings book." Taken aback, Su Nuwa glances at the black bag in Lu Fan's hand, slowly piecing together the situation. "I say, brother, you can't possibly be." Before he can finish, Lu Fan interjects, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Su Nuwa hesitates momentarily but eventually produces the paper savings book, having thoughtfully encased it in a plastic cover. This sight nearly elicits a laugh from Lu Fan, who muses to himself, "Goodness, is he raised by his grandmother?" Covering the savings book with a bag as Chapter 59 unfolds, noticing Lu Fan's peculiar gaze and the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Su Nuwa becomes aware of the underlying tension and awkwardly stammers, "Ahem. You see it's hot and I sweat easily, and there's a handling fee for changing the savings book, right?" Lu Fan, opting not to prolong the jest, snatches the book from Su Nuwa's hand and hands it over to the clerk at the counter. "Hello, beautiful. Could you assist me in converting these items into points and depositing them into this account?" As he speaks, he places the black bag on the counter as well. The term beautiful instantly brightens the female clerk's expression, her face radiating joy. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment," she calls over a male colleague. And together they cautiously unwrap the black bag. Su Nuwa, observing with keen curiosity, inches closer. From their interactions over the past few months, it is evident that Lu Fan's financial situation is rather favorable. However, Su Nuwa speculates it might not be as extraordinary as it seems, considering Lu Fan has a young wife and a sister in a wheelchair relying solely on him for sustenance. Given that their previous supplies must have been nearly exhausted, Su Nuwa feels a wave of gratitude, vowing silently to help Lu Fan achieve a better life in the future. Just as he contemplates this, the clerks pull out several large boxes of medicine from the black bag. "Heavens! Antibiotics? So many?" the female clerk exclaims, her eyes widening in disbelief. It is well known that among all redeemable goods, scarce medicines, particularly antibiotics, hold the highest value. The items before them likely amount to several thousand points. The male clerk, equally astonished, glances at Lu Fan before meticulously counting the items. After a brief moment, he finishes tallying and begins processing the transaction. "Good day, sir. The total value of these medicines is 7,300 points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange?" "Confirm," Lu Fan replies without hesitation. The clerk immediately takes the savings book and begins entering information into the computer with remarkable efficiency. Following a process akin to that of a bank, Lu Fan considers that these female clerks might have previously worked as bank tellers. Su Nuwa stands dumbfounded, his gaze on Lu Fan filled with newfound admiration. "Wait, you're just giving away over 7,000 points just like that?" He swallows hard, sensing his hands tremble and his breath quicken. He yearns to voice his thoughts, but finds himself at a loss for words. The clerks complete the transaction swiftly, handing the savings book back to Su Nuwa with a smile. "Please take your savings book, and we welcome you to visit again." Su Nuwa instinctively accepts the book. His mind swirling in disbelief, Lu Fan gently pats his shoulder, saying nothing, and then leads him to the housing management office. After a brief visit, they emerge with a paper contract in Su Nuwa's hands. "Let us go. We've finally got a day off. Let us treat ourselves to a meal," Lu Fan suggests cheerfully. Su Nuwa regards him with a serious expression, nodding in agreement and responds, "All right, as the saying goes. In a lifetime, two brothers. Some things are best kept in the heart rather than spoken aloud." Su Nuwa embodies this sentiment. Once he resolves upon something, it becomes etched in his heart, unwavering. Observing Su Nua's touched demeanor, Lu Fan's smile broadens. Understanding that learning is a lifelong endeavor, he has been diligently studying leadership principles and strategies during his free time, particularly engrossed in secrets to attracting women and how to become a leader, both of which he has thoroughly perused. Recognizing his own limitations, he is determined to invest effort into self-improvement. From How to Become a Leader, he has gleaned valuable insights about leadership dynamics, noting a pivotal phrase: large teams rely on systems. Small teams depend on relationships. While becoming a leader is not inherently difficult, the true challenge lies in earning others' trust and loyalty. Some individuals possess an innate charisma, akin to great figures in history. However, Lu Fan is self-aware, understanding that to cultivate personal charisma, one must be willing to invest. If he can provide what others lack, they will inevitably follow him wholeheartedly. In essence, it boils down to winning hearts. Nevertheless, merely winning hearts is insufficient for establishing strong relationships. Mutual interests and benefits are essential. After all, emotions are too abstract and unpredictable. Countless relatives have turned against one another and friends have betrayed each other for the sake of gain. Therefore, the most reliable relationships are founded not on feelings but on enduring benefits. Currently, Lu Fan possesses an abundance of resources, allowing him to exchange a small portion for Su Nua's recognition and gratitude, a rather profitable arrangement. Furthermore, for convenience, the apartment he rented for Su Nua is located just below his own, facilitating ease of access. While it may seem wasteful for Su Nua to occupy an entire apartment alone, Lu Fan plans to recruit other destined individuals to share the space, rendering it far from wasteful. Around 1 in the afternoon, Lu Fan and Su Nua emerge from the base cafeteria, chatting and laughing. Su Nua, rubbing his belly and letting out a satisfied burp, wears an expression of nostalgia. After 4 months, it is the first time he has enjoyed a fulfilling meal. However, the thought of spending over 300 points at the register brings a pang of regret. Akin to a sharp sting, that's over 300 points, equivalent to 5 days' wages, spent on a single meal. Yet, he must admit, the cafeteria's braised carp was utterly delightful, undoubtedly the best fish he has ever tasted. When he stepped out of the cafeteria, envious glances from others made him feel elated, allowing him to finally grasp why some people enjoy putting on airs. The sensation of being the center of attention is exhilarating. All right, brother, enough reminiscing. In some time, I'll treat you to another meal, Lu Fan remarks, patting Su Nua on the shoulder, leaving casually with a toothpick in his mouth. Su Nua's eyes light up at the mention of this, transforming into an eager follower as he rushes to catch up. Is it true, father figure? Su Nua exclaims unabashedly, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation, dashing forward to snatch the items from Lu Fan's hands. He continues to flatter, "Come on, father. Leave these little chores to me. You shouldn't have to lift a finger." In that moment, the once aloof man, akin to an eagle, sheds his facade of false dignity entirely. Since he currently lacks the ability to lead his brothers to indulge in life's luxuries, he might as well follow closely behind and partake in their feasts. What does it matter about pride? It's all trivial, especially since he no longer cares. Given that the world has descended into chaos, there's no need for him to continue masquerading as a normal person. Indeed, his promise reveals him to be a bloodthirsty maniac who delights in torturing small animals. Let the chips fall where they may. Chapter 060. To his astonishment, his teammate turns out to be a complete goof. Little did he know, was that statement from Su Nua truly accurate? Upon hearing it, Lu Fan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Well, it seems that his fears have materialized. He had previously contemplated the necessity of thoroughly vetting potential teammates, ensuring he wouldn't end up with a lunatic. After all, individuals marked as the chosen ones often possess peculiar mentalities. Initially, he thought Su Nua to be quite normal, at least composed, taciturn, and seemingly astute. However, he never anticipated that he had misjudged him, and judging by the current demeanor, it appears he is indeed quite the fool. Sigh. Lu Fan shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave, as if he had made a resolute decision. After the two returned to their respective homes, Lu Fan handed the packed meal to Zhuai, remarking on its delectable flavor and encouraging both of them to have a taste. Although they had already dined for lunch, the mention of delicious food instantly sparked their appetites, particularly for Lu Mengao. Her eyes gleamed with excitement at the mention of meat. Moreover, the most astonishing part was that this carp was remarkably fresh. "Thank you," Brother, I knew you were the best. Lu Mingyao sweetly pouted, maneuvering her wheelchair to the dining table. Deftly opening the takeout box, as the container was unveiled, a rich aroma of sauce wafted through the air. Wow, it smells amazing. You must try this. The fish must be delightful. Zhuai, entranced by the alluring scent, promptly sat down and picked up her chopsticks for a taste. The flavor is indeed exquisite. Zhuai nodded in approval as she chewed. The fish was tender and succulent, devoid of any muddy taste. Lu Mingyao was absolutely thrilled, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she exclaimed, "This fish is far superior to the pre-packaged meals you buy. I want to have it every day." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's expression darkened. He thought to himself, well, this little glutton has become quite addicted to it. The cost of the fish mattered little. As long as his sister enjoyed it, he was indifferent to points and such. The issue arose from the ostentatiousness of daily trips to the base cafeteria for fish, which would undoubtedly attract disdain. Realizing this, he cleared his throat and regretfully stated, "What a pity. This fish was transported over from the Donghu base by the supply team. It's in limited supply each week, and I had to go through great lengths to bring back just one. You can't expect to have it every day." As he spoke, he noticed his sister's mood souring. Her lips pouting, he stifled a chuckle and continued, "But since you're my dear sister, I'll strive to bring you one back every week." Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's previously gloomy expression brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling with delight as she declared, "Brother, you are the best brother in the world. I adore you." Lu Fan beamed with affection, thinking how easy it was to sway someone so young. Little did he know, the subtle smirk of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth had already been noticed by Zhuai. Unlike Lu Mingyao, who was easily fooled, Zhuai quickly deduced that Lu Fan was being disingenuous. After all, the Donghu area was abundant with fish. While transportation might be a hassle, it certainly shouldn't be in limited quantities. Furthermore, a live fish would undoubtedly be costly, affordable only to the upper echelons of the based in essence. Such delicacies were reserved for the elite. If that were the case, why impose limits? However, Zhuai pondered why Lu Fan would lie. In her eyes, Lu Fan was not the petty type, especially towards his sister, whom he would go to great lengths to please. Could it be? Now she understood. No wonder. Zhuai quickly realized Lu Fan's motives for his fib. It was simply because of his understated nature, not wanting to unnecessarily attract attention. If he frequently indulged in lavish meals at the base cafeteria, it would certainly draw the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. As the saying goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather those who covet. This would inevitably lead to some unwarranted troubles. Understanding this, Zhuai cast a gentle glance at Lu Fan. Her eyes flickering with intrigue. Indeed, truly formidable individuals never flaunt their prowess. They operate from the shadows, it must be said. Zhuai was undeniably astute. Otherwise, she wouldn't have escaped her hometown and managed to survive alone in a world turned upside down. The reason Lu Fan was unguarded in bringing her along was twofold. He trusted her character and recognized that Zhuai was no fool. There is a saying, one need not fear a villain's cunning, but rather the folly of the dim-witted. Once a fool is by your side, calamity is inevitable, for one can never predict the astonishing antics they might undertake. In short, good teammates can yield monumental results, while foolish companions can lead to one's downfall. Thus, he always adhered to the principle of preferring quality over quantity when choosing allies. Yet, it was somewhat exasperating that after more than 4 months, he had yet to find a single chosen one endowed with a destined talent. At times, he questioned whether his luck was simply abysmal or if individuals with such gifts were even rarer than he had anticipated. As evidenced by his inability to locate a single child of fortune in such a lengthy span. Minutes later, Lu Fan descended with a brand new mat and various miscellaneous living supplies. As he had anticipated, Su Nua was already there, busily tidying up. Upon seeing Lu Fan approach with an armful of items, Su Nua hurriedly bounded over. "Look at you, just coming over and bringing stuff? You've burdened your adoptive father again." Su Nua had completely shed any pretense, exuding a carefree demeanor that left Lu Fan feeling exasperated. Alas, he had chosen this person. He could only resign himself to fate, hoping that Su Nua's thought process wouldn't be too absurd. "Here, these items are all new. Toss out your old rags." Lu Fan cast a disdainful glance at Su Nua's tattered quick-dry shirt, his face radiating distaste. Truth be told, he suspected Su Nua might already have fleas or lice. Su Nua, showing no gratitude, cheerfully accepted the items and squatted down to rummage through them. The large black nylon bag was stuffed with an array of living essentials: toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, razors, slippers, plastic bowls, men's underwear, short-sleeved shirts, and shorts, all encompassing a wide variety. As Su Nua gazed at the pile of goods, his nose suddenly tinged with emotion, and he felt a swell of gratitude. This is what true friendship reveals itself in times of adversity. Honestly, if he weren't a man, he would have relished the opportunity to indulge his brother in a moment of joy to express his appreciation. Due to the unbearable odor and the appalling state of the room, Lu Fan chuckled awkwardly and made his escape, leaving Su Nua to continue his arduous cleaning task. The following day, Lu Fan and Su Nua arrived punctually for work, assigned to the 6th transport team tasked with fetching fish from the Donghu base. Of course, the fish in question were not lively specimens but rather salted fish that had been processed and dried. Chapter 061. Mutation? Out of control. Ever since the floodwaters receded, the fish populations in the rivers had surged, particularly in the Yangtze River, where they were abundant. To conserve food reserves, the authorities ordered several bases near the river to engage in fishing. However, due to a lack of electricity and the oppressive heat, the caught fish quickly perished. To facilitate storage and transportation, the fresh fish were subjected to minimal processing and then dried to create salted fish. Other bases periodically transported batches of dried fish back to undergo secondary processing for various food products. Among these, the most sought-after item was the fish meal compressed biscuit, which, due to the addition of other ingredients, was not only nutritious but also quite filling. The only drawback was its rather unpleasant odor, perpetually tinged with a fishy scent. Nonetheless, due to its cost-effectiveness, it remained a popular choice among consumers. The Hongshan base, as a massive refuge for over 1 million people, had an alarming daily demand for fish meal. Consequently, every 2 days, a transport team would make the trip to the Donghu base. Today, it was the turn of Lu Fan's 6th transport team to go to the Donghu base to collect dried fish. With a total of 7 trucks, each requiring at least 3 trips, in truth, the task was not exhausting. It was merely the loading process that dragged on for hours. If they could enjoy the cool air conditioning while waiting, it would be tolerable, as they might as well be anywhere. However, the transport team had strict regulations. Drivers and accompanying personnel were only permitted to use the air conditioning while on the road. No vehicles were allowed to be started at any other time. Consequently, the fuel levels in each truck were meticulously monitored. Should they exceed the allocated consumption, the penalties would range from fines to outright dismissal. This was not due to the management being harsh or inhumane, but rather because fuel resources were exceedingly scarce. Particularly in Jiang City, where oil and natural gas were not produced locally, they had always relied on imports or supplies from other provinces. Now, with disasters erupting across various regions, Jiang City's official channels for obtaining energy had been severed, forcing them to rely on dwindling reserves. Thus, it can be said that energy sources such as gasoline, diesel, natural gas, and liquefied gas are of utmost importance to the authorities, who are exceedingly wary of any potential waste. As the saying goes, what you fear most will come to pass. When Lu Fan and his companions hastily arrived at the Donghu base, they serendipitously encountered transportation vehicles from other bases. Without a doubt, it was highly likely that they were also there to transport dried fish. Sure enough, upon their arrival at the storage facility, the vast open area of the factory was already filled with trucks of various models. "Damn it! Why did I feel such a foreboding earlier today?" muttered a burly middle-aged man with dark skin in the driver's cabin of Lu Fan's vehicle, expressing his irritation. Ever since a group of individuals mysteriously disappeared some time ago, the base authorities had reinforced the transportation team with additional personnel. From that moment on, whenever the transport team departed from the base, each truck was mandated to be accompanied by an armed guard to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Lao Su, keep an eye on things in the vehicle. I'll go take a look around," Lu Fan said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he patted Su Nua's shoulder before pushing open the car door and stepping out. Watching Lu Fan leisurely saunter away, Su Nua smacked his lips, wearing a pitiful expression. In truth, he too wished to alight and seek some respite, but since Lu Fan had spoken, he could only endure the discomfort inside the vehicle. There was no way around it. As the saying goes, one is beholden to those who provide. He was entangled in both respects, having unwittingly slipped into the role of a subordinate despite being 2 years Lu Fan's senior. However, this situation was merely temporary, for he firmly believed that a significant upheaval would soon transpire in this world, and it would not bode well to T that time. He would seize the opportunity to showcase his prowess. He was convinced that upon discovering his true identity, Lu Fan would inevitably be left in a state of shock and would willingly acknowledge him as brother. Just the thought of Lu Fan being swayed by his dominating aura in the near future filled him with a sense of clandestine delight. After a prolonged and agonizing wait of about an hour, it was finally time for Su Nuo and his team to load their cargo. In a bid to save time, they decided not to return together. Instead, once a truck was fully loaded, it would depart. Given the poor road conditions and the distance of over 30 kilometers between the two bases, a round trip would take at least 3 hours. This meant that they might have to work overtime that day, lest they struggle to complete 3 trips, as anticipated. Their conjecture proved correct. After half a day had elapsed, their transport team had only managed 2 trips. Now, as the sun began its descent, they were just starting to load the last truck. Xiao Fan, it's almost dark. Let's return together in both vehicles, spoke a kind-faced older brother, who typically shared a close rapport with Lu Fan. Often engaging in light-hearted banter, Lu Fan glanced up at the fading sunlight and, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Although they had traversed this road numerous times without incident, he was acutely aware that at this moment, the alien beasts had begun their assault on humanity, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Moreover, with evolution and mutation, the intelligence of these beasts was on the rise, with some exhibiting astonishing levels of cunning. Thus, even though he had attained the strength of a first-tier fated individual, he remained vigilant. Half an hour later, amidst the roar of engines, 2 trucks slowly departed from the Donghu base, racing against the impending darkness to reach the Hongshan base. Consequently, both vehicles accelerated beyond their usual pace. Despite Su Nuo's commendable driving skills, Lu Fan quietly fastened his seatbelt. Seeing this, Su Nuo's mood soured immediately. He turned to Lu Fan with a look of reproach, saying, "Why are you buckling up? I drive steadily." "All right." "Oh, it's just a habit. Don't mind the details. I feel completely at ease riding in your vehicle, truly." Lu Fan chuckled, yet his right hand gripped the door handle tightly, not out of distrust in Su Nuo's driving, but rather as a precaution against any unforeseen circumstances. Su Nuo was pleased with Lu Fan's response, his excitement bubbling over. Come. Let me show you what true speed and passion feel like." And no sooner had he spoken than he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. In the next instant, the engine unleashed a thunderous roar as the truck surged forward. "Hey, Xiao Su, slow down. Don't tip the truck over," exclaimed the dark-skinned burly man in the back seat, startled, as he quickly fastened his seatbelt and shouted a warning. Su Nuo, brimming with exhilaration, had a gleam of crazed confidence in his eyes. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, the truck's speed remained capped at around 180 kilometers per hour. Observing this, Lu Fan hurriedly advised, "All right, stop pressing the pedal. This truck's horsepower is limited." Su Nuo's disappointment was palpable as he prepared to ease off the accelerator, but just then, a dark object violently collided with the windshield. Bang! Crack! The windshield instantly became a web of fractures, revealing a hint of crimson blood. "What on earth was that?" Su Nuo exclaimed, startled by the sudden occurrence, instinctively slamming on the brakes. However, due to the excessive speed, his single foot on the brake sent the truck into a chaotic spin, spiraling out of control. Panic-stricken, Su Nuo frantically attempted to regain control of the steering wheel while repeatedly pressing the brake, desperately trying to halt the vehicle. Yet, curiously, the harder he pressed the brake, the more the truck swayed, with the steering wheel refusing to respond. Chapter 062. A little lowly girl. Su Nuo was in a state of utter panic, sweat beading on his forehead as he muttered, "It's over. It's really over this time." Lu Fan sighed, unfastened his seatbelt, and shouted to the 2 men, "The truck's out of control. Jump out now." With that, he pushed open the door and leaped out at the opportune moment. "Damn! So bold?" Su Nuo and the burly man were left dumbfounded by Lu Fan's audacious decisiveness. "Screw it. I'm going for broke," the dark-skinned man shouted, forcefully kicking open the door and leaping out with his rifle in hand. Seeing both men jump out, Su Nuo steeled himself, replicating Lu Fan's actions and leaping out as well. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, barely 3 seconds. The truck tilted precariously before smashing onto its side and crashing into a nearby mound of earth. Boom! Dirt erupted into the air, and clouds of dust billowed forth, accompanied by a cascade of dried fish spilling everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Spitting out dirt, the two men managed to crawl to their feet, looking utterly disheveled and covered in grime. Fortunately, neither had sustained any serious injuries, only some superficial scrapes. Ugh, I could have died from that fall. Ouched, Sunua brushed off the dust, feeling as though his backside had nearly split in two from the impact. The burly man quickly checked his rifle, relieved to find it unscathed, and then turned to Sunua with a scowl. Sunua, are you really this reckless? This is a serious mess now, Sunua. I turned to gaze at the overturned truck, his face paling as he stammered, I really didn't mean to. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly scanned the area for Lu Fan. Despite being awed by Lu Fan's decisive actions moments ago, the thought of Lu Fan's frail figure made his heart drop. Heaven help us. Please let him be all right. Sunua genuinely felt a pang of anxiety. If anything were to happen to Lu Fan, he would never forgive himself. Are you two all right? Just then, Lu Fan's voice rang out from a short distance away. The two men turned to see Lu Fan approaching as if nothing had happened. Thank goodness. You're fine, Sunua exclaimed, scrutinizing Lu Fan and feeling immense relief upon realizing he was unharmed. The burly man also examined Lu Fan with wide-eyed astonishment. It was worth noting that the truck had been moving at a considerable speed, and he, a former special police officer, was left in such disarray. Yet Lu Fan appeared to have emerged unscathed. Either this fellow was extraordinarily lucky, or he was someone of remarkable caliber. At that moment, the sound of another engine roaring in the distance reached their ears, indicating that another vehicle from their convoy was approaching. Brother Zhou, have Hai Go and the others come to a stop. I'm going to check on the truck. Understood, Lu Fan replied succinctly before striding towards the overturned vehicle. Hey, wait for me, brother. Ouch, that hurts. Sunua hurriedly followed, wincing with every step due to the pain in his backside. With the entire cargo of dried fish strewn across the ground, the air was thick with a pungent fishy odor. As they rounded the truck to reach the driver's cabin, they found the front end severely damaged, the windshield shattered into countless shards, and debris scattered everywhere. The truck's engine was billowing white smoke, with an unknown liquid pooling beneath it. Gazing at the wreckage before him, Sunua felt his heart sink, completely Lu Fan. Sunua muttered, his gaze downcast, resembling a child who had committed a grave error. The two of them had secured this job through Lu Fan's connections, and on the surface, Lu Fan was indeed the primary responsible party for the truck. This meant that he had inadvertently placed Lu Fan in a dire predicament. Shh! Don't speak. Listen. Lu Fan suddenly gestured for Sunua to be quiet, his expression grave as he scanned the surroundings. Sunua was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Lu Fan's intentions, yet obediently closed his mouth, casting suspicious glances around. Suddenly, Sunua's gaze sharpened, as if he had discovered something. Rubbing his eyes, he poked Lu Fan's arm and pointed towards a spot not far away. Furrowing his brow, Lu Fan followed the direction of Sunua's finger and spotted a small dark figure lying motionless in the overgrown grass. Although the light was fading and visibility was poor, it was evident that it appeared to be a human silhouette. Lao Su, retrieve the walkie-talkie and the weapons. I'm going to take a closer look, Lu Fan said, swiftly making his way towards the small figure. To prepare for any eventuality, he discreetly drew a short knife from his storage space, concealing it in his hand. As he approached, it became clear that this was indeed a person. And from her physique, it was apparent that she was likely a woman. The question arose. What was a woman doing here in the wilderness? With a tinge of confusion, Lu Fan cautiously neared his target. Beginning to take a closer look, before him lay a young girl, roughly his age, petite and delicate. Despite her dirt-streaked face, her pure and sweet features were still breathtaking. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the unconscious girl evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Could it be that he had encountered her in a previous life? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a shift in his consciousness and immediately activated his Eye of Insight ability. In the next moment, her attributes materialized before him. Su Xiao Xiao Destined 1, Unranked, Exclusive Technique Spirit Absorption Breathing Technique, LV1, Dao Rhythm Points 0, Kill Points 0, Physique 95, Soul 93, Innate Talent Water Elemental Power, LV1. In an instant, a startling brilliance erupted in Lu Fan's eyes, his expression radiating excitement. After more than 4 long months, he had finally encountered a destined one with an innate talent. However, he had never heard the name Su Xiaoxiao before. Why did she feel so familiar? As he pondered this, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the distance, accompanied by sharp, high-pitched bird calls. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's body tensed, and 2 words flashed through his mind. Avian aberration. Black kite, damn it. He had unwittingly encountered the troublesome black kite, a formidable aberration. It was evident that the fishy scent had attracted this flock of black kites. Cursing under his breath, Lu Fan swiftly scooped up the unconscious girl. Racing towards Su Nuo. Despite the black kite being a lower-tier aberration, their numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, black kites were medium-sized raptors with a fierce temperament, making them among the more troublesome lower-tier aberrations, especially their sharp talons and beaks, which could easily tear flesh apart. Frankly, he would much prefer to face a few higher-tier aberrations than contend with this swarm of black kites, particularly in a situation where he was isolated and unsupported. Brother, you're back. What in the sky is that? Why is it attacking? Wait. Who is this girl? As Lu Fan returned, Su Nuo rushed forward in a panic. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was captivated by the girl in Lu Fan's arms, his eyes widening in astonishment. This little girl was simply too adorable, as if she had been plucked straight from his dreams. Chapter 063. In the moment of crisis, welcome to the Destined Ones team. Without further ado, Lu Fan quickly shoved the girl into Su Nuo's arms. Then, with a powerful leap, he sprang onto the truck, seizing the driver's door with both hands and exerting all his strength. With a loud screech, the door emitted a piercing metallic sound as Lu Fan pulled with all his might. In mere seconds, under Su Nuo's incredulous gaze, the door, which had been firmly welded to the truck, was wrenched off by Lu Fan's sheer force. No, you'd... What? Su Nuo stood there, dumbfounded, his face a mask of disbelief. Be careful, Lu Fan suddenly warned, and with a swift motion, he produced a dagger, hurling it above Su Nuo's head. With a pained, high-pitched screech, a 50-centimeter-sized dark brown creature plummeted to the ground. Stop dawdling. Hurry and run with me. Lu Fan urgently grabbed a steel pipe from the ground and raised the truck door above his head, beckoning Su Nuo to turn and flee. Oh. Su Nuo, bewildered, didn't have time to think and followed closely behind Lu Fan in a frenzied dash. Just as they moved, a massive flock of black kites materialized above them. After circling for a few seconds, they dove en masse towards the scattered dried fish on the ground. The sight was as overwhelming as a swarm of locusts, creating a striking visual impact. Although the majority of the black kites were drawn to the fish, a small portion fixated on Lu Fan and Su Nuo. This small group of black kites began to attack them frantically. Fortunately, the metallic door provided some protection overhead. No matter how the black kites ambushed them, Lu Fan always managed to avert disaster. A black kite lunged at Lu Fan with astonishing speed, only to be struck down by Lu Fan's steel pipe. Warm blood splattering across their faces, Su Nuo licked the blood from his lips, casting a glance at Lu Fan that was now tinged with fervor and resentment. It was evident that Lu Fan had secrets of his own. If he guessed correctly, Lu Fan was likely also a destined one. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person tear a door off its hinges with brute strength? Moreover, Lu Fan's reaction speed hinted at a prowess far superior to his own. As Su Nuo was lost in thought, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his backside. Su Nuo shuddered, shouting, Lu Fan, a creature is biting my butt. Hurry. However, Lu Fan's response left Su Nuo stunned. Hang in there, brother. We'll be there soon. As he spoke, Lu Fan quickened his pace. The black kites seemed to grow increasingly agitated, their attacks becoming more ferocious and relentless, slamming against the door overhead with loud thuds. Occasionally, the sharp, grating sound of metal scraping could be heard. It was undoubtedly the black kite's talons clashing against the metal. Thankfully, the black kites were still in the early stages of evolution. Otherwise, relying solely on this battered iron door for protection would have been nearly impossible. In fact, he had prepared several sets of blast shields and stab-proof gear, but those were all at home and of course, even if his storage had such items, he wouldn't bring them out now. Just as Su Nuo was shouting in panic, another dilapidated truck came roaring towards them. Beep, beep, beep. The truck's horn blared a few times before coming to a steady halt in front of Lu Fan. Quick, quick, quick! Get in the truck. A burly man with a dark complexion shouted urgently as he swung the door open. Just as the door swung wide, a black kite lunged inside. Fortunately, the man reacted swiftly, grabbing the creature by its neck and hurling it back out. However, his hand was cut deeply by the black kite's sharp claws, flesh torn and bleeding profusely. Without hesitation, Su Nua tossed the little girl into the back seat before quickly climbing in himself. Once both were safely inside, Lu Fan hurled the door at the flock of birds with all his might, then seized the opportunity to leap into the truck. With a resounding bang, the truck door slammed shut, and the vehicle roared away. Amidst the cacophony of crashes, the truck finally broke free from the swarm of birds, kicking up dust as it sped away. The truck was cramped with people, and with everyone on edge. No one dared to utter a word, their expressions tense and vigilant. Su Nua had countless questions he wished to ask Lu Fan, but sensing the inopportune moment, he kept his curiosity bottled up. Half an hour later, under the night sky, a truck with its high beams on slowly entered the Hongshan base. Due to the loss of a truck and a cargo of dried fish, Lu Fan, Su Nua, and the burly man were all subjected to an inquiry. As expected, the burly man reported everything in detail, including Su Nua's reckless driving. Although Su Nua had been at the wheel, Lu Fan, as the truck's responsible party, bore undeniable responsibility. Consequently, both Lu Fan and Su Nua were dismissed on the spot. As for the mysterious girl, Lu Fan concocted a tale, claiming she was a distant cousin who had secretly followed him out of concern. The authorities did not delve deeper into the matter, promptly registering her identity. To avoid complications, Lu Fan refrained from revealing her real name and instead fabricated a random name. Once everything was settled, Lu Fan and Su Nua finally left with the girl. On their way back, Su Nua walked with his head down, silent and visibly dejected. In stark contrast, Lu Fan appeared remarkably at ease, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Well, it's merely a job. If it's gone, then so be it. I never intended to linger, Lu Fan reassured. Upon hearing this, Su Nua's eyes sparkled with hope as he cautiously glanced at Lu Fan and inquired, "Really? You truly don't blame me?" Lu Fan cast him a bemused glance and replied, "Which of your eyes perceives that I hold you accountable? Do not underestimate my magnanimity. Am I truly such a petty individual?" Su Nua was profoundly touched by Lu Fan's words, nodding vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it was my narrow-mindedness." His face then broke into a mischievous grin, and with a hint of trepidation, he remarked, "I owe you one. My friend, without your timely intervention today, my £100+ would have been utterly forfeit. If I am not mistaken, you two are one of the fated ones. Correct?" Su Nua suddenly ventured, testing the waters. This? A charming curve graced Lu Fan's lips, clearly indicating his tacit acceptance. Seeing this reaction, Su Nua felt an inexplicable relief wash over him, silently affirming, as expected. After gathering his thoughts, he hurriedly began to explain. "Well, the reason I have kept this from you is because you feared I would deem you insane, right?" Lu Fan interjected with a playful smile. "Enough, my brother. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I am no exception. So there is no need for excessive explanation." With that, Lu Fan regarded Su Nua earnestly, his tone imbued with significance. "Since I consider you a friend, I will undoubtedly place my full trust in you. For you are my chosen companion. Do you understand?" Then, shifting his tone to a jovial one, he added, "Welcome to the Fated One Squad. May we share life and death together henceforth." Without awaiting Su Nua's response, he turned and strode confidently towards the stairwell. As Su Nua watched Lu Fan's figure gradually disappear into the corridor, his eyes shimmered with a newfound brilliance. The Fated One Squad. Sharing life and death.